as fresh air comes in. So drag so badly. It's like now. $200 regardless.
When moms and dads lie to have them sleep at night and they can't, they're not lying there, as the Democrats think, worrying about whether a man can breastfeed. They're worried about the cost of living. They're tired of having to sell blood plasma to go to the grocery store. They're tired of the increases in their housing costs and their insurance. I mean, I could go on and on. And it needs to be addressed. And I've encouraged the president to address it. And it's not enough to tell the American people not to believe their own lying checkbooks. Mm-hmm. They know about their personal finances. Is the president responsible for the remaining inflation?
I think that everything regarding the pandemic should be completely investigated. And again, people need to go back and watch Event 201, which was a pandemic simulation that mirrored the pandemic that we were forced to live through with astonishing accuracy. Yeah. Something is very, very wrong here. And even HHS RFK Jr. has stated that Bill Gates was hosting a coronavirus pandemic simulation in New York City. His co-host was Avril Haines, the deputy director of the CIA. What were they doing there? And why was this paid for by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the World Economic Forum?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get that clip up in just a moment in regards to RFK Jr. and the allegations that he made as well, because I think this was a really interesting one in regards to Bill Gates hosting a corona pandemic simulation in New York and the attendees and all of that. We actually have that clip right now. Let's take a listen.
This is what the National Security Agency is saying, that they believe that September 12th was the day that it actually began circulating.
Okay.
A month later, you have in New York City, Bill Gates hosting a coronavirus pandemic simulation. His co-host is Avril Haines, the deputy director of the CIA. What is the CIA doing at a public health forum? They don't do public health. They do coup d'etat. Now Avril Haines is the top spy in America. She is the one who hid the torture tapes from Abu Ghraib, during that CIA scandal. So that she now is the head of the National Security Agency, the top spy in the country. She's also in charge of the coronavirus response. Oh, at the simulation, you have Avril Haines, you have people from all the social media companies, you have people from the pharmaceutical companies, mainly Johnson & Johnson, the biggest one. They do. And you have another guy, peculiar guy, George Gao, who's the head of the Chinese CDC.
Oh, man, he sounds sneaky.
So George Gao must have known that this was circulating at that point. By the way, any of your listeners who does not believe what I'm saying can go and look up Event 201. It's still on YouTube.
And this was before the pandemic.
It was after.
As if the American CDC wasn't sneaky enough. He said the head of the Chinese CDC. He sounds sneaky.
It's circulating, but none of us knew about it.
Okay, so this is after the NSA had.
Oh, you're wondering why I titled or described my video like that? Because I stopped playing with them. I'm done playing with criminals. I'm done playing with the actual fucking criminals. Well, somebody's going to try to brand me as one. Just for being a freedom-loving American. And that's that.
Said that this had occurred.
The NSA now says, looking back,
this had occurred.
Is when it occurs. And at that time, they didn't know.
So then
the world did not know until around January 3rd.
So then there was a big get-together of some.
So then they're all together planning here's how we're going to handle a coronavirus pandemic if it happens.
Was Fauci there or no?
Fauci was not there, but there were people from his agency there. So, and the interesting thing is, there was no discussion of public health. They weren't saying, how are we going to get repurposed medications? How are we going to link 11 million doctors, frontline physicians around the world on a communication grid so that we can quickly figure out what's working, what's working in Bangladesh, what's working in Argentina, what are the best protocols, what are the best repurposed medications that seem effective against
Right, like what's already working against this type of thing that we could ask people to get prepared and get on now.
Let me step in on this, Liz. I kind of want you to walk us through it all because obviously this is deeply, deeply concerning. But I like that he's giving away all these details. What do you make of it?
Well, this is very concerning because, again, in order to produce such a simulation, you need writers, you need the actors to participate in said simulation, which takes us back a year prior to that. So the question becomes, if they knew that this was going to happen, why didn't they use resources to help the frontline workers instead of pouring millions of dollars into a simulation? For what reason? Why did they need to practice this beforehand? It defies common sense. So when you have the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the World Economic Forum cosplaying as virologists, vaccinologists, and doctors prior to a pandemic, like I said, which happened with a storm.
I'll just put a couple of drops of methylene blue water on a couple of little nicotine pouches, and then I squeezed them onto a dish, and now I'm vaping it with my nectar collector. So I'm converting nicotine pouches into vape. For the very first time, I just came up with the idea earlier. Just took my first one. That's what that sizzle was.
There needs to be an investigation because now we know several years later that the vaccine, which was forced upon our world, which was heavily promoted by Bill Gates, has injured and murdered millions of people. This is unbelievable. More people have died from this than both world wars combined. And like you said before, the government doesn't appear to be investigating anyone or anything for this, which I find absolutely appalling because I speak with the people that have suffered through this, and they're not receiving the answers that they deserve.
Yeah, and Liz, the part that's really frustrating here is I keep having to say the words allegedly, and there's a reason for that because they've refused to investigate any of this, and it sucks because the harsh reality is no one's been proven in court to be a pedophile, to have. I mean, obviously we know Epstein was, but I mean Epstein got that great deal, and that's sarcasm, folks. But the reality is he was given a sweetheart deal, and it's really frustrating that we won't get to the bottom of any of this. But it's not just Bill Gates. Also looking to suppress a lot of the information that's coming out, I'm sure, right now, and trying to block the American people from seeing his ties to Epstein, although he tries to distance himself at best. But I also want to get to Reid Hoffman because I remember Elon Musk, this is months ago, Elon Musk said, yeah, both Reid Hoffman and Bill Gates are probably sweating bullets right now because they don't want this information out there. But we're learning more because in these Epstein files so far that have been released, I mean, Reid Hoffman's name is listed 2,600 times in these emails. There's been multiple visits, according to the emails, multiple layers of communication through Zoom calls, dinners, meetings. What are you making of all of this with Hoffman as well?
Well, Elon was correct. Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't for the X platform, we wouldn't be getting out this information. So all of us should be very fortunate.
Yeah.
That
big, fat, disgusting Reid Hoffman was Elon's CFO or something. He worked for Elon or something like that. Or they were, at one point, they were partners under PayPal maybe or something.
We have this avenue to give out this information because you and I both know that regime media would absolutely refuse to do so themselves.
Yeah.
And Reid Hoffman, yes, like you said, his name appears many, many, many times. And he knew exactly what he was doing. And I do think that a lot of the people that were in these files repeatedly were pushing to not have them released. And we also know, if we go back to Bill Gates and Dick Durbin, and when Kash Patel had stated that Bill was actively lobbying the Senate to ensure that these weren't released. And this was even after he gave a $50 million contribution to the Harris campaign. I mean, when we look at these emails that have been produced, we know that there was a massive cover-up. And that does go to Bill, Reid, and all of the key players that appeared to be closest to Jeffrey Epstein and his trafficking network. So it's unfortunate that it has come to this and that it wasn't released before. And again, like I said, we should be very thankful that we have a social media platform to publish these findings because there wasn't a chance that regime media was going to do so.
Yeah. Well, Liz, you're spot on because we know this because we haven't seen them talk about this. I mean, I haven't seen anyone of substance go out there on any of the big shows and detail what we're finding in these Epstein files. They've quickly pivoted. They're so happy to cover the ICE protests and everything else, except the documents that are here. And again, I think the only coverage you're ever going to find of this is both on InfoWars and over at X. So you're spot on with that too. If we didn't have X, we'd be nowhere. I mean, that's where this all kind of lays right now. Unfortunately, everyone's a bunch of cowards. So I think
we would be banned. We would be banned. If it was the old owner, we would be totally banned.
Yeah.
And that again tells you the depth of outright treason, genocide, child trafficking. Every single heinous crime known to man has been happening, yet nobody seems to want to report on it. That's a very big red flag.
Yeah.
So, again, what they did, which is what you said earlier, is they flooded the zone with fraudulent documents and incorrect emails to try and divert your attention away from the truth. So people need to be very careful with the information that they see floating around because not all of it is authentic.
Yeah. Yeah, Liz, I also want to hover over this point too. Ehud Barak, he's the former Israeli prime minister. Yeah, we've heard a lot about that name previously. And, obviously we're learning more and more about, there's allegations that he had stayed multiple times at Epstein's New York apartments. And there's more documents coming out about this relationship between the two. Now, again, these are accusations, I have to keep saying. But I want to talk about this a little bit because obviously most people who've been following the Epstein scandal know that Epstein has very close ties to Israel. Was there anything else that you saw in this latest document dump that has your ears perked up?
Oh, I mean, there was videos, right?
Yeah.
So not only did we have these former prime ministers, we also had the monarchy, right? Prince Andrew. Those pictures were horrific. And like you said, Ehud Barak, he was a repeat offender in these documents. And some of the atrocities that were detailed in these emails are so horrific that they require a warning to viewers before they listen or watch them. Then we can go in even further to what I found very disturbing, Brianna, was the former U.S. ambassador to Mexico that impregnated an 11-year-old girl and had a former U.S. Marine serve his prison sentence. And this was after DNA tests concluded that he was the father. I mean, the rot of these garbage humans runs deep. And it's so unbelievable that people find it very difficult to digest because you have to cross that psychological line where you have to admit to yourself that such evil exists, such evil did happen. And the question now becomes, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a question that all Americans need to ask themselves is what we're going to do about this, folks. And just 1 second, too, Liz, I wanted to get to this because I know our audience probably wanted to jump into the conversation. The phone number is 877-789-2539. That's 877-789-2539. That's the number you can call into, and we'll be taking your calls.
That's right. We don't just have the right to bear arms. We have to bear arms. We have to own a gun. I mean, we don't have to bear it, but we have to own it. There is a mandate from 1790 that American men have to own a gun.
In just a little bit. But Liz, I wanted to also get to this because yesterday we heard from Todd Blanche. And although, we haven't seen any charges actually stick, we haven't seen anything happen, he is alluding to the fact that DOJ is open to possibly filing charges against these people. But, Liz, I kind of want to hear your take about this because, again, we're in a situation where we're seeing the DOJ say that they will do something, but you have over 3.5 million documents that you're releasing. You're telling me there's not a single crime in any of this? It's kind of strange, isn't it?
Well, it is very strange because the average American would face prison time for not paying taxes. The average American.
Let's see if YouTube cancels me for this one. Who gives a fuck?
Government, I mean, they've lost so much of our trust. And so the only way to restore it is to actually go after the corruption. So we do hope that they do just that. But Liz, I want to thank you for calling in. I know it was the last minute, so I greatly appreciate you joining the show.
No problem.
It was an honor to have you on. We look forward to having you on again in the future. Liz Churchill, folks, give her a follow on X as well. She does an incredible job and posts some really important content. So we're very grateful for her. Thank you for joining us, Liz. All right, folks, I want to remind you to head on over to thealexjonesstore.com right now. We have a new rolling sale and it's live right now. Discounts rotate. And so you never know what kind of great deal you're going to get. So you got to keep going on and check out thealexjonesstore.com right now. Some of your favorite items are on sale, up to 40% off. The trench knives are 50% off. A lot of your favorite items like the mugs and posters, they're up to 40% off as well. And then your supplements are discounts all over the place. Methylene Blue, 25% off. K Ultra, also 25% off as well. You got to head on over to thealexjonesstore.com and make sure you grab it before it's too late. We'll be right back. Dan Bongino, we got a clip for you about him talking about Epstein. It's going to get good.
Oh, this was yesterday morning.
Now, this new product is incredible. It's from our sponsor, Bigley, at thealexjonesstore.com. Optimal Human, you love the green powder super nutrient, the very best out there. Well, this is Optimal Human Nootropic called Mind Fuel. Introducing Mind Fuel, a super healthy, super strong energy nootropic adaptogen, which doesn't make you sick, doesn't have a letdown. It is incredible. Not just a few of the bottles. Look how many bottles are in there. And I only drink about half a bottle a day. It's so strong. Look at that right there, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what comes in each box of this. And it is simply amazing. Oswald Human Nootropic Mind Fuel is here. This clean, caffeine-free energy shot is designed for clear thinking, steady focus, and zero compromise. It's time to abandon sugary energy drinks and stimulant-heavy formulas in favor of clean, functional, nootropic-based energy. 0 calories, sugar-free, no crash, no blood sugar spike, can be used daily.
There wasn't a whole lot of space.
They're incredible.
I didn't want to type that much, but, you know, I have my little tagline. I just mentioned 4 of the mafias that threaten Americans. But, I mean, you can expand it out more broadly. You know what I mean? You can include all the mafias. The pussy, faggot, dyke, tranny, spit, kike, sand nigger, chink, bitch, honky cracker, nigger, globalist, vampire, gook, wetbacks. You could include all those fucking mafias. You know what I mean?
Compounds like citicoline, alpha GPC, GABA supports mental clarity and focus. It appeals to both biohackers and holistic consumers.
They all threaten freedom-loving Americans.
High quality electrolytes and B vitamins, more than a brain shot, true functional fuel. Optimal Human Nootropic Mind Fuel, that's the name of the product, isn't just another energy product. It's a smarter alternative for consumers who demand clarity, control, and clean performance without compromise. Get 25% off for life when you become a subscriber. Cancel anytime for free. Get Mind Fuel now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you've never tried the original Superfood Greens Optimal Human, you really want to get this as well. It's the best green food I've ever had at thealexjonesstore.com. The widest selection of Patriot apparel, all sorts of cool collectible knives and more. And that's what funds this, and that's what does this. And I really appreciate your support because I can't do it without you. So I want to commend and thank the listeners. But just like I steered you right on gold and silver 2.5 years ago, I got out of the market before that. I said, now's the time. I was totally right. Just like I steer you right on politics. These products are incredible. Get our ultramethylene blue. It is the best in the market. Our Shilajit is the best. Our Irish Moss is the best. Our turmeric is the strongest. Ultimate turmeric. TheAlexJonesStore.com. You are missing out. You don't get it. I want to thank those that have supported. I want to challenge those that haven't. What are you waiting for?
Just what I needed for my morning jog.
Working 12 to 13.
There's Negro Goyim and there's Anglo Goyim. Epstein and his cohorts prefer to consume and abuse Anglo Goyim babies. Anglo Goyim. The ones they talk so much shit on, they must be so jealous of because they consider us a delicacy. They consider us of the finest, highest quality meat. Why don't you go eat some? You don't want to eat some dirty, nasty fucking Jew, do you, Jew? Holy shit. You know what you'd be getting your fucking self into, don't you? Kosher my ass, huh?
18 hours a day. Mind Fuel keeps me on my toes and in the action.
Try this energy shot for a boost like no other. Power your mind and body today.
Harrison, I am so excited to talk to you. I want to plug the Irish sea moss was a big game changer for me. I was having a lot of thermoregulation issues, morning severe chills and cold in the morning. All that stopped with the sea moss because it's a thyroid issue, and the sea moss has that iodine to heal your thyroid.
Isn't that amazing?
The methylene blue, the methylene blue, life-changing. I love it. I don't need caffeine anymore. It's amazing, but I'm trying to be quick.
It's all right. Hey, when you're plugging, we got all the time.
They're always snatching babies from Texas floods, snatching babies from Hawaii fires. They got to have that Anglo Goy, boy. Oh, man. They need that high quality. But then again, I heard it's also part of the disrespect, part of the demoralization of the whites that happen to actually be more successful than them. I heard they're purposely torturing and sacrificing regular white babies because they want to contribute to the extermination of the whites who are actually better at a lot of things than they are. We're better at fucking, we're better at speaking, we're better at shooting, we're better at hunting, we're better at actually providing. You guys are better at, like, you know, nothing really. You just choose to cuck up to your wives to eat that box. You choose to fucking study a book. You choose to just study a fucking medical book, a law book, a Torah. You just choose to fucking read. You're not actually a provider, are you? You're not. That's why you got to try to punish us and take our rights away. Kikes. This Goyim is calling you Kikes now. Fuck you.
In the world.
I love his supplement formula.
And I'm an eighth Jewish, real Jew from Germany, pre-Hitler.
I am an acupuncturist. I have a master's degree in Chinese medicine, and he's got some really good formulas put together, and they work.
What's an eighth? 12.5%. Well, that leaves another 87.5. 6.25 of which is Cherokee Indian. So I'm 81.25% Anglo, baby. Yeah. And actually, I think I'm more Native American than that, to be quite honest with you. I think I'm actually more Native American than that. So I'm going to call it about 75. I'm 75% white. And I'm fighting for the white race all day. All day. All night. All night and all day. And guess what? Fuck that. Jews are white. So toss that 8.5% back in there, bitch. I'm over 80% white. And Jewish is white. And why are you jealous of other types of whites? Why would you try to separate yourself from other white people? You fucking dumbass.
Really well. I really appreciate it. I stopped taking all of my other stuff that I...
Why would you support the genociding of whites in Russia and Ukraine? The genociding of whites in Germany and Russia? The genociding of fucking white babies every day with abortions? The genociding of whites by poison shots, a vaccine regimen to sterilize, to retard, to mutate, to mutilate, to poison our white babies. What in the fuck is going on here? Same goes for black. But I'm gonna advocate for all Americans. Red, white, black, brown, and yellow. Because brown is when red and white mixes. So the people who were here first actually were white cannibal giants who ate the Siberians who came over here to become the Native Americans and then migrate down to become the Aztecs, Incas, and Mayans. So people actually have it misconstrued. The Native Americans were the second group of people to be here. AI doesn't want to admit that the white cannibal giants were here first. The six-fingered, six-toed. We all know the Nephilim race and built a lot of things before we got here, don't we? We know that, don't we? They don't want to admit it. So, furthermore, the Knights Templar, the first migrants from over the ocean, were white Knights Templar Christians who always got along well with the natives, had secret handshakes with them, and they built churches. I think they started converting the Indians before. I guarantee they converted some of the Indians before the Pilgrims ever got here, before the Spanish ever got here, before Christopher Columbus ever got here. Fuck with me now, bitch. Fuck with me.
Taken, and I just take a lot of you guys' stuff. I mean, because I love you and I want to support everything you guys are doing, but the formulas are good.
You can only find out for yourself what effects these things will have. TheAlexJonesStore.com.
You're watching The American Journal with your host, Brianna Morello. Watch it live right now at band.video.
Welcome back to The American Journal, third hour, final lap of the show. Beautiful Monday morning. We're excited you're all jumping on with us today. There's a lot happening over here, and I'm going to spare you. I'm only going to give you some of the good stuff that's going on right now. And I told our team here, I said, hey guys, look out in case Dan Bongino mentions anything about the Epstein files, and it appears he has. So let's take a listen.
There were a ton of problems with this. There was grand jury material. There was he put this out. He's anyone who rapes kids deserves the death penalty. Amen. Here's the problem with the Epstein mess. The FBI doesn't have the evidence many thought it did. I want to see the files, folks. I said, don't let it go. I meant it. We got elected. We looked at it. The file was not what was in there, was not what we thought would be in there. There are not tapes with powerful men raping kids. There is not a list. Epstein's Rolodex was already public. The file's largely unreleasable for many reasons, including grand jury material, which they're moving to get a lot of that out. Court records under seal, child pornography that was downloaded from the internet. You can read the rest of it. Protection of victims. You obviously don't want victims' names out there. Here's another one. Keep that up for a second. Double or triple hearsay. You're seeing it now. You're seeing on Twitter, like this guy said, Joey Bag of Donuts, cut this woman with a razor, or this young girl while raping her. And you're like, wow, that's a really horrible story. It's terrible. And then you find out Joey Bag of Donuts was some famous athlete who was playing a game in Phoenix that night. Like a lot of this stuff was just people called, not all, by the way, not all of it. This is an extremely serious case. Let me be crystal clear. But that doesn't mean every single tip that came in, had any kind of veracity to it at all. A lot of the stuff was clearly debunked. He said, does anyone believe Bondi, Patel, or Bongino would cover up for Bill Clinton or Bill Gates? Didn't even make sense. I was all over this case on my show. The Trump DOJ wanted to be fully transparent, but it couldn't at the time for the reasons above. It's not going to satisfy many, and that's fine. But folks, I'm not going to spend the next 2 years talking about it. This administration got you the information. You can all look at it. And a lot of people are using it to divide us from the inside. Those are just the facts. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah. So there's a lot to unpack there. First off, I do think Dan is being honest. I do think that Dan, when he says that, there was in there, they were looking, I'm pretty sure there was a vast majority of things deleted, pulled out. Anything that they wouldn't want you to see, they're not going to put it in. They're not going to leave. They knew exactly what was going to happen. So, of course, these deep state operatives protect their own. And I don't think you're going to see a lot of the key issues. Of course, they have to leave in the Bill Gates stuff, some of it at least, because they can't they can't make it too obvious. But the reality of it is, I do think Dan did his best job, but you're up against the law. But I also don't think attacking people who criticize you is the best way to handle it. It's good to walk people through, and I'll explain it. Obviously, the rest of us are aware it was not a very easy process. There were these court battles going on, of course, and we knew it wasn't going to just be a one and done thing. But the Epstein files have been a massive, massive massive debacle. All of that blame I put on the DOJ, truthfully. They handled it poorly. I don't know how else to describe. They handled it poorly, and I'm starting to think that it's intentional. By starting to think, I mean, I know. I know when those social media influencers were brought to the White House, and none of them knew what was happening, that they were used, and they were told, you can't talk about any of the stuff in here. That's why I released it before you guys saw it, because, well, I knew Pam Buddy was full of it. Obviously, one of those individuals that was there felt really angry when they realized when they opened up the binders that there was nothing in them, and that Bonnie had used.
I think I misspoke earlier. I meant to say add that 12% back in. An eighth is 12.5%.
Them for a photo op. So again, I just want to keep hacking away at this. This is the key point.
That's nasty.
This is the key point. All right, let's start taking some calls. Let you weigh in. You guys personally, weigh in on Dan Bongino, the clip we just played for you of him talking specifically about the Epstein files. I don't think it's all BS what he's saying. I know a lot of you are going to be very critical of it. I will say that I do think they could have done more.
Oh, it's still in
but I do
process.
think that over at the FBI, I know this was a top priority for Dan, and I've known this for quite some time. So I'll just throw that out there. All right, let's jump to some callers. Let's begin with, let's start things off with Bill in Wisconsin. Bill, welcome to the show.
Thank you for taking my call.
It's always a pleasure, Bill.
Brianna, I thought I was going to get by on with this call without having to watch Bongino. I've never been a fan of Bongino. I don't like big talkers. And to me, just my personal opinion, he's always been a big talker. And then he had a chance to do his thing, quit, and then comes back and starts bullying people. Bullying is censorship. How much I love censorship. So the whole Bongino thing, I put out some polls when people, Bongino's coming back. I'll put a poll in the response. Are you going to be watching? It's like 66% no. But then they end up watching just because I think they want to see. But not a fan. Anyway, and you mentioned the social media influencer. Just a side note, not really what I called about. I'll get to that in a second. But if you look at the Loomer Fan Club bio, when you make your account, you have to choose are you in sales? I picked social media influencer. It's sarcasm. It's a joke. Nobody got it. It's a joke. Finally, Alex is talking about these, quote, social media influencers. You just mentioned it. It's another crock. It's a crap. These people, don't even get me started, but I just wanted to say, sometimes I'm so funny, nobody even gets my joke. That sarcasm, people. So the reason I called, and this is going to tie into the whole, and you know what? I'm on the same show as Liz Churchill. I'm a little jealous because I don't have a pop-up photo like she does. I'm going to have to send you a headshot so I can get a little pop-up photo like Liz. Maybe not. But your daily tweet that you put out today is February 2nd, 2026. And not a single Democrat from the Obama-Biden regime has been arrested. You put that tweet out every day. Mm-hmm. About 2 weeks ago, I started retweeting it, quote tweeting it, because we're running out of time for your tweet to change. You know what I mean? And now you add in this whole Epstein stuff. And I know your tweet doesn't talk about Obama, Biden, Epstein, but it's almost just by association that people are putting the Epstein stuff right in there. And basically, here's what I'm going to say today. Another thing I like to do is make predictions. My predictions come true. I predict nobody's going to be busted in the Obama-Biden regime or this whole Epstein debacle.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of want to be a little optimistic, Bill. And so I kind of I feel like every day when I post that tweet up, I know it pisses off a lot of people who are in government, but that's obviously the reason for that. But I feel like if we keep reminding them that we didn't vote for what's happening right now, we voted for actual change and actual accountability, that maybe this will actually result in something. I mean, we haven't forgotten, Bill, and I want to thank you as always for calling in and sharing our content. We greatly appreciate it. But, it's getting to the point that we're getting very, very close, and I'm getting a little nervous. All right, let's turn to another caller. Savage Dog, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks. Good morning, Brianna.
Good morning. Great. How are you?
I'm blessed. I wanted to mention real quick about Nicki Minaj, but I think I'm not going to worry about that. It's not really a big deal. I do want to say that I did liquidate everything I had, and I invested in the wood chippers. Big shout out to JD Delay. Get these pedophiles scared again. But a couple of things. I changed my mind about Nicki. I wanted to spend more time with something that Liz said about we got to be very careful in prosecuting these scumbags. My pastor yesterday, he reminded us that God did not give us the spirit of fear, and not in the Bible, but still like I think Shakespeare. I don't remember where it came from, but if God be for us, who can stand against us? If we don't worry about, what power do these people actually have against us? What can they do? At worst, they can kill us. Okay, so then you send me home. I'm put me in as the attorney general. I wouldn't care. What are you going to do? Put a gun in my face? Good to go. I got a knife at your stack. But God, I'm scattered again today. Okay, my main point though. What happened first was the Diddy trial, and we've all forgotten about that. What would have happened if that had been prosecuted correctly?
Was that in Blade?
And we had brought witnesses, even hostile witnesses, forth, and gotten a list of, it wasn't just Will Smith and, celebrities and whatnot. Barack Obama, we had big, significant targets in the Diddy case, and it was botched on purpose. That would have been a good bookend to this, to say, if you had both of these, the Epstein dump and the entire Diddy list, and real evidence of videotapes, because he did videotape everything, like Epstein did, but I guess that never happened. If we had both of those together, there's nothing that even Pam Bondi couldn't just pass out a 100-page binder full of redacted, garbage. They would have had to do something. So I wonder, that they were only the Epstein or the Diddy thing was only prosecuted for a few things. I think there were some charges left on the table that they could still do, especially if anything between Epstein and Diddy. I keep calling him Diddy. It's Sean Combs.
Yeah,
I'm not calling him by his little
nickname,
play date name. If Sean Combs lists coincide with the Epstein list clients and evidence, re-prosecute him with someone with some nutsack and knows what they're doing. And let's get some real names out there where they have no choice. Be strong, be bold. Fire Bondi, Todd Blanche went out and he said some good things. Oh my God, Todd Blanche is here, shut up. I don't care. Todd Blanche is a douchebag. He's in on it. He goes out there and says bare minimum, bread and circus. Bondi, I don't know what she's doing. I haven't heard from her. I guess she's on some shows or something. And I reiterate, you can fire Pam Bondi, Mr. Trump, President Trump, and you can put in, come on, the first guy he wanted.
Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz. You could put him in for 120 days and then another 100 days. You could put him in long enough to go in there and wreak havoc. And I guarantee that boy ain't scared of nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to have a spirit of fear. He's going to have the spirit of God. He's going to have the Dave's Vault energy. For those who don't know, Dave's Vault was a Knights Templar saying God wills it in the Crusades. Get that Dave's Vault energy in there. and let's go to work. I'm tired of this redaction, this, oh, look, we more bread and circus has been my word for this administration since day one.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here's a couple thousand pardons for Jan 6. Look at me. I'm so great. I'm awesome. Oh, look, we're going to go, we're going to deport people. Yay. Woo, yay. Deportations and, necessary. And I'm glad he did it. I'm not talking against the pardons, but get some work done.
I know we need. That's the problem, though, Savage Dog. And thank you as always for calling, because my dad tells me I'm a little too tough on Trump, but I would have to agree with you. I tend to think that he has not done enough, and we need to be angling more for that. So, as always, thank you for calling in, my friend. We appreciate it. All right, let's turn to Liberty. Liberty, welcome to the show.
Hey, Liberty, can you hear me? Okay.
Hi. Yes, we can.
Okay. I just love you, Brianna. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liberty.
And what I'm like totally on fire for you and the other callers. This is bullshit. And Trump, if you're listening to this, and I hope to God you are, is that the people don't want J.D. Vance. They don't trust him, and they don't trust Marco Rubio, and they're no Trumpers. And you had Mark Mitchell on today, and I would love it if you would have him do a poll on Alex Jones for president and General Flynn for vice president, and then put up J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. And I think that the world is going to say we don't want J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio because they are not the quality of leaders. They're traitors. I don't care what anybody says. Nice guys aren't going to do the job. We don't need nice guys. We need guys that like General Flynn and Alex Jones that are no nonsense and that are going to get it done. And the last callers are so right. Todd Blanche, why the hell is he still in office? Why is his lips still moving? And Susie Wiles, Netanyahu, and Pam Bondi, Pfizer. She won't let Pfizer get touched because she's in bed with Pfizer. And she is in bed with Pfizer over the American people, and she can go to hell. She needs to be out of office. And the last caller, the 30 days, I don't care if it's, 30 days or 15 days. Just get anybody in there that will make a decision and let things happen. And General Flynn knows how to do Pam Bondi's job. And if she can't do it, have her step aside.
Yeah.
And your dad is wrong. You aren't too tough. You're perfect. And we need to tell Trump, and I can't stand up, listen to American News or whatever, and they have J.D. Vance, and he's just in front of Trump. Bullshit. I don't want him pushed. I want Trump in front of J.D. Vance. And, like the silhouette, the pictures, it's like, oh, yeah, it's pushing J.D. Vance. But people don't want J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is not going to lead. And Marco Rubio, maybe he's turned over a new leaf. Nobody trusts him. But Alex,
if the vice president and the deep state kill the president, all of a sudden they become our leader. And we need to be wise to that shit. We are. They did it in the 60s with JFK. That's one of their big, that's their favorite re-takeover plot. They keep reconquering us and reconquering us and reconquering us, free Americans. And we need to be sick of it. We are. We have to. Why isn't everybody aware of this scheme?
the blood for the American people, and General Flynn has bled for the American people, and that's what we need. We need fighters, not people that just look good in a suit.
I know.
Anyways, I'm not done with my rant.
No, Liberty, your rants are always welcome here. So we always appreciate you calling in. You're always so supportive. So we appreciate it. Yeah, I just texted Mark Mitchell and said, "Hey, we need like an Alex Jones for president poll." So I'll let you know if we have any movement on that one. But Liberty, as always, thank you for calling into the show. We appreciate you joining us. All right, let's turn to Donnie Darko. Welcome to the show. You there? Donnie. All right. Donnie. No Donnie. Let's turn to John in Orlando. John, welcome to the show.
Hey, Brianna, John Stewart. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. The first time calling, so I'm a little nervous.
Don't be.
Everyone is the leaders have been running the world, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to offer an alternative. I sent you a message on X and you had liked it. I don't know if you had a chance to look into it, but Jada Franston founded the Christian Nationalist Party out of the UK, but it's actually a global party. I just would love for any of you guys to reach out and see if she's someone you guys would like to interview.
Perfect. No, I'll take a look at it. Did you DM it to me, John, or was it a tweet?
No, it wasn't a DM. I had replied to one of your posts, and you had liked it.
Okay. If you want to flag it for me again, I would appreciate that.
What?
And we could see. But no, I appreciate it, and thank you for calling in. Happy first time calling into the show. Don't worry about being nervous, too, folks. If you haven't called into the show before, there's no wrong. I mean, I butcher my words every day. There's nothing you could do when you call in that would be something that you have to be nervous about. Of course, John, thank you, and I appreciate you getting that on my radar. So thank you so much for that. I want to turn to Laura in Chicago. Laura, welcome.
Hey, Brianna. Hi, everybody. I can't afford Diet Coke. I've been drinking. I started drinking Tab in like 1978, and I went to Walmart. It's like $16-something for a case of Diet Coke, and it's like my first day without it. I'm drinking water. I'm losing my mind. I'm like so tempted to go through drive-through and get 5 large Diet Cokes, no ice. But that's like $10 a day, and that's like $300 a month. And it's hit me. It just hit home, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm almost 60. It's my one joy,
Well, can I suggest something to you? I'm getting the name brand for you. I stopped drinking soda a while ago. And if you're looking for something that's like not boring, like water, okay, this isn't an endorsement. But I guess it is an endorsement, not a paid endorsement, I should say. But Spindrift is actually my favorite. They have a really good blood orange flavored drink.
Coke.
Yeah, I know. They do make some of them. I just don't know the chemicals in them, so I want to push it. But they do make some.
Anymore. That's cool. I got to tell you something. You know who I want to see for president? I'm an Army veteran. I want to see Kelsey, my Lieutenant Colonel, and General Flynn. Because these young people, they don't get it. I was in the Army during the Cold War in Germany before the wall came down, and then after. We would always go on alert. I was in Darmstadt. We'd pack up, and go to like the Fulda Gap to wait for the Russians to cross the border. The Russians aren't the problem. They've never been the problem. And people think they want to live in communism. They don't. I've been to those countries, and after the wall came down, we actually were able to drive across into East Germany, former East Germany. It was so gray and polluted, and the people were enclosed from like the 1950s. People think they idolize it, but they've never seen it. They've never been to it. They've never lived in it. There's no utilities. Street signs were cement road blockers in the road. And all the young people I know, we just got to write it out. And you don't want that, because I see like 75 districts are Muslim now, and they want communism because they come from countries that don't have free speech. They come from countries where the government gives them everything, and they come here and they vote the same way. Like last night, they're passing out flyers in West Chicago here. They're all in Spanish for the county board, and that's what they do. They get in the town and they get political, and they start voting Democrat, and they seep in, and there's nothing you can do. Once you let them in there, they're communists. At this point, there's no socialism. There's no Democratic Party. So everybody, as long as you're mad, don't be mad. Just go vote. We got to maintain it. Even though you don't agree with Trump, you don't want what would come if you all voted. Don't punish it because you hate it. Right?
Yeah. No, you're spot on. No, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, you know, President Trump does have policies that lean our way, obviously. And so that's definitely a good push. And I'm watching as the city that I once loved so much, started my career, and I'm a New Yorker, has been completely destroyed.
Holy
shit. I went to college.
She just tried to soften the blow of the fucking alien invasion. Get them out now. Get all of them the fuck out. Get all these fucking aliens out of here, motherfucker.
At Marymount Manhattan College, like in the 90s when I got to Germany, his apartment building was on East 71st Street, close to Central Park. I walked by there. What a perv. Trafficking all those girls in there, you know. I know my New York City, I left after World Trade in 2003, and it just breaks my heart. My heart is broken for New York. What we can do pray for it, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry about your New York experience. It broke my heart too.
Yeah, no, it's really upsetting. I mean, obviously you're Chicago based, and so you've seen it firsthand. And so, yeah, it's really upsetting that this is what's going on in this country. And Laura, I want to thank you for calling into the program, and thank you for everyone else who's called. I know right now we don't have time to get to everyone else's calls because we're about to be up against a hard out, but we will try our best during, you know, obviously tomorrow and other days during the week to get to your calls. But folks, it just really is sad when you sit back.
But really, there's a lot of fucking bullshit laws already in place restricting our freedoms even before the alien invasion. That's just part of their complete takeover. There's a lot of communist fucking laws already in place that need to be extinguished. That need to be fucking abolished.
And you watch what's happened and you see.
So it's not just protect and serve. It's not just, when they take the oath, it's not just protect and defend the Constitution. And when the president takes the oath, it's not just protect, defend, and preserve. No. We need to revive. Protect, preserve, defend, and revive the Constitution. I'm sick of the communist manipulation and mutilation and mutation of my Constitution. Fuck you. I'm cutting out your fucking edits, bitch. Fuck you.
These cities that are once beautiful cities get conquered by communism, especially Islamists as well. It is absolutely devastating, folks. I'll be back in this chair again, of course, tomorrow. We got a lot that we're working on for tomorrow's show, so you better be here, 9 a.m. Eastern time when we kick things off in the American Journal. In the meantime, though, head on over to thealexjonesstore.com. We have that new rolling sale going on right now. You never know what the savings are going to land. It is one of those incredible sales that's going on right now, and the actual discounts are kind of rotating right now. So head on over to thealexjonesstore.com. That is thealexjonesstore.com, and check it out. All right, the Alex Jones Show starts next. Don't go anywhere.
We sell the best supplements, the widest selection of Patriot apparel, and knives at thealexjonesstore.com. And they've had some awesome daggers and awesome trench knives, and that's all great. But I said, I want a wide selection of high quality folding knives, flip knives, you name it. So people have a one-stop shop. They got in a few thousand knives a few months ago. They sold out very quickly. 4 or 5 great designs. They got a bigger shipment in just the last few days. Our sponsor, just really top flight knives. These knives, this knife right here you see in the green, highest quality Damascus steel, all of it. These sell in stores for $75 all day. We're selling for $40, 40-something bucks. Okay, so look at that flip. Flips right out. Got a nice little, my signature on it, real small. Nice little memento to support the broadcast. That is a really nice knife. It clips on your belt buckles. We have it in the green. We have it in the murdered out black. We have it also in silver without it being blacked out. Those are great knives. Those are the new designs. Now, those 200 left of the Skull Crusher World War II trench knife with the Spartan tip of the spear. So they held those back. Those are available. A little bit left they held back in their overstock of the Fire with Its Beauty. But this is a really cool knife. Alex Jones Phantom folding knife. Limited stock of that came back in. Also the Alex Jones Burnt Orange folding knife. And this is the knife that sold out the quickest fitting knife. They got 500 of these. 1,000 now just came in. The first one sold out like in hours. Alex Jones Ring Blade. Yes, those are popular. This is something I didn't really call for, but it's awesome. Got that ring on the back, got the deal. It's really nice. Those are all back in stock right now at thealexshowstore.com. While you're at it, get methylene blue, Irish sea moss, and more. And check out the Patriot Apparel, thealexshowstore.com.
SAVE Act, H.R. 22, or the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, was originally introduced by Representative Chip Roy and passed by the House in April of 2025.
The SAVE Act is a great bill. Mike and I updated our SAVE Act, which focuses on citizenship. We added the voter ID, to your point. That's now the Save America Act, and it's a great bill. And we want to move that bill over to the Senate and then force the Senate to act. I want Democrats to have to explain why they want non-citizens to vote in our elections, and they don't want common sense voter ID in federal elections.
Can you explain how requiring proof of ID is voter suppression?
That's not a statement that I ever made. You sure about that? Then you should have brought the SAVE Act, which is a voter suppression bill.
The bill demands ironclad documentary proof of U.S. citizenship for federal voter registration, slamming the door shut on any loophole for non-citizens to sneak onto our rolls.
The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even and cast a vote if you don't live in the country, as evident of his brother in Pakistan. I think we have some evidence of 2 or 3 other people out of the country that voted. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 2 or 3 other people out of the country, as well as people residing outside of the district.
All you have to do is click a box and say that you're not lying, and then you'll get an email from the Secretary of State or something in the mail saying, thank you for registering to vote. And there you are. Once you're on the voter rolls, anytime an election comes around, guess what? You get mailed a ballot.
And we found that there were just about 5+ million of them that came to the country as illegals, were giving various forms of parole or allowed in the country, and they got through an automatic system, Social Security numbers, to get into our benefit systems. And we tracked that through and found that they were on the benefit programs. And just because we were curious, we then looked to see if they were on the voter rolls. And we found in a handful of cooperative states that there were thousands of them on the voter rolls and that many of them had voted.
71% of sovereign countries require voter ID, while about 15% require basic personal details and 13% require some form of non-photo ID. Only a small minority of countries have no ID-like requirement at all.
They will bring in hundreds of illegals. They will spread them out across all of these plants and factories, giving them jobs. They're all using the same Social Security number. The IRS unconnected our names from the Social Security number. Now, when you look it up, it just pings to see if there's an employer. If there is, it says it's good. It validates it. Why do they do that? Because all of these factories are giving them Social Security numbers. The government turns its back on it. As soon as you have a Social Security number and you go over to motor voter, pass the driver's test, right? You get a driver's license. The person looks, you got a social, you must be a citizen. That's how they pack the rolls.
Nearly a year after House passage, the Senate remains the choke point, with Majority Leader John Thune publicly signaling support and stating a vote is coming at some point once an updated version clears committee. Thune must bring the bill or its stronger Save America Act companion out of committee, schedule floor time, and rally the 53 GOP senators plus at least 7 Democrats or nuke the filibuster to hit 60 votes and break through Democratic resistance. It's not optional. Thune either delivers on this core integrity promise or faces the wrath of the growing awareness of the American people.
So the latest voter suppression bill is not a serious thing. Let's just be clear about that. You're asking me a legitimate question, but it's an illegitimate bill. That's dead on arrival. It's going nowhere.
Things could get pretty messy here on the Hill today, as House Republicans may have to advance this package of government spending bills without any help from Democrats
whatsoever. Now, the first thing that House Republicans have to do is pass a complicated procedural vote known as a rule. That has to pass in order to get an actual vote on these funding bills on the House floor. Now, that procedural vote is going to be a whole lot easier said than done. Not only will Democrats not vote for it, but Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is threatening to hold the whole process up if the voter ID bill known as the SAVE Act isn't attached to the spending bills. Still, though, Speaker Johnson is confident it'll all get worked out.
Call now. Demand your congressman and senator pass the SAVE Act. 202-224-3121. Add the SAVE Act to the government funding bill.
I'm not an influencer, by the way. I'm a patriot and a journalist and a pundit and analysis and a futurist and father and a guy who loves God. Influencer comes from the time of Plato and Aristotle and Socrates. And influencers are people that use rhetoric without facts and reality and logic to convince dumb people. So when the globalists call you all influencers and you go, yeah, I'm an influencer, it shows how stupid you are. Stop calling yourselves influencers. I'm a philosopher. I'm a warrior. I'm a game changer. I'm a historian. I'm a fighter. I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer. I got red blood. It's pumping in my big heart fast. I like life and freedom and justice. I like women. I like red meat. I like guns. I like sunsets and puppy dogs. And ladies of the night. Dakota, Waylon Jennings.
You're listening to The War Room with your host, Rob Dude. Watch it live right now at band.video.
That's right, everybody. It's Groundhog Day. You guys got hit by the tag screen on the end, didn't you? Today is February 2nd, 2026. Spoiler alert, Punxsutawney Phil said there's 6 more weeks of winter. So you can all rest assured that that's what's going on. But and we got, I think, probably another 40 weeks of ice. ICE put out a recruitment video I want to show you guys later. And I've got this thing I want to do today because Epstein obviously is on everybody's mind. I've got some interesting Epstein clips. There's a big article on InfoWars, and I'll be covering a lot of these today. Let me give you the headline so you could go grab it now because it's a thick article. Don't miss these explosive Epstein docs. Internet digs up dozens of incriminating files involving Israeli government, CIA, Bill Gates, and others. So that's on InfoWars right now. Check that out. I think it's red linked right now. It just went up about 1:26 today, PM Central by Kellen McBreen. So check that out. It's got all kinds of stuff. I think the first one's that Mike Bence with Epstein talking to was it Ehud Baruch, whatever his name is, the former prime minister of Israel, telling him how to invest his money and telling him to get into Palantir. You know, which was, it's interesting. We were covering Palantir and Alex Karp and all these people back at like a 2014 Bilderberg meeting in, I think it was in Copenhagen. Okay, that's how long ago we were talking about this stuff. We've been talking about Epstein even longer than that. Now everybody wants to talk about it. I've talked about Epstein forever, but I'm willing to jump in again, especially with all the heat around it. So what we're going to do, guys, put up the phone number real quick. I just put out an X post about this, what we're going to do. Oh, another gray hair. I'm getting old. 877-789-2539. But what I want you to do before you call in, find the article or the document or the video or the picture that you want to talk about and tag it at War Room Show on X. So what you do is you go on X, you go at War Room Show, you put in the link. This is what I'm going to talk about. And then you call in and then you tell the call screener, who's basically just getting your name and what you want to talk about, And then so they can bring it up on screen. So we don't have this thing where we're going, what's that? Can you spell that out? What's that one again? Who put it out? We already have the link. We can show it. We can show people. We can go through a lot of these as quick as possible because, we only have 3 hours. And in fact, the last half hour, I've got a bunch of Alex Jones reports that we put together over the weekend. There it is. Tag @WarRoomShow with Epstein info and then call in 877-789-2539. It's at the bottom of the screen there. I did a lot of reports for Alex over the weekend. And so I basically crunched all those together. And that's going to be the final segment of the third hour is going to be nothing but Alex Jones reports. And we've got all kind of stuff. I've got a smattering of things, but I want to lean heavily on Epstein. We've got a good guy with a gun defeating robbers who bring I guess a crowbar to a gunfight. That didn't work out well. We've got a possible witness, I guess, came back out. This was put out on 4chan the night Epstein was killed, like a couple hours after. This guy put out a thing and said, I think they switched him, saying they had some weird van pull up. And I'll read all that stuff. But what I want to start with, which I think is even more important than the Epstein files, because it's really what's going on right now in the heat of the moment with all this ICE information and all this ICE activity. We've got Tom Homan talking about the 10 million that were let in just under Biden. 10 million that people they're getting benefits, they're getting free health care in some states, free food stamps, everything's free for these people, free phones while you're paying for it all. But he talks about, which I think is even more important, the 2 million of the known gotaways that they don't know who they are. And I think that's a big one. So let's start off. It's a short clip. Let's start off clip one with border czar Tom Homan. Here it is.
Administration will all remember more than 10 million illegal aliens entered this nation. Many were national security threats, public safety threats. We can't remember over 2 million known gotaways. 2 million people who paid more to get away. Why? That should scare the hell out of everybody.
So, guys, there's this book. It was called The Clinton Cash, and I need the name of the author, and he's got a new book out. And it's essentially talking about what happened. It's Michael something. I can't think of his name right now, but you guys can pull it up. Basically, he's talking of those 2 million people are essentially people who were prisoners in other countries in South America and Central America that they let out. They were clearing their prisons. Peter Schweitzer, yeah, he's got a new book. Find his new book and throw that up on screen. That's Clinton Cash. That's an old one, but that's a good one too. That's a really good book. How Bill and Hillary Clinton got rich, basically selling out our secrets to China, and then creating their foundation, which they used to launder money, allegedly. But he wrote a new book, and it talks about the prisons and the insane asylums that were emptied out in Central and South America. And basically, these people were ushered up into our country, and that was another way of fighting the imperialist dogs here up in America, is sending all these people, and that's the 2 million that Tom Homan's talking about. So, can y'all pull that? Do y'all have his new book up? Maybe just pay Peter Schweitzer new book, but that's his. And here's an interesting stat looking at I'll put this right here. The illegals arrested so far, 88,000 in Texas leads the nation right now. You go Texas. 34,000 in Florida, 1,300 in New York, 13,000 in New York, 12,000 arrested in Georgia. And not a single ICE riot. Where are we having ICE riots? We're having them in Chicago. We're having them in Minnesota, we're having them in LA, all the sanctuary states and cities. That's where we're having problems because they don't want to work. Because what is the problem? Because people go, ICE isn't trained. ICE has not been trained. There's the invisible coup, Peter Schweitzer. That's his new book. How to use immigration as a weapon. Using immigration. And that's what they are doing by emptying the cities and sending these people in and then paying for them to live here, but then also mixing in criminals along with them. That's how they're fighting the war against America. That's essentially what they're doing. And so what do we have? We have people like Bukele who are taking these people that we're sending back, which is good. And we're paying them for it, which is what we should be doing. So And you got, hey guys, let me know. Like we got Tim in Seattle's our first listing. Let me know when you have his document or whatever he wants to talk about, because I really want to put up the document at the same time so everybody can see this as we go through. Because there's so much. I got one here. This is from Being Libertarian. Cash Patel and Dan Bongino said Epstein wasn't sex trafficking children. That's weird. This email says he was doing it at 901 East Carey Street, Suite 200 in Richmond, Virginia. That's pretty specific. Are they bad at their jobs, or did they get the talk? Is what they're asking for. So people are reading. People are reading between the lines on that, on what this stuff is, and they're seeing all the pizza emails. That was the interesting thing that came out. You know, we saw a lot of pizza references and a lot of sauce references in the Podesta emails that came out during the WikiLeaks, and I think that was 2016. Thank you to Seth Rich. Speak up a little bit, guys. What'd y'all say? Document ready. All right, let's go to. All right, Tim, we're going to go to you in Seattle, and they're going to bring up the document as you're talking about it. Let's go to Tim in Seattle. Thank you for calling.
Anytime. Thanks for covering this. I just wanted to point out to everybody that the most evil American living employed Epstein at his foundation. Right? Even after the arrest, he hired Epstein to work at the Gates Foundation.
Yeah.
And so
you know what his payback was? Getting some venereal disease and then trying to dose his wife with antibiotics so she didn't know.
Par for the course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hilarious. I read the email at the foundation and I literally couldn't stop laughing. But ultimately, you know, it's the verbiage in the letter. He was definitely an employee of the Gates Foundation. Jeffrey Epstein was. And he doesn't talk about Russian hookers. I hear a lot of talking points, you know, people saying, oh, the Russian hookers. He says Russian girls. And it doesn't seem like Epstein's very sloppy with his language.
Yeah. We have the letter up right now. Dear Bill, I can't believe you've chosen to disregard our friendship that has developed over the last 6 years. I'm aware accidents happen. Oh, I fell and my wiener went into some girl. I mean, that's ridiculous. Let's see. In total disregard for its impact on the public perception of my reputation. I will have tried to diligently avoid the truth, tell people that Bill will not invest with me and craft any answers to suit your needs. But he wants a letter of recommendation. Should you send to a future employer? Wow. So let's scroll up that. We'll read that yellow part right there, Ted. Insult to injury. This is the one. Do you implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD? You request that I provide you antibiotics that can be surreptitiously given to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I'm not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. Now, that's interesting. Now, why would the DOJ cover up that name? So let me ask you this. Do you think the DOJ, and I'll give you my answer afterward, do you think they're playing possum and putting this information out there to like kind of show everybody that, we know everything, we've got these things deleted, but there's people in there that you would think, why are they being covered up? And he said, because it might be an ongoing investigation, but then Todd Blanchard runs around and says, oh, there's no more investigations. We're not investigating Epstein anymore at all. But could there be other criminal investigations? Could they be lying? Or do you think they're just lazy?
I think that they're just trying to kick the can of, guilt towards whatever will stick and make it as nebulous as possible. It's very possible that word that was redacted is COVID. It's very possible.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the planning happened at Epstein Island. Most of the people that were compromised to do COVID and implement the lockdowns were compromised at Epstein Island. That's what I think. I mean, that's what I'm trying to focus on.
And Bill Gates was working with John Hopkins, with all those wargaming scenarios that they were doing, like a couple years before COVID.
At Harvard, John Hopkins, it's like he compromised the whole world with pedophilia to do a bioweapon release and lock everything down.
Yep.
Bill Gates is very responsible for this, and I hope that the world doesn't just kind of glaze over it and be like, oh, Nerd Hitler, he's always been Nerd Hitler. This guy needs to be brought down.
And this is one way to kind of satiate the public. Oh, we released 3 million files, so people spend hours and hours going over these files when we know there's already people that should be getting arrested. They've basically taken away Prince Andrew's crown and all of his titles and stuff. Why would they do that if he wasn't guilty?
Exactly. If they're and they're acting guilty towards the people that got busted, and they're just trying to say, "Don't look over here."
Right.
It's not a hoax. It's the biggest issue I think in the United States right now, because all of this madness that we're seeing from every direction of politics stems from these pedophile monsters.
Yeah,
and
people working with them.
Enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of New Mexico and his Zorro Ranch. There's not a lot in there in the release set. Maybe that's part of those 3 million that they kept behind. Anything with Zorro Ranch, we're not going to talk about it because we don't want people to know about a secret cloning or breeding program that they're running.
That's scary. I mean, there's all kinds of talk that Epstein's a clone and this and that. I mean, at a certain point, that's the success on their point to create so much muddy water that we don't really know what's truthful and what's not. It's just all fantastical. If America has any life force left, bringing Bill Gates to justice would be the best way to get the base back. If you want people to have faith and trust in the government, you're going to have to go after this guy, because I mean, it's the biggest litmus test I think in the world. Currently is how much leeway Bill Gates has. Right.
And, we have people. Are you the guy that goes and bullhorns him all the time too?
I am.
Okay. Yeah. You've called him before. And we need like, all the people that want to protest ICE should be protesting Bill Gates in the gate. Because that's why they have all the health problems they have now, because they probably took those poison shots and now they're feeling the effects of them.
1,000,000%.
A million percent. Yeah, but you're right. Bill Gates is a kingpin. Fauci's a kingpin. These people need to go down big time. And until that happens, there will be no trust in the medical system until this happens. For most people, like I refuse to go see a doctor for anything because I just don't trust him. And if I have to go see a doctor ever again, it will be, "Did you push vaccines on people?" Is going to be my first question.
Based. We have to be that way from here on out.
Yeah.
We have to.
I mean, that's my line in the sand right there. And I thought they were helping people. Okay, you're a retard. I'll see you later. That's how it's going to be with me. No harm, but get the hell away from me. I'm not going to take any of your advice. Why would I take advice from somebody who doesn't do any research and who just follows gospel that comes down from Tony Fauci?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for calling, Tim. Appreciate it. That was our first one down, and that was successful. We had the document. We covered the document on air. People can see it and judge for themselves if they think Bill Gates is a traitor. Also, we were talking about the other arrests. ICE rounds up nearly 700 illegal aliens in West Virginia. It kind of makes you want to go to West Virginia. Not too many illegal aliens there. I actually went to college there. I love the state. Very beautiful state. And the people that live there that are in the know basically live there because there's not as many laws. There's not as many regulations. You can kind of, it's mountain people. There's mountain people and there's people who've moved there and find out the state's really beautiful. And it's definitely, there's actually small cities there that have no cell service whatsoever. Elites have gone in there and bought up places. In the southern part of the state, the Greenbrier Hotel is this old hotel that in the 50s and 60s and 70s, they used to have they still have the bomb shelter there, but a nuclear fallout shelter for all of Congress, all the representatives, Senate, and I guess higher numbers of people. They would take a bullet train from DC and zoom and go over into the mountains into the Greenbrier Hotel. I think the train station was a couple miles away. They would be quickly whisked into a bomb shelter underneath, and you could take tours of the bomb shelter. It's pretty interesting. They had the old MREs and stuff, but that's the kind of continuity government we had set up back in the day. So you think it's still like that now? No, it's way better. It's way more advanced. So everything's way more advanced, and they want to keep you stupid and in the dark. All right, let's go. Do we have Bregan's document? He's from Wisconsin. Do we have his? We're going to go to him now. Wiki Spooks, Clinton Foundation, Epstein Connection. Go ahead, Bregan.
Hey, Rob. I did call in a while back and ask you to go down memory row to all the work that you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you to the cheeseheads that are huge supporters of InfoWars, FSS. What I was looking at was Wikispooks.com can for any investigative journalist is a wealth of information. And so when you punch, I think Sean punched up the document.
Yes, for the Clinton Foundation. Right now, that's up on screen.
Yeah. So one of the original.
Let me just interrupt you real quick. You read this and you're like, this is not your average WikiLeaks post. The foundation has been called Hillary's Achilles heel on the campaign trail for U.S. president. So, I mean, it's all about how bad these people are. But go ahead. You talk about it.
And it says really quickly, I mean, they renamed it, the foundation they renamed, but right below that, it says Jeffrey Epstein co-founder.
Yeah. Yeah. He probably provided the seed money for it.
Seed money, no pun intended.
Yeah.
But that, for anyone who's a journalist out there, Ron Gibson people and anyone out there who adds into the InfoWars cumulative knowledge, things that we miss, things that we don't see, things that if you're not on certain social media, you might miss it. But anyway, my point being that the ability for them to concoct the foundations tax-free, well, it's basically money laundering, if I'm not mistaken. What's your take on this?
Well, I mean, obviously, the Clinton Foundation was set up to launder money, and it was set up to take in large amounts of money from all over the world. That's what their whole thing was, in order to, create. And a lot of this stuff, what they do is one way of laundering money is you create positions for people. So you have lots of executive directors and stuff, and they're all getting paid like $600,000 a year. And that's just one of their jobs, and they don't really do anything on this foundation except maybe once a year they go have a retreat and they meet up. And it's just a way for these people to, not pay taxes and launder tax money. And I'll go back to that. I'll get your take in 1 second, but just to let people know, I'm taking your calls on the Epstein files. Call in. You can go to @War Room Show and tag it. So you type in @War Room Show and then put the link to your Epstein file. It'll show up on our @War Room Show X account. Then we can show people that whatever you're talking about. So we don't have to. We don't waste time like looking something up and whatnot. We can just keep going and going and going. But go ahead, Bregan, with your take on the whole Clinton Foundation.
How much money did Haiti receive from the Clinton Foundation? Because to the best of my knowledge, all the research I've done is that they received basically nothing.
Yeah, what they do is they say, oh, that was all of our operating expenses. It's like Bono. He would take in all this money with his foundation, but they said, I think it was either like Rolling Stone or Spin a long time ago, said he gives like 2% of what he pulls in actually goes to charity at the end of the day. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I hope Alex's voice gets better, and props to his parents, because his parents made myself and my fiance become Christians and very conservative.
Right on.
Thank you, buddy.
Very good. Very good talking with you, Bregan. As we go to break, our first long break of the show, I just want to remind people that the AlexJonesStore.com is where we get all of our supports by people going there and looking at the different products that we have and buying them and jumping in and maybe becoming a VIP, which is you put in $30 a month and you get $40 credit. So you basically make $10 a month on products, and you can just put that towards different products, maybe put something on a subscription form. But right now we got methylene reds available. We have our by request collection of people sending in different apparel ideas, and also some amazing signature knives. We have some that were out of stock that we got new batches in. We also have 3 new knives that are that look really good. There's a green one. There's the green one right there. We call that Border Patrol green. And they all have Alex's signature on them. And these are a little different than the older versions. These have a little spring in them. And I'll find one for the next break. because you want to, it's neat. That thing pops right up. It's really fast. And then don't forget, we have the Life is Fiery with its beauty daggers as well available. Alex's signature on one side, a little pinup girl on the other. So AlexJonesStore.com is where you go to keep us in the fight. And we are not stopping. We'll be right back.
When RFK Jr. mixes something into his drink, people pay attention. Plenty of folks are wondering what was in that little bottle he uncorked during a flight.
What is Bobby Kennedy Jr. dropping into that glass of water? Methylene blue. Mel Gibson also praised methylene blue on Joe Rogan recently.
This stuff works, man. A stimulant stimulates cells themselves to turn the cell up. This turns the energy up. That's why there's no letdown. That's why you can take this and go to sleep, too. But you sleep better on it, in my experience.
No, I really like it. I'm going to have to get on this stuff.
Here, show her Kennedy taking it. Kennedy literally gobbles it.
He must be doing something right. That ripped bod is 73 years old.
Our methylene blue, medical grade, made in Florida, is incredible. Cleans out your mitochondria, clarity, focus, energy. You've seen the rave reviews of every guest we've had on. It's game changing.
I feel like, wow, there's power in coalescing all your thoughts.
Did you hear our last guest, what she said happened to her?
No, what?
She said brain fog just lifted.
That's what it feels like.
I feel lighter. It's really interesting. I almost like feel smarter.
This stuff kicked in and it like instantly I just felt like this weird meditative energy. I don't know how to explain it. I don't feel jittery. I just felt like instantly like I went from 5 hours of sleep like I got last night to like 10 hours. I don't know how to explain it. This stuff's new to me, but I like it. Methylene blue works for me.
I just kind of feel like I'm sitting up straight more. I'm thinking more. The thoughts are coming in easier. I'm making decisions faster. And it really does. And it gives you clean energy.
When I'm talking, it seems like it's not really me talking. I can hear my talking and going, wow.
I agree. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. It's like you're behind yourself.
That is what it feels like. But my brain's going really fast.
It clears the brain fog where you're actually able to focus more clearly.
For me, it's like a fog lifted, but it was like a veil lifted off, you know? Incredible. Best product that I've purchased so far.
Yeah!
I feel more energetic. I feel more alive.
I found that within 30 minutes of taking it, I have improved focus, improved short-term memory, improved energy. But if I take it late in the day, it doesn't interfere with my ability to sleep, which is very rare for something like this. I get a tingly feeling in my fingertips. It's almost like it's improving my circulation.
I feel tingling fingers.
Methylene blue radically increases glucose uptake in the brain. So it makes you better and more efficient at using your sugar. We all know the brain uses like 25% of the calories in the body or something crazy.
They've done studies that chess masters burn like 5,000 calories in a day in a tournament because they're so focused on directing energy to their mind as they're thinking so critically that it's like almost like an Olympic athlete.
Well, think about this stuff. It operates in a very similar way. That's the real thing methylene blue does. I really believe in this product. A lot of people have bought our methylene blue. Our methylene blue is incredible. I take it personally. But yeah, I mean, like, this is a solid product. Take this in the morning, a couple hours later, you'll experience the cognitive benefits of it.
I mean, it's so good, it's scary. It's just amazing. So yes, it really does work. It varies person to person, but it's amazing.
About 15 minutes ago, I took 10 drops of the Ultimate Methylene Blue. I must say that it does a damn good job.
99% of people that take it have between moderate to just insanely good effects. So good for your whole body.
Definitely noticed my focus, cognition increased, good energy right now. I'm a practicing dentist, so I have more patients to treat coming up. So I'm always looking for that afternoon boost without the slump.
With this, it's like in your head where you're like, you can feel it. Your body's a little tingly, but you're just more aware of what's going on.
I would definitely recommend the Alex Jones Methylene Blue here. It's great stuff. So thank you, Alex. Keep it coming.
Powered by Methylene Blue, Ultra Methylene Blue at thealexjonesstore.com.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Welcome back to the War Room, finishing up here with the fourth hour. Don't forget, we're going to be taking your calls and covering the documents you want to talk about that from this latest 3 million document file tranche release by the Justice Department of the Epstein files. So let's put that number up on screen, 877-789-2539, 877-789-2539. Don't forget to tag the document you want to talk about at War Room Show on X. You go to at War Room Show, type that in, then you type in what you want to talk about, then you call in and you tell them where you're at, and we'll dig it up. And it's easier that way. It'll be quicker, more efficient to get all the information out. This is from ABC News. Attorneys for alleged victims of the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein are urging two federal judges in New York to order an immediate takedown of the Justice Department's Epstein Files website, citing an unfolding emergency. And it's like Chris Rock said, grand opening, grand closing. That's what we got here with is what they're urging. So there's a video there of them talking about it. But interestingly, ABC also was the home of Amy Rohrbach, who this was years ago. James O'Keefe put this out when he was still at Project Veritas before they ousted him. But she was talking about, I had all this Epstein information years ago and nobody wanted to touch it. Nobody wanted to touch it. And she's admitting to it. And then they come back and ask her later and she doesn't really want to get into it that much. But I do have this clip. This is really interesting. And this is clip, let's see, let's go to clip. This will be clip 3. And I'm not sure if this is this lady's account, but Marie 17CF, she went through looking through the files and she thinks she might have cracked a cold case. This is what I think is interesting. When the internet kind of puts its collective power towards something, things start to unravel, all these cold case mysteries. And I guess, if you're an investigator, maybe you're stuck in your ways or that case has been put away. But she started looking at some names and she may have found one Christy Rogers. This is clip 3. Let's go to it.
I need your help. I think I just solved a cold case. I was going through the Epstein files, and I'll post it in a second, but there was an email talking about how a girl went missing, and on the same day, they had a girl with the same name on the flight. It's redacted. I also have the unredacted, handwritten flight logs, so I looked up that date and got a name.
Okay. It's not okay. They need to go home. Sorry. Bye. Anything else, Max? Oh, they said you had a video you wanted to talk about too.
Oh, the video you showed with the supermodel running around.
Oh, okay.
The supermodel talking about how she saw these video I was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, here they pulled up a video of Epstein chasing little girls around a kitchen. It seems like they're little girls. I can't guarantee, but the black box went away there for a second on the one in the back side. If you guys want to rewind that and try to see if we can even see who it is. I mean, obviously this is potato video that we're dealing with. It's probably from the early 2000s. Guys, bring that back up and you can see there's a spot where it actually disappears after he jumps down. Keep going. She jumps down. And it's the one in the back who's going to be at the back part of the table. Keep playing it. Keep going. Keep going. It's after he jumps down. He's going to jump down and then run around to the left. And then you will see so that's probably one of the adults in this. I'm just going to go. It's going to keep going, go frame by frame right here. Oh, there it is. Back it up. You can almost see it right there. Yeah. Oh, look, both of them. Well, you can definitely see it's 2 women. One of those might be just Lane, but I can't tell. You can't tell by the hair, but amazing how, I wonder how many generations they degraded this before they tried to put it out. That's what they did with the pipe bomber. They were putting out the video at 1 frame per second so nobody could really look at it, the FBI. And then finally it's like, oh, it was actually this black autistic guy who does DoorDash. He's the one who planted the bombs. And they want us to believe that. Anything else, Max?
Yeah, real quick. I think it also takes note. I mean, it's also important to know with Epstein possibly being still alive. I can't find it, but Harrison mentioned it earlier. There was a video on Twitter that day that shows an armored vehicle going from. Now it's X, but it was Twitter back then. There was a video someone posted in New York of an armored vehicle going from the jail to the private jet runway. Because it was kind of abnormal, an armored car, like an MRAP looking vehicle driving around New York in the morning from the jail.
Oh, it
And
makes total
I can't seem to
sense.
find that video.
Makes total sense. I've actually got that post here. This is from Heather C _77. This is huge. The individual who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death, claiming he witnessed weird happenings at the prison, has been identified in the Epstein files. Roberto Gravala, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, has been identified as the anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming Epstein left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair while at the same time an unauthorized trip van. See, that doesn't corroborate with the which he believed took Epstein away the night before the news broke of his death. The day after Epstein's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for records aiming to uncover Gravalia's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. Gravala's name was not redacted on his bank records included in the SDNY subpoena response from Citibank for his 4chan post, and ties to the same prison officer, Robert Gravala, whose statements were released as part of the prison investigations into Epstein's death. This is huge. We now have validation that the 4chan post from 8/10/2019 is a legitimate eyewitness account from MCC prison officer that Epstein may have been switched out before news broke of his alleged suicide. And let's read the post. This came out 8/10/19 at 14:55. Not saying anything after this. Please do not try and dox me. But last night, after the 4:15 a.m. count, they took him medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse said they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do release. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and a guy in green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm sure the bank records for the subpoena on Friday, Gravala passed on incoming staff member M.A. Reyes was going WAB and possibly may not return. Also, inmate Epstein will be needing a cellmate upon arrival from his attorney visit. So there is that information. Very, 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 very interesting. And all this stuff comes circling back around. We did some reports showing just one of the documents from WikiLeaks of the Podesta emails where he's like, yeah, we're going to have a pool and there's some kids ages 7, 9, and 11. One of them's name is Emerson. And we're going to heat the pool up and they'll be there for your entertainment. And it's the secluded farmhouse that they're all going to go meet up at. Pretty freaking disgusting. And that was just one of the many ones. Then there was also a lot of pizza references. There was a lot of weird things like sauce and hot dogs for Obama's Chicago. And, before that, it was the Franklin cover-up, which was in the 80s, and that was Republicans basically having sex with young boys that they were flying in from Omaha, Nebraska. So none of this stuff is new. A lot of it's rehashed, and I'm sure it crosses over. I'm sure these guys, there's Epstein people that were Franklin cover-up people that were also in the Podesta emails, and they're all into weird artwork, that weird artwork where it looks like children are being abused. So it's really disgusting that we have these people here. Once again, we're covering the Epstein files. We only have like a couple calls in here. I'm wondering if maybe people don't want to talk about the Epstein files. And I've got plenty to talk about other than the Epstein files. But I figured people really wanted to talk about that. So 877-78, maybe I'm putting too many rules in front. 877-789-2539, 877-789-2539 at War Room Show. Tag it with your Epstein info, and then we will bring you on the air. But let's go to Judy. She doesn't have a document. But I guess she wants to talk about Epstein. Go ahead, Judy.
One of the thing I can give you that came out in the data dump was that there's a picture of with two very young-looking girls. I mean, their faces are blacked out, but, there it is for the world to see. My biggest concern, and what I said to the screener, is that, we can talk about the Epstein files now until we're blue in the face, but, where's the accountability for any of it?
Yeah.
How can we expect any accountability for I think that there is deep involvement by Trump. I do not know in what capacity. I mean, we're not there, right? We didn't witness it,
right?
But he is a very close friend of Epstein. I'm not going to sit here and deny these things. I don't know why he's still proud of Operation Warp Speed, but he's doing like the exact opposite most times of what he says he's going to do for the country, for the United States, for the American people. One thing I can give also, if people want to write this down, please, Investigative Insights TV, What's Happening is Not a Coincidence is the title. And it goes in depth about, basically Trump's ties into this whole underworld, how he's beholden because of his bankruptcies to the Rothschild family, and just his involvement. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't see him as somebody that's slimy. I mean, my children, I'm saying it to Rob Do now. I've said it to Owen Harrison Smith, and now I'm saying it to you. My children were either blackmailed into or, voluntary because they bought the propaganda. Because, I wish I could say my kids were perfectly intelligent, but, like so many other millions got brainwashed into taking the shots. And I've seen the deaths that I have witnessed and the maiming I've witnessed, the fourth state cancer of customers. I had a former sister-in-law die of a turbo cancer. I mean, I can go on and on and on for about 5 minutes about what I've seen. So, I mean, I don't, look at these politicians or these world leaders and think that there's something special. I mean, I see them as the opposite, really. I see them as Satan's spawn.
Well, there's a reason they get up to where they got up. And, I think she wrote 2 books on, I don't know if they were both on Trump, but she's written 2 books about, the deep state, Whitney Webb. And what I think with Trump, you got a guy who's been building things, and there's got to be something there somewhere along the line. Now, does that make him a murderer and a rapist? No, that kind of makes him, like a sleazy developer. But did he cross the line at somewhere? And I think one thing's for sure with the Epstein files, he was engaging in a cover-up. They told him, if you put this, if you put this stuff out, it's going to be ruled by satanic pedophiles, right? I think that's where we're at in this country. We don't want to be ruled by satanic pedophiles. We're sick and tired of the money that is just being thrown out the window while we're getting taxed to hell, and we can't even have normal lives here. Everybody else, we're stuck, paying bills and paying these guys to walk around and rule over us, and they're not even good rulers. They're psychopaths.
Well, the inflation is no accident. I mean, everything that the Federal Reserve put in place in 1913 that was codified into law is, we're seeing the results of it now.
Right.
It's every excuse in the book as to why the inflation is occurring and people are suffering, all the job losses, any number of things.
I'm with you, Judy. Thanks for calling.
People can use this as a teaching moment. That, there's I see a lot of these people out there who think they can imitate Alex Jones, and they have never understood the amount of work that goes in to the detailed reports that you do. And part of that is, but the second part is, okay, if you're out there and you want to be Alex Jones or replicate Alex Jones, Alex teaches you the way to do it. Just pay attention. One is learn history, understand what templates to look for. Once you understand that, you understand what the play is going to look like. And then you're just looking for who to cast in what roles, because you understand the broader course of history, how these things tend to operate, how assassinations tend to occur, how cover-ups tend to happen, how false flags occur, how staged events occur, how also could the various forms of COINTELPRO type psyops to infiltrate dissident movements to distract them from the real conspiracy into fake conspiracy in order to feed fake conspiracies into people who otherwise would be investigating the real conspiracy. Also to act as a discrediting agent. So learn the methodologies, learn how to look at how to review sources, how to understand the psychology of the participants involved. Once you understand that, you can be much more accurate and predictive at what took place with more explanatory power and more predictive capacity. And that's what Alex does, is massive amounts of work that starts with understanding history.
Welcome to the Great Reset. Eat the bugs. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. Take the vaccine. Trust the science. Get your booster. Every crisis is an opportunity, and the world will be reshaped in our vision. Down with the globalist. Get ultramethylene red at thealexjonesstore.com. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
All right, we are starting the second hour of the War Room. This is a 5-minute segment, and then we'll get back into I'll get back to a little bit of break from the Judy. You kind of pressed me, Judy. I guess I still have a little bit. I still have a little bit of hopium I keep in my back pocket, and every while I'll go. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a war cry, which is a smelling salt. You can get it at thealexjonesstore.com. Wow. Well, that wakes you up. Wakes you up really quickly. But I guess that's my little hopium bottle right there. You can call it that. It'll wake you up. Just kidding. But let's go to a couple. This kind of makes me laugh. Liberals like Michael Rappaport bitching when liberals do liberal things and they expecting something different. Now he's walking around New York. There's snow everywhere. Nobody's picking up the garbage. It's Ma'am Dammy's first month in office, and already it's a total crap hole. He's turning it into a third world country. So here's Michael Rappaport.
Look at this. Look at this. This poor bastard ain't getting out until the spring. Look at this. Dirt a week after the snowstorm. Look at this dirty shit. Look at this. I don't know what this guy's gonna do. This insurance company. Look at this dirt. Where's the mayor? Clean this up. Garbage everywhere. Dirty snow. What do you do with this? Where's your shovel now, Mindami? Look at this. You know how many people fall, break their ankles? Look at this. This is New York. Start spreading the news. And this is on the Upper East Side. This is where the rich 3 minutes from where the mayor lives. Look at this guy. Look at this.
Yeah, he got garbage falling all over his car.
This guy's never getting. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh yeah, I remember
Where's
that.
the
Eric Adams brought a bunch of trash cans
plows
to help the trash problem because rats were getting into the trash because they're just throwing out trash bags.
Look at this. Look at this.
To live in
his car's destroyed.
A crap hole.
This poor bastard with his motor scooter.
The city that never sweeps. Trash piles up on the streets as traffic snarls. 14 dead in freezing temperatures. Allies turn on Zoe. That's right. There's actually footage of some people talking about Zoran's mommy, who was. It seems like she was friends with Epstein. There's pictures of her with Epstein and her young son and Bill Gates and Ghislaine Maxwell. And people are wondering, maybe that's Epstein's kid? Yeah, there they are. Oh, Bill Clinton's there. And this, Grok said this was a real photo. People were asking Grok about it yesterday. I saw Grok say it was from 2002, which would mark up about the time of Zoran's, birth. I think he was born in the 90s. So this would have been 10 or 11. And there she is with him. Oh, there's the baby. I mean, this is the guy that said he wanted to repopulate the earth with his genius mind. He has the genius mind. And so what better way to make Papa proud to become mayor of New York and turn it into a total crap hole? So that was Michael Rappaport bitching about it. Hey, as we go to break, let's watch this. As a gun store owner defends himself using the Second Amendment. Here it is.
Pew, pew! Humble, Texas. Can we get a come on down, please? All right, so a Hood News Peep is working and a customer just left and some crash dummies are about to attempt to rob the store. Just wait for it. You're going to love this.
To a gunfight.
Find out in the...
Hold on. We'll be right back. Got a lot of calls lined up now. We're going. Second hour.
I love knives. I know you love knives. They have finally gotten a whole bunch of the knives that were sold out back in, and they've gotten a bunch. I mean, these are absolutely amazing. Flip really easy and locks for you. This is Forest Green, murdered out. It's got my little signature on it, so it's a little piece of history. It's a great memento. It's a great gift for your friends and family and it funds the operation. And they're up to 50% off right now at thealexjonesstore.com. And while you're there, get some ultramethylene blue.
What do you got there? Angel eyes. It's a new Patriot Silver folding knife from thealexjonesstore.com.
Hey, Blondie, look at me. I got all three.
You're watching The War Room with your host, Rob Dew. Watch it live right now at band.video.
It's Groundhog Day. Aw, he doesn't seem very happy. Let's wake him up again. Poor Bill Murray. We're living the same day until he does it right. Pretty funny movie from the 80s. What happened? I think it's when we went from analog to digital. I think digital really screwed us up. Not the digital clock. I'm talking about everything being digital and the instantaneous gratification that comes with it. Being able to look up something and find any answer to anything you want. That it kind of turned us into retards. That's kind of where we're at. We're loaded with phone calls. So I want to take definitely the next two segments and just roll through all these. John in Florida, oh man, he is really smoking the hopium right now. He's got it. He thinks prosecutions are imminent, right, John?
Yeah, I want to see a Nuremberg trial sooner than later. Wake up, America. Justice Department, who the hell do you think you are?
Speak, brother. Go for it.
I mean, good God Almighty, let's get something done.
Yeah. I feel like the guy down by the river screaming at people, do something.
Well, they can stand back and scream about a city getting screwed up by a communist, or they can stand back and scream about the American people that we put in office not doing their job.
Yeah.
Which one's going to be screaming the most? I mean, look at the founding fathers. You think they screamed?
No.
I believe they might have did.
Well, I think they picked up their arms and said, we're going to defend this country, and we're going to take it back from these people who are unfairly taxing us. You know what happened? What was that about? Taxation without representation. They were getting taxed, and they didn't have a say in their government. And we're getting taxed, and we don't have a say in our government. We put these people in, and they don't do anything.
Look, Washington was tired. His men were hungry. They had a hell of a fight, but they didn't give up. They didn't give up.
Yeah.
It's not time to give up.
I agree. We can't give up, but you don't think anybody's getting prosecuted over the Epstein files?
I don't know who's going to get prosecuted, but all I know is somebody's dragging their feet somewhere, Ron.
Yeah. I'm with you. Anything else?
I'm praying for Trump. I'm praying for his administration. I'm praying for everybody at InfoWars. And y'all hold this old man up. I'm an old man, Rob. Oh, dude, I'm an old man.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Well, hey, you hold us up, we hold you up. That's how it works. It's a symbiotic relationship. We're trying to get you information, distill it through, what mainstream media does. They do it through the lens of what's best for our advertisers. We do it on what's best for the American people. And, the news isn't always pretty, but, every once in a while, I like to show a good guy with a gun defending himself and his property, because I think it's very important. It's very, what about Daniel Pretty? He went out there and had a gun. Yeah. What you don't do is you don't show up to the DEA raid with your gun and then start pushing on DEA agents. Even whether they're right or wrong, do you want to die or do you want to live? Because at the end of the day, I'm talking about any type of federal officer. You go and interfere with an FBI raid. You go interfere with an ICE raid. You go interfere with a DEA or an ATF raid. I mean, we saw it happen at Waco. And I'm not saying what they did was right. I think most of them people are criminals. But you live to fight another day. You don't put yourself in a position, and that guy had repeatedly put himself in positions to get his butt kicked. And that's finally what happened. I mean, eventually you're gonna meet up with the one guy who probably, it might not have his head screwed on straight, or he might just be sick of your crap. And that's what happens. John, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go to Tax Slave in Pennsylvania. Says Epstein was selling technology. Go ahead.
Hi. Boy, I am so happy to be talking to you, sir. I've been a fan of InfoWars since like 2008.
Is this your first time calling?
No. I've called before. I've never talked to the big guy, though. I've talked to others. Anyway, Rob, what I wanted to say is I saw an interview with Professor Brett Weinstein from Harvard, I guess. He's a biologist or something.
Yeah.
And he talked about a meeting that he had. It was kind of suggested to him by the dean or something to meet with Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
And Jeffrey Epstein was very interested in all the various developments and technology and all this other stuff. And Weinstein speculated that, the pedophilia and all that horrific stuff was, a sideline, was a part of it. But a large part of it was that he was involved in probably genetic research and various things like that to, probably extend his life or whatever, Yep. So anyway, I'm hoping that the release of all these files shows some of that too.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because I was looking at some of this, and it looks like there may be a fight to get rid of these files off of the Justice Department website, but I have a feeling other people have already downloaded all of them and will be posting them up in their own types of server situations. But Brett Weinstein also said he went home after he met Epstein for the first time, and he told his wife, "I think I met a manufactured person." And she goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I met a person that's not supposed to be where they are, but they're there," which makes me think they were put there. That's kind of the gist of what he's getting around. So he knew this Epstein guy was sort of a fraud. He could see through his BS, but he's wondering, how did he get here? How did this guy make it into the room? He shouldn't have been in the genius. And maybe he did have a way with numbers. Maybe he was good. I mean, he was good with money, Where does that come from? But, it's interesting that that you bring up Weinstein, because I'd just seen a couple clips, and this was actually before these Epstein files came out. He was talking about Epstein being a manufactured person, not even his own man. He was there under the auspices of something else. So what do you think of that?
He was, well, it may have started out that, he was part of the right tribe and got selected and was, had no moral compunction for anything and was very manipulatable and aggressive and wanting to make a lot of money. All of those Venn diagrams aligned, and he was part of it. Yeah, obviously he was not the mastermind. Obviously, he was I think a go-between.
Yeah, he was a lieutenant. He was a guy who got stuff done for these people and kept everything. Obviously, it was a successful operation for a while. He had his own island, and then he had properties all over the world.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, sir. I don't think we will ever have justice for the horrific crimes that were committed against those poor children. Unfortunately, I guess I'm black-pilled there.
Yeah. I'm hoping something happens. I mean, at some point we have to find something, and somebody has to get their due.
Rob, I hope we can administer it and see that justice be done.
May the heavens fall. Thanks for calling, tax slave. Let's go to Shane in New Mexico. Go ahead, Shane.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good, Shane. How you doing?
Great. All right. So I was telling your caller, your screener there, have you guys looked into this TPV Sean? The reason I'm bringing him up, he's everywhere on Instagram. He's on X with TPVSeanX.com. He has a video, and I don't even know if this guy's real, but he has a video and pictures of Epstein supposedly getting out of a vehicle walking in Israel. He's had this up there for about the past 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
Have you guys checked into him at all?
I don't know if I've seen that. I have seen that the picture they're pulling up right now. Scroll, guys, so you can see it. I've seen this stuff. And I've seen that picture, and that was on Epstein Island. Guys, rewind that so people can see that and scroll up so they can see the actual image of Epstein, because it definitely a guy looks a lot like Epstein. But I'll say this too: Epstein was Jewish, and there's probably a whole cadre of people that look like Epstein that are out there that are Jewish. Because, when you could go to some towns, Alex said this, you could go to some Welsh towns and there's everybody there kind of looks like Alex Jones, because that's where you came from, that tribe. That was your tribe. So everybody kind of looks alike. And so that could be an answer for that. But he puts out some good information. I've watched a lot of his reports of that. I've seen that shot from, I guess it was from a drone. It was somebody flew a drone over, and it was after Epstein's death. And there he is, a guy that looks like Epstein on the island at the time. So that's very, very, very interesting. And I think that was video, and then the person recoils back in underneath the canopy. But there's a good case that he's still alive. In which case, my song "Jeffrey Epstein Didn't Kill Himself" still stands. He didn't kill himself. He's still alive, or he didn't kill himself and he was murdered. There's two ways to take that. Oh, you there? I don't know if I just lost. Maybe he's accidentally disconnected. All right, let's go to Jeff in South Dakota. Let's talk Franklin Boys Town. Yeah, you're actually near that. It was in Nebraska where that was going on. You were a witness to it. How old are you, Jeff?
I just turned 60, but it was going up far back to the 80s. That wasn't investigated. The Franklin Boys Town wasn't investigated until the early 90s.
Right.
But when I was in the military, I was in high school. They lived for the military, and my recruiter kept trying to push me into going to these parties. And they're at the same places that the two buildings that were owned by Warren Buffett himself, the Brandeis building and the Twin Towers, and both of them were. My recruiter kept trying to encourage me, or like he's trying to force me to go to these parties, and I knew they're overnight parties. We're underage, what the heck? They want to take us to these all-night parties, but they're trying to get people from broken homes, such as Boys Town, and broken families, such as myself.
And so let me ask you this: were you an orphan, or were you just not living with your parents? What was that?
I just lived with my father because my parents divorced. So,
okay.
Right, but the thing is, they were trying to get me to go. Not only was I going to help recruit people at Boys Town and pick up recruits at Boys Town, but then my recruiter was trying to get me to go to these overnight parties. And during those parties were the same buildings that turned out to be exactly where it was held at. And that was, according to court case and stuff. And I was actually on record probably during the investigation telling the FBI, I literally contacted the FBI and I was working with them. And but they didn't follow through on anything or didn't come back and ever contact or talk to me further on that.
And this was your Army recruiter that was telling you this?
He was, yeah, absolutely. And I was going to Boys Town with my recruiter, and he was helping. He was using me to help recruit people, but he was also trying to get me to go along with other recruits to these parties.
And what was he saying? How would he promote these parties? Like there's going to be music there, going to be women. What was he saying? Or alcohol? What was his catch?
Like what my preference was, and definitely, I'm heterosexual, but he was trying to find out if I wasn't heterosexual. Like that would have been sounded like he was looking for someone who was, very loose or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's just crazy stuff. But this is how. I'm telling you, I've been waiting for over 30 or 40 years for this to come out because this has just been like for 30 years. I've literally been doxxed. I've had threats on my life. Every time I've tried to get this story out, I've literally had harassment, threats, intimidation, even attempts on my life. So I'm glad it's kind of in there now so that more information could get out. And I hope that I can help a lot more if needed, because I bet if I go to the site, the government site now, I bet I can find information relating to people I know or possibly even my information to the FBI might have been disclosed in this.
Oh, I'm sure there's a report somewhere. I mean, they keep reports of everything. Did you ever run into a guy named Johnny Gosh?
No, but it's funny because I was a boy. I was actually a paper carrier for the Argus Leader, the Omaha World Herald. So it happened. That really was close to home to me. So
yeah,
very, very close to home to me.
I always think it's interesting that one of the guys who was helping get these boys, Larry King, a black man, right. not the guy who died, who was an interviewer. But Larry King, this guy sang the national anthem at the 84 and 88 Republican National Conventions. And he is basically facilitating the grabbing of young boys and supplying them to people in the Republican Party as, sexual playthings. It's totally disgusting. And yeah, you're right. It didn't come out till the 90s. It took a while for it to come out. And that's what they do. They try to push this stuff out as far out as possible so those who are guilty are either dead or are missing. They can't be found.
And another part about it is because it did include the military. They wanted that totally silenced. That's why I had been doxxed and silenced for so many years, even though they had bigger plans for me, because as a newspaper carrier, I actually, at the end of my route one day, I was only 11 and a half years old. I had the opportunity to actually help save the life of a sheriff deputy because he had been jumped from behind and held to the ground, and they were fighting over his gun. And I literally wouldn't leave the officer's side. Literally, it took like 9-10 minutes for backup to arrive, and I was going to take a bullet for the sheriff if I needed to, or the deputies. But somehow, I think them knowing that pushed me further because I was working for the Omaha World Herald, which I know Warren Buffett had owned, and he was still a big voice part of that. Well, I got some recognition from that, at that age, 11 and a half years old. And I became the first, first crossing guard. Well, we were security crossing guards for the grade school, but they never had that before until I started in 6th grade. And the sheriff department donated the outfits, the crossing guard badges and stuff, and donated in my name to this grade school. And I think that's how I got pulled in later. That I believe intelligence definitely had an eye on me for getting into the military, and I've done a lot since then.
How many years did you serve in the military?
I really can't disclose that at this time, but there's just so much things that I've witnessed other than that. But I'm telling you, it all started with that.
Sure.
And definitely, if you try and get that information out, back then they would literally,
I mean, people's planes were falling out of the sky who were investigating Boys Town. So
absolutely, and that was a retired CIA member, I believe, and his son.
Mm-hmm.
That plane came in Iowa on its way back to Omaha with information from Minneapolis.
Yeah. I mean, these people aren't messing around. That's their currency as young children. Because they like the innocence. They like to corrupt the innocents. That's what evil does. Evil wants to corrupt the innocent. That's what they work on.
Trying to get me into, I believe they literally were getting me to a chance to go to West Point because they already told me they had 2 senators.
Yeah.
Of course, I was more interested in combat, so I wanted to go to. I didn't want to go to a 4-year college and have to wait to go to service. But they're actually like, we have to go to West Point with 2 senators, and yet they're using senators and stuff to blackmail. And so I think they were trying to pull me into intelligence there.
Yeah. And once they can corrupt you or they figure out you're corruptible, then they're like, oh, yeah, now we can show you all the dirty secrets, but we've already got you. And if you try to run, like what they did with that guy who was at the Charlie Kirk assassination, suddenly they find all this child porn on his phone. And now he's about to, I don't know if he's been sentenced yet, but I know he was on trial for that. But he was there jumping around saying, oh, he'd been paid to be there and say he shot Charlie Kirk. Whoa, well, who paid you? The little trainee kid? No, I don't think so. So we don't know the story about most of the stuff that goes on in this country. And that's why it takes people, getting these documents and going through them and looking through them. Thank you for calling, Jeff. Very interesting phone call. I got time for one more for this segment. Let's go to Chad in North Carolina. Go ahead, Chad.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Rob. I just wanted to point out earlier that when Alex came on, he was talking about how they're Jews who are, and I'm trying to remember the description he used, that they just sort of go against every other type of people. They're supremacists, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. Are you familiar with the late Israeli journalist Barry Shamish?
No, not at all.
Well, he, from what I'm not a professional researcher, but from what I understand, he passed away in 2016, and he wrote numerous books about the corrupt connections with the early leadership of the nation of Israel and the things that they did to sabotage the attempts by the religious Jews to just reclaim their homeland, make it a normal country, and all the horrible things that happened after World War II and before World War II ended. That it was he gave a number of sources, Jewish writers such as Rabbi Marvin Antelman, who had a 2-volume book called To Eliminate the Opiate, which I would encourage people to read because it gives a long background of the connection between what they call the Sabbatean Jewish sect, if you want to call it a sect, which is basically you take the law or the Torah and you flip it upside down, and these people who were Sabbateans would do the exact opposite. And this was started with the false Messiah, Shabtai Zvi, who he talked about oftentimes before he quit appearing on air. And so he gave a number of writers like that, and he gave the connections between the Frankists and the Illuminists, trying to think of the leader. The guy who started the Illuminati, which is
Adam Weishaupt.
Adam Weishaupt. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Well, hey, thanks for calling, Chad. I appreciate that. I wrote down some of that, so I'm going to check out some of the information you dropped there. We'll be right back with we're continuing with your phone calls on the other side.
Harrison, I am so excited to talk to you. I want to plug the Irish sea moss was a big game changer for me. I was having a lot of thermoregulation issues, morning severe chills and cold in the morning. All that stopped with the sea moss because it's a thyroid issue, and the sea moss has that iodine to heal your thyroid.
Isn't that amazing?
The methylene blue, the methylene blue, life-changing. I love it. I don't need caffeine anymore. It's amazing, but I'm trying to be quick.
It's all right. Hey, when you're plugging, we got all the time in the world.
I love his supplement formulas. I am an acupuncturist. I have a master's degree in Chinese medicine, and he's got some really good formulas put together. And they work really well. I really appreciate it. I stopped taking all of my other stuff that I was taking, and I just take a lot of you guys' stuff. Because I love you and I want to support everything you guys are doing. But the formulas are good. I love the greens powder. I've tried every different type of greens powder out there, and nothing has had as much stuff, amazing stuff packed into it, as it has a decent flavor to it. So the Optimal Human is a daily staple.
It's good, right?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. And I'm not saying that because just for you guys, but seriously, I've tried so many greens powders over the years, and it really is the best.
And are we paying you, Katie? Did we pay you to call in?
I would love to work for you. I swear, Alex Jones' picture is on my mantle with all of my family pictures.
That's amazing.
We love Alex.
Some people call in, they go, this person, you're paying them. But no, our products really are good. People really like them. It's true.
Well, I've accredited him to the life-changing experience I had when I decided to leave California because I didn't want to bash Trump. And I listened to Jones when I found him, and I'm like, I got to get the hell out of here.
Right.
And so I moved back home to Ohio, and 3 months later, I met my husband. And I feel like that life-changing event for me was because of listening to all the information that he gives. He's not predicting the future. He's just giving you the information that's hard to find, where they're telling you what they're going to do.
Yeah, well, now you have a 3-year-old kid, so your life's going great.
Yeah.
I've said it before, but with a lot of these products, you really don't know what it's going to do for you because you might not know that you're lacking a vitamin or lacking a mineral. And it happens all the time with iodine. Iodine is one of those things where as soon as you start taking it, you're oh, I'm not supposed to. And I'm not a doctor. It's not a medical claim, but people experience this. I've heard it from my friends where they're I'm not supposed to be tired all the time. I apparently just was lacking iodine. And it's you don't know if you're going to feel more energetic, if you're going to sleep better, if you're not going to have chills anymore. It's people sort of go around thinking that that's the way their body is. But it's no, you're missing a key component. You're missing a vitamin, you're missing a mineral, and you don't even realize it until you start taking something from the Alex Jones store. So I completely understand that you start taking the Irish sea moss and suddenly something that you thought was just the way your body is. Nope, turns out you can fix it. You can fix these things. Again, I'm not making medical claims, but you can only find out for yourself what effects these things will have. TheAlexJonesStore.com. Thanks for the plug, Katie.
Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at RealAlexJones and at AJN Live. And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silenced.
receiving this transmission. You are the resistance.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. 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 He was a victim of an knock inside. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. He was buddies with Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew too. He had a stable of girls for you to peruse, but no one never know who, cause he didn't kill himself. Jeffrey Epstein 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 didn't kill himself. And I don't care what Bill Barr says, cause Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. He had a big old plane, the Lolita Express.
Well, that was from 2019. And Derek in there, who's running the board, played bass on it, but he's playing my bass. Because I wanted to sing. I didn't want to try to play bass and sing. I wanted to just put it all in. And that song was written on a Wednesday night, Thursday night maybe. We practiced, I think it was written on a Wednesday. We practiced it on a Thursday or Friday, recorded it on a Sunday, and put that out. And, it's still holds strong. If he's alive, he didn't kill himself. If he's dead, he definitely didn't kill himself. He was murdered. All right, we're still going with your calls. Is Mick Jagger in the Epstein files? Wants to know Lane in Washington. Lane, go ahead.
How are you?
Hi, I'm great.
Good. Yeah, I just thought it was funny. It seems like the people in the files were given a heads up that the files were going to be released. I don't know who's in it. I haven't paid that much attention. All I noticed was the Stones put together a tour for 26 a few months ago, and then they abruptly canceled it. And it was because Keith's arthritis. He didn't feel he could commit to the strains, and it was his arthritis. So they canceled the whole tour, and then the Epstein files come out, and then Keith turns around and announced a new tour with Expensive Winos, his other band.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I'm putting two and two together. Now, I don't know. I haven't been there. I don't care, really, but I just thought that was interesting. I was more impressed that you are like me, and we refuse to deal with these medical doctors. And there's so much information online ever since the COVID shit broke out. You go online, you read medical things, you read people's opinions, you read what people's testimonies. It seems like maybe the best thing of the internet is it will replace this medical profession. All the information's online, and between your honest intuition, people know,
Yeah. You know if something's working. You definitely know if something's working that you're taking. You're like, okay, this works, this didn't work. And you kind of become your own testing lab. Yeah.
Right? Now, I want to mention this stuff called EMSO.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay, I've been using it, working with it, and it's amazing stuff. Real subtle, really bizarre stuff. I don't want to go into the details.
You can find that in like Tractor Supply stores and stuff like that.
It comes in all kinds of variations and mixed with cream, and I tried just to get the pure stuff. It comes, you got a choice, a plastic bottle or a glass bottle. Of course, you want the glass bottle.
You want the glass, yeah, I agree.
And it's just really bizarre stuff. And I'm thinking, why bother with doctors? Doctors are just to make a profit off of you. And you got free information online. Just be your own doctor. That's... I don't know.
No, I think there's a lot to that. I use the stuff they call it the bleach, where you mix a few drops of a couple different chemicals and then you mix it with a little bit of water and drink it, and it kind of smells like a cleaning solution. And what I think is interesting is when we had a guy here who used to do a lot of cleaning for us, and during the pandemic, he always smelled like this stuff. The first time I smelled it, I'm like, "Hey, it smells like our cleaning guy." Because he would walk in the room and he'd just be overwhelming odor of this disinfectant that he was, probably using to clean things with. But also, I don't think he ever got COVID. And I thought that was pretty interesting. They said this was would go after COVID. So I don't know. There's a lot of things out there. You need to do your own research and be your own. I would recommend people, first thing you got to look at is what are you eating, and if you're not eating right, that's where 90% of your problems are gonna come from. So my recommendation is first do a 3-4 day fast before you do anything, and see what that does, and go from there. So thanks for calling, Lane. Let's go to Al Killer in Virginia. Wants to talk about.
Thank you.
They just pulled up. Sorry, Al Killer. They just pulled up a shot of this guy drinking bleach. It was that, I forget the name of that show. Some cartoon of metal band. But go ahead, Al Killer.
Hey, so I think we're running dangerous. This is much more impactful than the WikiLeaks with the Podesta and Hillary emails. But we're running dangerously into where we're not going to be able to be taken serious. There are a lot of the stuff where it's like, not just a lot, everything referencing Trump. These are FBI tip lines. You can go read they're tip line phone calls.
Yeah.
And these are crazy people that are saying this stuff. Like, they would never hold up in court.
Right.
The stuff with Bush, and I don't even want to say what was going on, but cutting the guy's foot with a scepter and doing everything. These are insane people. I did 20 years in the military police. I worked with NCIS my last 8 years. You have no idea the amount of crazy people that call in when you put up a tip. If you got a missing person, somebody goes missing on the base, you have no idea the amount of psychopaths that call in.
I used to get them here.
Yeah, and you know something? But there's a bunch of stuff we did learn in the email.
Yeah.
One thing, the Rothschilds do run the show. Okay? That's for sure. That's not a rumor anymore. The Rothschilds are calling shots. They're calling shots in Ukraine. They're having him meet up with certain people in the tech industry. Another thing, Israel is also involved, big time involved, and they don't see us as human. And that doesn't mean that we treat them the way that they treat us, but they can no longer have we can no longer be going over there and touching a wall, which is, if you're a Christian, that is the most, that is pretty much, you're saying that you don't believe it, what Jesus said, that no stone would be left unturned, because that's what they're making you do in that ritual when you're touching that wall. They're trying to say that that's the remnants of the Second Temple, which
right.
It's not, but they can no longer have any say in our foreign policy. You receive our money, we tell you what to do. We will protect you, but you're not calling the shots anymore. Some other things that are pretty obvious. Just the fact, the whole thing, him meeting with Ehud Barak and this whole thing with Palantir.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to listen to that?
I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened to part of that. In fact, it's in this article. Don't miss these explosive Epstein docs. Internet digs up dozens of incriminating files. It's actually the first tweet is Mike Benz playing the audio of Jeffrey Epstein, and he's trying to show him how to, how to invest in Palantir, and that was the big as he was leaving his prime ministership in Israel, Ehud Barak.
Did you see how out of touch Ehud Barak sounded?
Oh yeah, he sounded like a retard. He knew nothing. But that's the thing. These people don't know anything. They literally walk around clueless.
Yeah, so that is, so if you pay, I listened to the entire 2 hours of his interview with Steve Bannon.
Okay.
Now, what I got from Epstein is he's basically a jack of all trades. He doesn't know, he knows enough to sound like he's interested in the subject, and he's able to get people he's able to have a conversation, and he's got the money. So the people that know things, at the end of the day, they're going to follow the money.
Right.
Now, what I did get from him, though, was the guy does know finance.
Yeah.
And he does know finance. And he made two comments. He made two comments that were, look, I think the guy's an evil SOB. But he made two comments that I can't find fault with what he said. He blamed the collapse of the financial system on Bill Clinton and the subprime mortgages. And he broke down on how banks are
banks are conservative when they lend money. They don't like to lend it to crazy people or people that don't have,
But they they had no problem doing it. They're like, dude, Fannie and Freddie, they're going to back our loans. Of course, this is the best deal now.
Yeah,
because there's no risk on their side.
Right.
He completely broke down everything.
The profits stay private. The risks are public. That's how these companies run. These multinational companies.
He said another thing. He said the politicians don't have a clue about finance. They don't know anything about finance whatsoever, and that's how they're able to run roughshod over us and through our politicians. They have not a clue what's going on. He's like, somebody may get elected in Africa, that's a general. They may get elected in Europe because they're popular, or they're a football player down in South America. But the people don't know the politicians don't know a damn thing about finance. And
the guys they have advising them are corrupt and taken. They're on the take. So, that's how it works.
So at the end of the day, it comes down to the golden rule. And he who has the gold makes the rules, and he who's got the printing press makes the rules.
Let me ask you this.
Don't get control of.
Let me ask you this real quick. I'll let you finish. Do you think there's rumors out there that Epstein may have created Bitcoin? Do you think that's possible?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because he says that I think because he wanted to. There's emails also where he's trying to offer Russia like a new, creating a new financial system. Mm-hmm. I think he said that there's 2 Satoshis. You know what I mean? Or that he knows a few Satoshis that are involved with it. I don't.
So they're
really
all
don't.
Satoshis. Basically, everybody involved is a Satoshi.
Yeah, and I did see that. I'm again, like, I think as far as Bitcoin goes, I think Bitcoin is the perfect. It's perfect for us, and it's perfect for somebody that wanted to control everything. But at the end of the day, maybe they can't confiscate your stuff. But you know what they can do? They can tell you can't buy anything with it. And then you got a whole bunch of digital nothing, because that's what they'll do. They'll say you cannot buy anything with your with your Bitcoin. You can save up all the Bitcoin you want.
Right.
If you can't do anything with it, it's worthless.
Or they drive the price
that's
down.
Where I see that. Yeah, exactly. Now there's one. I did want to mention something about Minnesota. If you got time.
Go ahead. You're great.
Okay, and I have a solution for what's going on. I was born in 1984. And if you look at the election map, 6 states voted against Ronald Reagan, and it's Minnesota.
Yeah.
Alex says there's good fishing up there. I don't care. There's a problem up in Minnesota, and Trump he's got 2 choices. He really has 2 choices, and he should have done this on day one. He should have made an example of maybe New York City. Or should have made an example of California, and he picked a city. But you can't defy federal immigration law. You don't get to pick and choose.
Yeah.
He should have had U.S. Marshals. He should have been on the phone with the mayor of New York City. And the minute that they say they're not gonna help us out, they jump in like Batman in the first Batman with Michael Keaton when he comes through when Vicky Vale throws the glass of water on Joker's face. And they jump right through and they drag these guys out by their feet.
Yeah.
Eisenhower sent in the National Guard for that. Kennedy sent in the National Guard over segregation. You don't get to you do not get to decide, and you do not get to decide that you're not going to obey federal immigration laws. Not only that they're not obeying it, that they're actually treating these people better than us. Now, I do have a solution, because at the end of the day, you got 40 to 50 million people that have come into this country. And you don't got the ICE agents to get everybody out of the country. I have a complete solution. My thing is, I don't hate these people at all, and I know why they came here, and I get it. And a lot of them were incentivized to come here, so I get it. But I deserve the country that I was born into. So my thing is, everybody has to come out of the shadows, legalize everybody here, but they'll never become citizens. They'll never vote. And make the Democrats vote for that. If you care about these people, vote to legalize them. But there's 2 things. We're getting voter ID. They will never vote. I say there's actually 3 things. And you subtract them from the census. Overnight, Illinois, California, New York, all these states that have a ton of illegals, they're going to lose electoral votes and they're going to lose representation. They no longer count in the census. That's the only because having them go 6, 7 agents going on, go and to take down 1 or 2 people, it's a recipe for disaster. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, that's why you don't see these problems though in the other states, because they're working with them. I like what Trump said. He said February 1st, we're cutting off your money. You're not getting any more federal money for anything. Although that's probably going to get overturned by a judge. But he's already threatened. I don't know if it's happened yet, but he said no more federal funds to any of these states, any of these sanctuary cities, sanctuary states who are not helping, who are not assisting ICE, because most of the time ICE is just going to the jail and picking people up. Here, they're like, in some of these sanctuary cities, they're like, oh, we're going to release the rapist. We're going to release the child predator. And you guys have to go find him. And now we have people inside who are telling you where they're going to be. So then, they can mount their whistle armadas.
That's a Band-Aid. That's a Band-Aid. The reason nothing gets fixed in our country is because if you fix the problem, then you no longer need the people that are the fixers.
Sure.
There needs to be an absolute solution for this, and because that's just a Band-Aid, and whenever you get another president in, like you complete the border secure right now, nobody else, we no longer will ever allow illegal immigration ever. Put that into it's really straightforward. People make it out to be way too complicated. Make it straight. The border secure. Nobody else can ever come here illegally. You legalize the people that are here that are not receiving benefits and stuff like that.
Well, I think nobody can receive benefits. If you came here, no benefits at all for anything ever again. Nothing.
You never vote. That's the big thing. That's the big thing, is that you don't vote, because that is how they're able to change. They're incentivized to vote for who's going to give them the stuff. You take that play out, they'll never become citizens. You tie up birthright citizenship into that, where that no longer exists, and you take them out of the census. If Democrats care about these people, make them put their money where their mouth is. You put them on the defensive.
Yeah, well, they're not going to vote. They're going to think, oh, well, we can't do that. We have to make these people citizens. Hey, let me ask you this real quick. Virginia, you guys just voted a bunch of new taxes in with your new governor. Have they taken in effect yet?
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to sound bad, but I don't make $600,000 or $1 million. And my wife is going to be the one hurt with the Amazon stuff, but it's really not going to impact me that I see.
Oh, you're outing your wife. Wow.
Yeah, she's the one that's ordering the Amazon, so it's going to hurt her. No, she's out of her mind. She's a Brennan clone, pretty much. Basically groomed her for this position. But again, another easy one. We're gonna you disobey the federal government. You're like lock these and hold them in jail for an extended period until the situation is resolved. You don't need to charge them. It's insurrection.
Yeah,
just hold it.
I totally agree, man. They got to do something, and everything has been kid gloves, and I don't know why they're doing it with kid gloves. It seems like the government had a lot of power when they were going after people who walked through velvet ropes.
So that's the point, and the problem is that they have already set the stage where anything he does is going to be looked at as he's Hitler, he's a tyrant, he's this, that, and the other. He's already given them that.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, like. You can either let them do what they're doing, or if you're going to really, you can't be playing these little half measures, because you're leaving ICE out there to dry. You're leaving Customs Border Patrol. You're hanging them out.
And that's not fair for those guys, because they're not trained to deal with those types of situations.
And they're going to go to they're going to go to jail for 850 years. They'll probably come up with something to keep them alive, just so they serve out their full sentence. That's what they're dead set on if the Democrats take power.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Al Killer, that was a great call. Hey, guys, we're going to call that one Rothschilds Run the Show. Put that caller out. And then also the guy who was in the Franklin cover-up, he was being groomed. Veteran says he was groomed to recruit people for the Franklin scandal. That was what it was called, the Franklin scandal. Thanks for calling, Al Killer. Let's go to Duke in Oklahoma. Go ahead, Duke.
To go back with his call, the only way to get rid of the problem that Americans are facing right now, which is losing their homes and their jobs and everything, because the jobs that kept America going through the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s were the construction jobs. That's when you'd lose a job here, and then you could go find another job over here, your restaurant jobs. Those jobs are gone for Americans. I mean, the number of foreigners that are in those jobs is astronomical. They've taken over all them jobs. That's why Americans are hurt so bad. And I'm talking about the middle class and the poor. But you know, if you can hit them federally, that's fine. Take away any funds that they're getting, medically. But if you can hit them federally with that, and then you can hit the jobs, hit the construction owners, the company owners, those are the people that are actually facilitating what is going on. I mean, you can't really blame them. I mean, yeah, they need people to work for them and fine. Yeah, I understand. But Americans are hurt so bad. And I'm talking about the middle class.
Sure. Yeah, there's a great cartoon, and it was the old lady on no welfare, and she had like some eggs and some milk, couple items, and then behind her was the lady on welfare who had like a full basket, and she was, you know, from some nameless brown country, and you know, in her traditional garb, pushing a giant cart of groceries, and that's what we've done to our country. We've enabled people to come here and get the American dream without earning it. They didn't earn their position where they're at. They earned it through just being, a nameless poor person that could be used to supplement a vote or be there for as a political force when needed. I guess that's a good way of saying it.
Design, of course, it's all by design, because you have Americans that are on. You know, most of the homeless people are white Americans, Mexican, some Indians. Not even really a whole lot of Mexicans, mainly Indians, but you don't see a bunch of foreigners that are homeless. Not here in my state of Oklahoma, but you see a lot of white people, and you do see a lot of Indians. And people give up, and they just, they can't fight the system by themselves, and that's who they are, and they just say, well, to hell with it, I don't have anything, I'm going to live on the street. But that's all by design. This is the destruction of America, Americans. This is how they do it. And, I called about other things, but we got on this subject, and it's a very serious subject, because I'm sick and tired of it. I mean, I don't get any assistance. I'm true American. I don't get any assistance. I don't want any assistance.
Right.
But if I need it, I can't get it.
No, you're not. You don't qualify. You don't qualify.
Fair. Okay, you said it's qualification.
Yeah.
So what do I got to do? Change my name to Jose?
Or Hose B. Hey, Duke, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to try to slide in one more call. Thanks for the call from Oklahoma. Let's go to Baker in California. Once he's talking about the Epstein files, and also Trump should bring back Doge. Go ahead, Baker.
Yeah, dude. Okay. Rob, by the way, sick band, dude. Was that you singing?
Yeah.
Nice.
That was the False Flags.
I love it. No, dude, truth is stranger than fiction, man. Are you on Spotify?
No.
I'll check you out.
I refuse to get on Spotify. But you can find that song on YouTube and on band.video.
Okay. Yeah, dude, listen, man, at the beginning of this year when they were doing Doge and everything, that was insanely popular, dude, including people that are on the left.
Yeah.
People that are like raging liberals and stuff. I was talking to them, and they were like disgusted that our money was going to this stuff. And it was like unifying people. So just keep doing that, man, because a lot of people want to see the whole system brought down. And listen, there's things that we all disagree on, but it should mostly be just what we do on the weekends. I think we can all agree that we're being screwed. But like, this thing with Epstein,
I like that. I'm going to steal that. We just do.
I don't know. I just can't.
It is on Spotify. You know what I do? I just download MP3s and put them on an MP3 player, because I don't like people telling me what kind of music I can listen to, and I don't like listening to music on my phone, because then somebody calls and interrupts the song, and I don't like that.
That's true. That's true. And there's people that are like, CDs are like the purest form, or then vinyl or whatever. There's like, it goes, but yeah, dude, I'm going to be honest, man, with this Epstein thing, at first I thought it was just, okay, he blackmailed a bunch of celebrities and people with statutory rape, which is bad. You're getting hand jobs from 16-year-olds. You probably shouldn't be doing that. You should probably be in jail. And it is bad.
Hey, I'm going to hold you over. We got a 5-minute segment coming up. We're about to go to break. I'll come right back to you, Baker. Stand by. 2 minutes.
We sell the best supplements, the widest selection of Patriot apparel, and knives at theauctionstore.com. And they had some awesome daggers and awesome trench knives, and that's all great. But I said, I want a wide selection of high quality folding knives, flip knives, you name it. So people have a one-stop shop. They got in a few thousand knives a few months ago. Designs. They got a bigger shipment in just the last 2 days. Our sponsor, just really top flight knives. These knives, this knife right here you see in the green, highest quality Damascus steel, all of it. These sell in stores for $75 all day. We're selling for $40, 40-something bucks. Okay, so look at that flip. Flips right out. Got a nice little, my signature on it, real small, nice little memento to support the broadcast. That is a really nice knife. It clips on your belt buckles. We have it in the green. We have it in the murdered out black. We have it also in silver without it being blacked out. Those are great knives. Those are the new designs. Now, those 200 left of the Skull Crusher World War II trench knife with the Spartan tip of the spear. So they held those back. Those are available. A little bit left they held back in their overstock of the Fire with Its Beauty. But this is a really cool knife. Alex Jones Phantom folding knife. Limited stock of that came back in. Also, the Alex Jones Burnt Orange folding knife. And this is the knife that sold out the quickest fitting knife. They got 500 of these. 1,000 now just came in. The first one sold out like in hours. Alex Jones Ring Blade. Yes, those are popular. This is something I didn't really call for, but it's awesome. Got that ring on the back. Got the deal. It's really nice. Those are all back in stock right now at thealexjonestore.com. While you're at it, get methylene blue, Irish sea moss, and more. And check out the Patriot Apparel, thealexjonestore.com.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
The Matrix is all around you. It consumes everything. You see the woman in the red dress? She's trans. Don't go on a date with her. Speaking of weirdness and the Matrix, did anybody watch Dan Bongino's show today? He was supposed to come back on. His big comeback. I have one clip, which I'll play, and then we're going to go back to Baker, who's in California. Dan Bongino says, even after leaving the FBI, there are things he cannot talk about due to ongoing cases. Really, bro? Tell us more we don't know. Let's go to the Bongino clip. 7.
You don't know anything. Just be honest that you don't know. You can have an opinion on it. I'm not telling you media people. I'm not telling you media people not to have an opinion. Have an opinion, great. And he does. He's read in on all this stuff. So you're going to be misunderstood because there are things even now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to talk about. There are ongoing cases and other things. And you guys didn't pay me, the taxpayer, to go in there and come out here and try to be some superhero. You paid me to do the right thing. And the right thing involves keeping custody over information. So you're going to be misunderstood about stuff.
Wait, he got money for doing nothing? The new Dan Bongino, because when I went, it was I was blocked out. It was I guess too many people were trying to watch. Go ahead, Baker.
Hey, listen, man, that tranny is the hottest girl I've ever seen, okay? The hottest woman I've ever seen was trans, so no, I was kidding. Dude, listen, like this whole Jewish thing and the Epstein thing, this is going to be the heart of the dialogue. Like, I don't know if we're going to get any justice for any of this, but what we need to do is, like, the heart of the InfoWar is this dialogue. We need to just explain to people the power structure. Yep. The same power structure that's willing to have a Holocaust to get Israel is the same, because they want us, we need to not go after the normal Jews. I know we all know this stuff, but it's like that movie, The Pianist. Like, it's the dude who's playing the piano for all the German elite, and him and his family live in an apartment and they work and they're trying to survive, and now they're getting screwed. That's really what to be honest, that's really the heart of all this. Like,
sure, it's not necessarily the Jewish people, it's Israel. The Israel. Israeli Jew viewed people in the United States and our government. He viewed us as subhuman to him.
Right, and so they just want us as the white Anglos to go down. And so I think that's going to be really the heart of the dialogue, because everyone can get on board with that. It's like, dude, this is a sick game that they're playing with us. And I mean, it's just everything, dude. The war on terror, everything. Need to, like, because we all know this, dude. And listen, X and everything has become like the heart of information, and everyone's getting the news that way. But at the same time, it's still the minority of people are on. Most people aren't on social media, dude. Like, that's the reality. Most people really aren't, dude.
Right.
Like, most people kind of just live in like a bubble. But I mean, like, I don't think anyone's gonna go to jail for, like, the whole raping kids and torturing stuff. I thought it was separate. I thought Epstein was just like, okay, they're getting them on statutory rape. They should probably go to jail. That's messed up. These girls, like, ruined a lot of their lives. A lot of them are dumb hoes that are being groomed. A lot of them are innocent that are being groomed. But if it really is, like, how do we prove that there is, like, real satanic stuff going on? Like, how do we... Like, I don't know.
Well, a lot of it is inferred, but there's also some of these phone calls or some of these emails that tie into the pizza. If you look at all the pizza emails that are in the Epstein files, and then you look at the pizza emails that are in the Podesta files, and then you look at, the Podesta people are all wearing red shoes, and then you look at the artwork of the Podesta people, and it's like little girls in red shoes that are all tied up in chairs, but they're all wearing red shoes. I mean, you have to kind of look and put these things together. It's all done on purpose. And there's the art that they like is all grotesque and disgusting. And there's the lady who's a painter who's like painting pictures of little kids chopping up babies. Who paints like this? Who does this? Thanks for your call, Baker. We got more calls coming up. You're watching The War Room, start of the third hour.
Energy shots have been all the rage for decades because they really work. But most of them are full of dyes and toxic stimulants and have huge crashes. We set out to develop a product at thealexshowstore.com that has all the very best adaptogens, nootropics to biohack your body and not just help your brain, but every cell in your entire body. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Mind Fuel is next level with no letdown, no crash. It is very strong. So I take half the shot in the morning, half in the afternoon, and it's just amazing. And again, the effects go on for days and days and days because these are super nutrients that are in Mind Fuel. The time I have here, I can't tell you all the incredible ingredients. So go to thealexshowstore.com and look at what is in it. And of course, proprietary herbal ingredients as well. Go now to thealexjonesstore.com and secure your Mind Fuel and be the reason we'll always be on the air. Thank you so much for your support. If you love our other products, you're going to love Mind Fuel.
You're listening to The War Room with your host, Rob Dew. Watch it live right now at band.video.
Probably one of the coolest music videos from my childhood is this one. And, seeing where the technology was back then and where it is now. Like, back then the technology was made, we're going to make art and push the limits on things and make cool movies. And now it's all about controlling people's opinions. And there was probably a lot of that back in the day, but it was also on giving people a little bit of escape from their jobs. People worked hard and then they went to concerts to blow off steam. Or they watched a little TV to blow off some steam. Or, they went out and partied with their friends to blow off some steam. But then they went back to work because, that's what you did. You wanted to make money, you went to work. And now we've got a society where it's like, how can I get out of doing work? How can I create a system where I don't do any work and I suck off of other people's labor and live this life as a, kind of a billionaire who lives in no country. I'm part of no country. I'm a man to my own. And that's kind of where we're at. Speaking of curmudgeons, let's. We have that clip of Trump talking about Ilhan Omar.
Oh, shit.
I haven't watched this clip yet, but supposedly Trump says we're right on their ass. He goes off on Somali fraud and says they're not an asset to our society. It should be clip 16. Let's play it.
rigged state, really rigged badly with the Somalians and the theft. And I guess you studied it, but I hear it's over $19 billion. Okay. Can you imagine? They have a country where they have no money, they have no nothing, and they come over here and they steal. They're able to steal more than $19 billion. And we're right on their ass.
Yeah, that was
We're
one of
right
the first cases
But
when I got
these are people that don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan, these are people that don't work.
Hey, shut up.
These are people that are just not an asset to our society, to put it mildly. And we got to get them out, most of them. And it's most of them.
I want
They
to tell
have
the audience.
92% don't work.
Yeah.
And they have an unbelievable system, corrupt system of welfare. You know, many of them drive Mercedes-Benzes. They had nothing when they came over. The good news is, you notice
Money
they
for
don't see
nothing.
ships being stolen anymore from Somalia? Because
It's
we
right
hit
there.
those guys with the same weapon that we take out the drug dealers from the ocean. We stop. Every time we hit a boat, we knock out. We save 25,000 lives. Each boat, and pretty accurate, each boat is responsible for the death of 25,000 Americans. Think of that, okay? And we knock them out like candy. We are knocking them out. We also do that with the pirates in Somalia. That's why you don't see ships being taken anymore, because they don't play games. So, you know, they were stealing ships every day. Now it takes courage to steal ships. They don't do it. You understand.
That's a great sample of Trump just steamrolling somebody. And yeah, that was Dan Bongino's first day back. And I'm sure Trump said, I'll come on your show, help promote it. It'll be great. Dan, you did so good. I don't think Dan did that good of a job, honestly. But, you know, maybe we'll see something. But we haven't seen anything yet. It's been a year. Haven't seen much. You know, now we're past, let's see, 11, 12, 13 days past a year. A year plus 13 days. And we haven't seen anybody go to even get arrested yet, aside from Comey, who got off, and Letitia James, who got off already. That was him. Sean in California, we're going back to your calls. We're going to finish up this 18 minutes left in this segment. And then when we come back on the other side, it's Alex Jones reports for the whole half hour from stuff we did over the weekend. We did a lot of work over the weekend. Alex never sleeps. Let's go, Sean. How you doing today?
Hey, Rob, I'm doing good. Just real fast, for people talking about the Epstein arrest, if the courts are going to abdicate their responsibility, then we, the people, have to create the presentments and the indictment to give to our sheriffs and governors respectfully. And this way they can engage their deputies or the state marshals to bring in people in those jurisdictions for arrest. But they got to form the General Jury Assemblies. And last time I talked to you about it, Rob, I haven't seen any uptick in my website traffic as far as people volunteering to do that. So it's really on we the people if we want justice, whether we phone them, whether we show up at their place and petition them, or whether we do it ourselves. It's really on us, the people. It's, you know, our own justice system that's lawful, legal, and for the victims. What do you think, my friend?
I like that. Plug your website.
Yeah, national-assembly.net and also restore-america.org. We will get you plugged in. We'll show you how to do it. We'll keep you from getting arrested, because our job's not to go and kick in the doors of the courthouse. Our job is to serve legal lawful notice and to get these folks aware that they have a responsibility for the oath of the Constitution to protect their constituents, whether they're a sheriff or their deputies or the governor or the state troopers. Gives you an opposite view. Remember what Clinton did with his state troopers, all that wickedness?
Right.
Now just he had state troopers and he used them for good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of power, you know, a lot of power with the people paying.
Sean, leave your number with the call screener. Danny's back there. Leave your number with him. And I think I'm doing the show Wednesday. I think I'm doing the War Room because I think Harrison's going to do Alex's show again on Wednesday. I'll have you on for a segment or two, and we can talk about this. You send me some information. We can present this to people on how to take back, how to bring people to justice who deserve it. I think that's where we should start.
Sounds good. I'll draft a little something up and have a little bit better of a spiel rather than going off the fly like I'm doing right now.
Right, right. No, let's do
out.
it. Let's do it right and get people there, get people moving. I'm all with you. Thanks for calling. Let's go to Sean in New York. Two Seans in a row. Let's talk about Mandami and Epstein. He's Epstein's baby. You think he is?
I do. Clown Car 42, sir. What's up, Rob?
Hey.
I think this Mandani is actually the son of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I can believe
if you put their pictures side by side and you see some of the reactions and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, because
It's in the
I've never seen the father.
Yeah.
I've only seen the mother.
Right. Well, and you see the
and
mother
also,
with the baby with Epstein.
Even better. Even
Yeah.
better. So he's already, been modified. So, and another thing, too, these guys, de Blasio did it right before he became mayor. They run off and they get married like weeks before. And it's usually to somebody who's nobody's ever seen before. So I'm thinking most of these people might not have really wanted to get married, especially to the opposite sex.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if this is the case, can we impeach him considering he is under immigrant status? And if you're under immigrant status and you do anything that is against our sovereign protection by promoting and supporting a terrorist group like Holy Land 5, how come we're not allowed to rip him out of it? Democrats got to be fixed.
Right. And they're already protesting him. Some of his supporters, they're already protesting the guy. And he's already abdicated his duties as mayor.
He said that he was going to raise the rent for the rich so that he could pay for the buses, and then he raised the buses on everybody.
Hey, that's what they do. I mean, we saw what happened in Virginia. All those taxes went up. You're getting Uber car service. You're paying a tax on that. You're getting deliveries from Amazon. You're getting taxed on that. I mean, they were raising property taxes on people, raising sales tax. I mean, it's just how much tax can we raise? And you notice how it wasn't like, for first week of her term, Spam Burgers going, we're going to raise taxes on these people because that's what affordability is all about. It's affordability so we can have affordability to do what we want, and you live like a serf just trying to keep your head above water.
Spam burger. What a big scum burger.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, whatever happened to the guy, the ShamWow guy running for 31st Congressional District down there in Texas? I heard you guys talking about him.
Well, I haven't looked up much into him. Actually, that would be a good idea to get him on.
If you'd like to, I'll call him right now.
Call him now. You got my number.
Yeah? All right, I will.
All right, brother. Thanks for calling.
Put me on hold.
Yeah, we'll put you on hold. Call him right now. If we can get him on, we'll have him on right now. We got 13 minutes. His body, is this the comparison between the earlobes that you want to talk about, Vic?
Hey, well, I just wanted to say I have a number of different issues that I think that should be brought to the public's attention. And one of them is that you take a look at the photo that they released that supposedly killed Epstein, and there's no way. It looks like somebody put some lipstick on him and watered him down a little bit. That guy's not dead. He's somewhere else. They probably took him off the chessboard and moved him back to Israel and told him, here, we're going to change your face and you keep your mouth shut and go away. That's what they did with him. He's not dead. That's bullshit. Who dies from toilet paper? Okay, and they won't show us the real video stuff. They're giving us all this folky bull crap. So that's what they did with that. You guys have some best investigative forensics look at that photo. That doesn't kill anybody. I've shot a lot of animals, and I'm telling you right now, that wouldn't even kill a billy goat, and when it's a baby. So don't. I wanted to say that Louis Gohmert, he knew all about how Obama weeded through everybody on the FBI and they got rid of all the good agents.
Yeah.
And you should have him as a guest. He was a congressman, and he could tell you all about how Robert Mueller messed up the FBI by they weeded out everybody who was a normal patriot. Louis Gohmert, I'm sure you probably know about him. The other thing I wanted to talk about is when the FBI announced that they were going to go out to Arkansas, Little Rock, and pick up all of the Clinton initiative records and take them back, the FBI, and take them back to D.C., and then we never heard another word about any of that, of course, because I guess the FBI, what they do is they go and find stuff, vacuum up all the information, and then they just bury it.
and probably blackmail people with what they know. So
I'm sure that's a lot of what happens. I hope that doesn't happen in Georgia. And I think that's why C. Gabbard was down there, to make sure. They probably had some certain things they were looking for that they had identified as red flags. And they say she was making a call, and that was probably to the president.
I know you're running low on time.
Yeah.
And you need to talk to Doc Chambers and say that there needs to be a law for all these AI, institutions, that they need to be offshore and they need to build their own desalination plants and electricity offshore, not to interfere with regular American people.
Sure, and stop stealing our power. And I think it should be illegal for the government to show a piece of AI at state government show this the supposed shooter Charlie Kirk, but it was an augmented image. It wasn't even a real image. And then you've got the one of the congressmen, or it was a senator or congressman, showing that AI picture of Pretty when he's about to be shot, and like half of the Border Patrol guys are missing arms and heads and stuff. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. You should not be allowed to use AI augmented images in government at all. It should be against the law.
Fraud.
Yeah, it's fraud. I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the other thing, last thing I would say is that there should be no tie to these. You shouldn't wear a tie when you go to a protest, because one of these whack jobs will grab onto your tie and try to choke you off.
Yeah, Gerald Celente doesn't wear a tie for that reason, but it was from nuns slapping the crap out of him.
Well, anyways, I'm trying to tip you off because I see some of you guys at some of these, videoing these protesters who are lunatics, and they'll run over and then grab you by the tie. And Jonathan, by the way, this guy named Jonathan Gilliam, he wrote a book called Sheep No More, and he had a guy do that to him, and he was an ex-Navy SEAL, and damn near choked him off.
Oh yeah.
So I just wanted to push that along.
I would never wear a tie to a protest, my friend, but I do carry my 200 decibel whistle. So if somebody tries to put a bullhorn or whistle in my face, I come back at them with twice the power, because that's how I am. I don't mess around. All right, thanks for calling, Vic. Let's go to Robert in Alabama. Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Rob.
How you doing, buddy?
I know this is off the subject. The Epstein files, watched it all. I mean, it takes a degenerate to watch it and then keep saying. But what is going on with Mike Adams? Are you guys not even comfortable with it? Because, like Laura Loomer, she'll go off the rails, but I also will listen to Laura Loomer.
Yeah. Well, listen, everybody's got their thing that they get mad at. And I like Mike Adams. I think Mike Adams is great. He's got a lot of health information. He's not a Trump fan right now. I can tell you that. But is there something specific you're talking about?
Yes, it is. He reposted, because the two agents that were in that actual fight, and if you've ever been in the battle, nobody knows what's going on. But he doxed them today, and like at night, I will listen to Mike for his health and everything. I've ordered Italian food. Like I go over for calories from My Patriot Supply.
Yeah.
I've got stocks of it, but he is going nuts. And then he keeps going plural on the murders. I'm like, is he bought off? Did somebody come to him and say, you're going to go this route?
Well, it also, I'll tell you, I think, this is what I think. Mike's coming from the position of, he doesn't want the government on the streets at all. And I can see that position. I could totally see that position. Because here's the problem. You let ICE go around and go into communities and grab people, okay, for immigration purposes now. Democrats get in power, and then it's suddenly, we're using ICE with the FBI to go in and get people doing other things. So that's what he's looking at. I'm almost positive that's what Mike Adams is looking at when it comes to that.
No, I live right by you guys. I was there forever in Central Texas. I moved from that area because it was becoming a crap hole.
Oh yeah, totally.
I get all
Smart to move.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know we are off. It's irrelevant. But the point I'm making is get another angle.
Sure.
I'll listen on the health stuff. Oh, he's helped me out so much, but everything, I mean, he's gone off the freaking rails. Petty was murdered. Okay. Well, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but that's how I was going with the feedback on that one. And by the way, you can't shoot threes.
Who can't shoot threes?
Low post. You.
Oh, yeah, I know.
In your low post game by this 6-foot dude playing over at the YMCA.
Wait, where did you see me play basketball?
Right downtown at the YMCA.
I never played downtown at the YMCA. Fake news, bro. You maybe Owen. Oh, you're talking about Owen Schroyer. Yeah. I played Owen.
No, I wasn't. You used to play down there every once in a while. This is like years ago.
I played in a couple of leagues, but hey, we're getting off the rails with basketball. But I used to play in a couple of rec leagues, and I made a couple threes, but I never really shot threes. I was a garbage man. I'm in there getting rebounds and setting screens. That's what I'm doing. Thanks for your call. Last caller, Steve in Alaska. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, buddy. So, seen that thing earlier with Bongino real fast. I mean, I don't understand why anybody would ever want to watch that dude again after he cried about getting a vaccine.
Yeah.
That's just my honest opinion. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he did zero and got money for it, I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of the guy.
Right.
On the topic of Epstein and the fake photos, okay? Mm-hmm. The government has a history of faking people's deaths. I'm going to tell you, I hunt moose here in Alaska, okay? And I use a 308. And usually I use about a 165 grain. Most 30-06s are 180 grain or higher. And I know what a 308 does to a moose's insides. And the neck is a soft tissue area. It's the same as a heart and a liver and all the rest of that. It either got shredded. So
you're talking about Charlie Kirk, though, not Charlie Kirk. I think you said Epstein, but I think you meant Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to progress to Epstein. Epstein's photos were definitely different. And this was something that came out how many years ago? Like 8-10 years ago now?
Yeah. Well, after he died, people showed it.
Him on the stretcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, showed him on a stretcher and showed him side by side.
Right.
I'm going to tell you, the government did that, just like the government or somebody ended up doing the same thing with Charlie Kirk. And if people don't think that, well, there's a conspiracy, no, it's not. Open your eyes and understand that they have the power to open up a prison cell door and let you out if they want to let you out.
Yep.
I don't have that power. They do.
Yep.
So people need to start waking up to these things and quit believing what they see on that good old-fashioned television and on social media. And especially with all these AI renderings these days, oh my God, it's only going to get worse.
Oh, I agree.
So,
you really got to be on your toes, because I look at things, I'm like, the first thing I look at it go, this can't be true. It's got to be AI.
Yep. Now, I got to do a quick plug real quick for Kirk Elliott. Now, I am a person that does collect silver. I collected it prior to contacting Kirk, but I got in it when it was about 30 an ounce, and then after the markups and everything, it was about 37 by the time I got my silver from him. And I remember somebody called up right after I was talking to Alex about it, about what a good experience I had with Kirk Elliott and his team. And they're like, oh, yeah, Kirk Elliott doesn't know nothing. Well, I think I won that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're looking good right now. Even with the drop, you're still looking good.
Yep.
And the drop to me, that's a buying opportunity as far as I'm concerned. You listening to me, Rob? Rob's a silver bug as well.
Yeah, that's the way it is, man. I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. I mean, I don't always have to agree with everything that you guys say, but I guarantee you this, we're on the same page on 99% of the rest of it.
Hey, man, we all just want to live free and be healthy. I mean, I think health is the most, as I get older, health is the most paramount thing. And that's one of the reasons why I use a lot of the products at the AlexJonesStore.com, especially the methylene blue in the capsule form. Let me tell you, since I've been taking that, zero brain fog when I wake up. I wake up in the morning and I'm awake. I'm not like, I can't think and I got to walk around a little bit. No, I'm awake. Me and Rob had some drinks on Friday night. Wake up the next day, no problems. Why? Because I'm taking methylene blue, and I only take one capsule every other day. So imagine, if it's helping an old 51-year-old man like me, what it can do for you. So go to the AlexJonesStore.com, check out the methylene blue. We also have methylene red. We have the creatine. I have my son on the creatine. He loves it. He said it helps him out in school. He's thinking better. In fact, this morning we had to kind of hurry this morning, and he was a little miffed that he didn't get to do his creatine, but he loves it. He said you can't even really taste it. He mixes it with water, drinks it every day. We used to have the creatine gummies. I don't think we sell those anymore, but the creatine powder is what you want to get and mix that in. I would say mix that in with protein powder and raw milk. That's the way to go. So without further ado, we got some Alex Jones reports. Thank you for joining me. I'm your host, Rob Dew. You can follow me at Dews News, DEWSNEWZ, and keep on rocking, InfoWarriors. This has been a good one, and I'll probably see you on Wednesday. Take care. InfoWarsStore.com, theAlexJonesStore.com. Band up.
RFK Jr. mixes something into his drink, people pay attention. Plenty of folks are wondering what was in that little bottle he uncorked during a flight.
What is Bobby Kennedy Jr. dropping into that glass of water? Methylene blue. Mel Gibson also praised methylene blue on Joe Rogan recently.
This stuff works, man. A stimulant stimulates cells themselves to turn the cell up. This turns the energy up. That's why there's no letdown. That's why you can take this and go to sleep, too. But you sleep better on it, in my experience.
No, I really like it. I'm going to have to get on this stuff.
Here, show her Kennedy taking it. Kennedy literally gobbles it.
He must be doing something right. That ripped bod is 73 years old.
Our methylene blue, medical grade, made in Florida, is incredible. Cleans out your mitochondria, clarity, focus, energy. You've seen the rave reviews of every guest we've had on. It's game-changing.
I feel like, wow, there's power in coalescing all your thoughts.
Did you hear our last guest, what she said happened to her?
No, what?
She said brain fog just lifted.
That's what it feels like.
I feel lighter. It's really interesting. Weird meditative energy. I don't know how to explain it. I don't feel jittery. I just felt like instantly, like I went from 5 hours of sleep like I got last night to like 10 hours. I don't know how to explain it. The stuff's new to me, but I like it. Methylene blue works for me.
I just kind of feel like I'm sitting up straight more. I'm thinking more. The thoughts are coming in easier. I'm making decisions faster, and it really does. And it gives you clean energy.
When I'm talking, it seems like it's not really me talking. I can hear my talking and going, wow.
I agree. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. It's like you're behind yourself.
That is what it feels like. But my brain's going really fast.
It clears the brain fog where you're actually able to focus more clearly.
For me, it's like a fog lifted, but it was like a veil lifted off, Incredible. Best product that I've purchased so far.
Yeah!
I feel more energetic. I feel more alive.
I found that within 30 minutes of taking it, I have improved focus, improved short-term memory, improved energy. But if I take it late in the day, it doesn't interfere with my ability to sleep, which is very rare for something like this. I get a tingly feeling in my fingertips. It's almost like it's improving my circulation.
I feel tingling fingers.
Methylene blue radically increases glucose uptake in the brain, so it makes you better and more efficient at using your sugar. We all know the brain uses like 25% of the calories in the body or something crazy.
They've done studies that chess masters burn like 5,000 calories in a day in a tournament because they're so focused on directing energy to their mind as they're thinking so critically that it's like almost like an Olympic athlete.
Well, think about this stuff. It operates in a very similar way. That's the real thing methylene blue does. I really believe in this product. A lot of people have bought our methylene blue. Our methylene blue is incredible. I take it personally. But yeah, this is a solid product. Take this in the morning, a couple hours later, you'll experience the cognitive benefits of it.
It's so good, it's scary. It's just amazing. So yes, it really does work. It varies person to person, but it's amazing.
About 15 minutes ago, I took 10 drops of the Ultimate Methylene Blue. I must say that it does a damn good job.
99% of people that take it have between moderate to just insanely good effects. So good for your whole body.
Definitely noticed my focus, cognition increased, good energy right now. I'm a practicing dentist, so I have more patients to treat coming up. So I'm always looking for that afternoon boost without the slump.
With this, it's like in your head where you're like, you could feel it. Your body's a little tingly, but you're just more aware of what's going on.
I would definitely recommend the Alex Jones Methylene Blue here. It's great stuff. So thank you, Alex. Keep it coming.
Powered by Methylene Blue, Ultra Methylene Blue at thealexjonesstore.com.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
So within these files, we have 20 years of court records, lawsuits, FBI interviews, city police interviews, county police interviews. And notice it's just recycled Jane Does that were proven to be liars or didn't even exist that law firms filed, schizophrenic crazies, all sorts of garbage like that. But all the credible witnesses, including the victim, said Trump never did anything to him. Trump wrongly, because of all the national security issues, the connections to CIA and Mossad and MI6, did at first basically say, let's move on, let's not look at this. I investigated all this 10 years ago before I endorsed Trump. I'm just defending the facts here and saying we need prosecutions of the deep state. We need to go after the CIA and Mossad and MI6. And we need to bring the globalists to justice.
InfoWars, tomorrow's news today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the release of the Epstein files, 3+ million of them, 180,000 images, over 2,000 videos by the Justice Department yesterday, is a giant victory. It's a victory for the American people forcing the Uniparty to bring the information out, to have Congress pass a law demanding it. But it's important to analyze how the establishment's trying to smokescreen the keys there that they don't want us looking at. America, ladies and gentlemen, the release of the Epstein files, 3+ million of them, 180,000 images, over 2,000 videos by the Justice Department yesterday, is a giant victory. It's a victory for the American people forcing the Uniparty to bring the information out, to have Congress pass a law demanding it. But it's important to analyze how the establishment's trying to smokescreen the keys there that they don't want us looking at. We'll talk about it in detail here on each point. Number one, we're not talking about who was using the blackmail, where the thousands of hard drives and video cassettes and DVDs went, and we know. They're not talking about the Mossad or MI6, and that information is in the documents, or Lex Wexner. We'll be getting to that, going back decades with Epstein. And all of the stuff and focus on Trump that I'll get to in a moment needs to be looked at, and we'll talk about it. But it's distracting away from Bill Gates and the dozens of top Democrat billionaires who were caught red-handed at the island of underage girls. Bill Gates with venereal diseases, trying to secretly drug his wife. We know all that stuff's real because much of it's already come out, and Melinda Gates left him. So we're going to get to all this, and we're going to look at the different sectors of this. We're going to look at the millions of files and what they have in them, and which ones we think we can trust and which ones we can't. We're also going to look at the effect of the new files coming in until December 19th of last year. Most people don't even know that, what's in those, and the phenomenon of people posting fake and edited files now to confuse people online. We have a few examples of those that are verifiable that we'll show you right now. On screen, Exhibit 1 is CNN last year reporting on the fact that the FBI was creating a list and database of new claims pouring in against President Trump with just phone calls and letters and people coming in and saying, I was raped here, I was raped there. And they would follow up on it in almost every case, zero evidence, or they were schizophrenics and lunatics. And CNN tried to spin it that, Trump's keeping a list of the Trump stuff, but then not pointing out that it was innocuous. Now that information's been released, we have more examples of people just calling the FBI and saying, in last summer, I was at Mar-a-Lago and I saw Elon do this and I saw Trump do that. Again, totally made up stuff. So the Epstein files are always growing. That's why it's over 3 million of them, because anything up until December 19th that was sent in was turned over. So again, this isn't about defending Trump. Trump wrongly, because of all the national security issues, the connections to CIA and Mossad and MI6, did at first basically say, let's move on, let's not look at this. But once they turned around and tried to blame him and claim there was stuff he was hiding, he said 4 or 5 months ago, release it all. And now that's the process that you're seeing. And notice it's just recycled Jane Does that were proven to be liars or didn't even exist, that law firms file, schizophrenic crazies, all sorts of garbage like that. But in the case of the airline the CIA was running, and in the case of Epstein, and the case of these dozens of billionaires that are top leftists, it's real meat and potatoes with real witnesses, real victims. And those same witnesses and victims say they never saw President Trump at the island or never saw him anywhere else. Only one of them ever even was at Mar-a-Lago, and she said Trump was nothing but a gentleman. So we already knew all of this. That's the point. But by the Trump administration going along with the cover-up to not embarrass all these globalists, by extension, it did make them guilty and people not trust them. So within these files, we have 20 years of court records, lawsuits, FBI interviews, city police interviews, county police interviews. All of that's in there. And letters written in, affidavits from good people, crazy people, a whole mix. But all the credible witnesses, including the victims, said Trump never did anything to him. And it was Trump that first dropped the dime 18 years ago at Mar-a-Lago when Epstein was there trying to pick up the young girls and first got him put in jail. I investigated all this 10 years ago before I endorsed Trump. But again, why did Trump then go along with the cover-up? Because he was protecting powerful people in the establishment, and that made him lose a lot of credibility with the American people and was wrong. So I was reporting the facts, but just look at this one example. I've already found a bunch. You'd have to claim it going to the feds and giving all these wild stories, and they find out that she's a mentally ill person that does this to other people all the time. That's been in and out of mental institutions. But then the folks online, here's the example, that posted the document that's in the Epstein data dump, cut out where the feds say the person is not credible. You've had these actresses that got caught saying they were victims, and later that comes out. But people remember seeing this. They remember hearing it. And so it doesn't matter that it gets discredited or proven to be a lie later. Then E. Jean Carroll, and the fact that she got caught in all those lies. Remember that, wearing a dress she said he raped her in or grabbed her in, that Vogue said they didn't produce till 2 years later? It goes on and on. So I'm not defending Trump. I'm just defending the facts here and saying we need prosecutions of the deep state. We need to go after the CIA and Mossad and MI6. And we need to bring the globalists to justice. And we have had the Justice Department trying to cover this up. But we, the American people, forced it out. Now let's go to the real information that's in there and vet all of this and just continue to push to bring down the globals, the deep state with this information. So that's the facts. We'll continue to go over all of this. But people posting old, disproven information and cutting out the part where they even admit it was a lie, that is serious deception and borders on the criminal. Thank you so much. Please follow me right here at Real All Jones. More reports coming.
If ICE comes to LA, I mean, they're already here, in little batches, but if they come here like they did in Minnesota, acting like that shit, ICE agents are going to die. I'm calling it right now. New York, too. You motherfuckers are gonna die in the streets. I hope you're ready for fucking ripped apart.
Nada más para notificarle a los de ICE que ahorita voy a comprar unos tomates. No llevo ni ciudadanía ni residencia, pero llevo esta herramienta misteriosa. Ustedes vean si quieren unos 3 planazos en la panza. Solo miren, ¿ves? Ay, papá ya se mía de que le estoy dando sus 3 vergazos.
So as you know, there's a phenomenon of thousands of crazy leftists online, TikTok, Facebook, X, calling for violence, calling for shooting, calling for killing Trump, his supporters, ICE agents. But now, this last few days, I've seen a bunch of videos of people on their official accounts using their real names saying, if I see ICE agents on the streets, I'm going to attack them with a machete. Well, guys, you don't want to bring a knife to a gunfight. You've already, rammed agents and people got killed. You've already done all the rest of this stuff. Now you want to bring a knife to a gunfight. That's kind of the Darwin Awards for being an idiot, isn't it? Where have I heard of this or seen this in movies before?
I remember that. We thought it was going to be his whip against the sword.
Because they really work. But most of them are full of dyes and toxic stimulants and have huge crashes. We set out to develop a product at theelephantstore.com that has all the very best adaptogens, nootropics to biohack your body.
I thought he was going to whip his ass.
But every cell in your entire body. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Mind Fuel is next level with no letdown, no crash. It is very strong. So I take half the shot in the morning, half in the afternoon, and it's just amazing. And again, the effects go on for days and days and days because these are super nutrients that are in Mind Fuel. The time I have here, I can't tell you all the incredible ingredients. So go to thealexjonesstore.com and look at what is in it, and of course, proprietary herbal ingredients as well. Go now to thealexjonesstore.com and secure your Mind Fuel and be the reason we'll always be on the air. Thank you so much for your support. If you love our other products, you're going to love Mind Fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 million plus Epstein files that just got released Friday are devastating. We've been reviewing them. It's got the smoking gun of human trafficking, sex slavery, torture, you name it. We're about to break it down right now. It is Sunday, February 1st, 2026. And I have had time to scan through much of the 3 million files and look at all the great research of human researchers and AI scanning of the files. And it is massive. It is so devastating. All right. Now, most of the media and a lot of leftist activists are trying to focus on Trump and the few things that are there. We'll look at it. We'll look at all of it. But this is bigger than Donald Trump.
There are two types of people who should avoid taking gabapentin for neuropathy. Anyone who wants to keep both.
Savage is a
very strong pushback. Very strong.
Somebody says Savage is a bird with the twin shitties.
Pushback when we raised our hands and said stop. And so, yes, we have multiple investigations going on. We sent prosecutors from Maine Justice. We sent prosecutors from other U.S. attorneys' offices all over the country. And we're making progress every day.
That's the story. That's the story. You see what happened is they activated their foot soldiers in Minnesota to cause chaos.
Yeah, Vince has some skinny fingers. I hope he's okay shooting a gun.
Chaos to distract from the fact that we had them dead to rights on fraud. They started a new epic and totally destructive pattern of behavior to try and distract from the old destructive pattern of behavior. And people have lost their lives because of it. That guy Alex Preddy and Renee Good would be alive today were it not for the chaos that the left breathed life into to protect their fraud schemes. That's just true. There's now a body count associated with this effort to take the American people's eye off the ball. And the left owns that. Tim Walz has blood on his hands as a result of that. And in case you're wondering, what lessons have the Democrats learned from all of this? They're trying to expand this fraud enterprise all across the country. It's not just fraud in voting, it's fraud in the theft of American taxpayer dollars, with the left, which the left has specialized in for years. President Trump has gone a long way towards tackling it. Remember, he brought Elon Musk in and Doge, and they actually, they closed off all the USAID slush fund garbage. They shut down a bunch of federal taxpayer money that was going out the door to these NGOs. They shut down the federal taxpayer money that was going off to these nominally religious NGOs that were human trafficking illegal aliens into our country by the millions. The Trump administration has gone a long way to cut off that kind of fraud. And they're doing it also with the Justice Department as they pursue and secure prosecutions and convictions of all sorts of fraudsters. And that effort needs to continue. Remember, the Trump administration is investigating Tim Walz and Keith Ellison and Jacob Fry, and they all deserve it because all of them have been involved in an effort to obstruct law enforcement and to make it easy to commit fraud as they looked the other way or ran a cover-up operation for the fraudsters in their state. So they deserve everything that's already come to them and that continues to come to them. But it's encouraging. I'm glad to hear Todd Blanche basically say, look, we're staying focused on how all of this began. because this is a massive theft of the American people. And it is. I mean, $20 billion is an absurd amount of money to be stolen. And the excuses for it have included, of course, like saying that, well, they're allowed to do it. Like any scrutiny of them is because you're a racist. Nope, nothing to do with that. And nobody's falling for that shit anymore. Our basic view is really simple, which is if you steal from us, you will be held accountable. I don't care what color your skin is. We'll put you in an orange jumpsuit. Everyone will have the same color. It's in prison. It's crazy. So there you go, Todd Blanche. A good update there from him as we find out exactly what's going on here in Minnesota. The pandemonium continues. Now, I mentioned that Jorge Ventura had captured that footage of those guys building the wall in the middle of the street, those insurrectionists blockading everything. Well, remember something. The president of the United States has gotten involved. And he's, and Tom Homan is in Minnesota, and he's staying in Minnesota until the problem is resolved. And this is getting results. So Jorge covers the blockade yesterday in the middle of the street. And then we get this. Local police were called in yesterday. Look at that. There's a garbage truck and everything. Cops go in, they sweep out the area, they get rid of all of the trash, they dump it into the garbage truck, and they reopen the streets in Minnesota. Let's be clear about this. This does not happen unless President Trump is as involved as he is right now. These Democrats have been trying to get away with doing anything they want. President Trump got involved directly. He sent Tom Homan in, and now the local cops are cleaning up the blockades that these lunatic leftists are creating. So some good news to finish out that story as Jorge Ventura captures it on video, and the Trump administration is able to spur these guys into actually taking some action yesterday. So that's a very big deal, and not something we would have had a couple of weeks ago, not before President Trump got involved. Now, I mentioned that the media are celebrating children, literal children, who are involved in the insurrection. And in fact, CNN has a story up right now about two brothers who are from Chicago, who are currently on the streets of Minneapolis, and they're a part of the insurrection. And in the way CNN covers these guys, you should know is, and you will know instinctively, is to celebrate them, to treat them like they are heroes. The brothers' names are Ben Luman, 17, and Sam Luman, 16. These are children. Their parents are perfectly fine with them being in on the insurrection. And the whole story is about how they are, quote, trained observers. They say the two boys wield cell phones and take down plate numbers. They're 16 and 17 years old. They're from Chicago. They should be in school, but instead they're running around the streets of Minneapolis, trailing law enforcement. They say they're trailing agents. They're a part of a ballooning wave of observers across the North Star state, where tensions have soared during encounters between thousands of federal agents and protesters. They're just protesters. You see what the language does here? It's meant to condition you to think that this is totally normal. These are just protesters just exercising their right to protest. Sam and Ben are trained ice watchers. Trained ice watchers? They're barely trained children. What do you mean they're trained ice watchers? What does that even mean? They document federal immigration agents' actions with cell phone video, and they quickly warn of agents' locations with whistles and car horns. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that is a description of obstructing justice. They're obstructing law enforcement. They're running around with rape whistles and car horns to warn bad guys that the agents are approaching, that law enforcement is getting close. Their efforts are reflective of a growing movement across the country as thousands of parents, teachers, clergy members, and community organizers have sought training on what they can legally do when they see an immigration arrest. This is, you understand what's happening here. These are kids who've been groomed into joining this. This is, by the way, a feature of totalitarian regimes. They groom kids into being little Soviet rats to try and rat out like people who are doing the right thing. That includes, in this case, the law enforcement who are doing the right thing, taking the bad guys off the streets. And this is like the Chinese Cultural Revolution again, where you send the kids out to menace people who are doing the right thing. It's crazy. The Trump administration has criticized bystanders recording immigration officials during enforcement operations. Yeah, no kidding. Because they're not just bystanders recording immigration officials. They're accosting law enforcement. They're interfering with law enforcement. They're throwing rocks at them, bottles. They're injuring law enforcement. They're assaulting law enforcement. They're putting out bounties on the heads of law enforcement. Oh, they're just observers. Screw you, CNN. Just the idea that they would even do a story like this without offering any sort of obvious balance to it is insane. They're just celebrating these children and the parents who put them out on the streets to do this. The observers are necessary, says CNN, given what they describe as dangerous tactics by federal agents. You know what makes a law enforcement encounter more dangerous? When people interfere with it. So Tom Homan was really clear when he got to Minnesota. He finally did that press conference after a couple of days of silence. He wasn't saying much. He was just meeting with officials, Tampon Tim Walz, Mayor Jacob Fry. He meets with these guys, and then a couple of days later, he comes out and he does a press conference. And he goes, here's the big thing the left keeps saying they want. They want ICE agents out of Minnesota. Okay. How's that going to happen? All right, we'll pull out of Minnesota the second they're not required. Well, what makes them required? Why do we have all these federal officers in the state? It's because violent lunatics keep impeding and attacking law enforcement operations. So as long as you're doing that, we need extra men in the state in order to confront that problem. You don't do that anymore, we don't need the extra guys. So stop attacking our guys. And by the way, stop making us chase down violent illegals. If you've got them in custody, hand them to us. Now, that's not happening yet. For all the lip service that these Democrats are giving to, we want peace, we want safety in our community. It's just horse crap. They're not giving away these guys. They're not giving up their sanctuary status. They're not handing over these violent illegals from the jails directly to the federal government. They'll say things like, we're doing it in the prisons. Yeah, but you're not doing it in the jails. So stop lying to the rest of us. So that's why Tom Homan stays. That's why federal law enforcement stays. And until these problems are resolved, they're going to stay. The Trump administration has made that clear. It's not a white flag of surrender. It's resolved to win. And the second these guys are not required, we'll get them out of there and on to other missions all across our country because we have tens of millions of illegals here. They've got to be deported and they've got a lot of work to do. That's just true. So in case you're wondering, has CNN, turned a new leaf? I mean, they got Scott Jennings. That's wonderful. That's wonderful that they have Scott Jennings. They have, Michael Singleton. But what else they got going on? They got whole articles celebrating children whose parents deploy them into the streets to be a part of an insurrection, and then they treat them like they're heroes. Oh, they're observers. They're trained observers. Trained observers. You're a trained propagandist if you wrote that article. That's the ongoing CNN coverage. CNN used to be known as the Clinton News Network. Remember when Rush called them the Clinton News Network? Yeah. Well, we do have Clinton news for real. There have been a number of developments overnight that Bill and Hillary Clinton are now, quote, agreeing to testify before the United States Congress. Yeah. This seems and smells like a complete stunt to me. Here's the report. This is from Politico overnight. Bill and Hillary now agree to testify before Congress. Now, remember, the House Oversight Committee was seeking testimony from these guys to talk about Epstein. Got to talk about Epstein. Bill was constantly with Jeffrey Epstein. The guy's flying around on the private jet, visiting the island. The guy's constantly with Jeffrey Epstein. So maybe answer some questions, Clintons. They refused. They did a number of stunts where they were pretending like they were going to give some sort of testimony under very limited circumstances or whatever. Now Politico claims suddenly they are agreeing to testify before Congress. Well, there's some really interesting and important context here. One, the United States House is on the verge this week of passing contempt charges for the Clintons. It's already been passed out of committee. It was headed off to the full House this week. They would vote to hold both of the Clintons in contempt for giving double-barrel middle fingers to Congress and saying, we're not going to testify. You don't have a choice here. You have an obligation. You've been sent a lawful subpoena. Show up. And they're refusing. So contempt proceedings for the Clintons. And if a contempt citation actually occurred and then was sent off to the United States Department of Justice, that'd be great, because what's the predicate here? What's happened in the past? What's the standard that's been sent by the left? I don't know. They put Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon in jail for contempt of Congress. And that was for a fake committee. That was for the January 6th committee that Nancy Pelosi came up with. So how about we throw the Clintons in jail for a couple of months? How about that? We could send the referral over to Congress, prosecute them, lock them up. Lock them up. Bill and Hillary Clinton are now trying to figure out a way out of a criminal referral. They claim they've agreed to testify before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee as a part of the panel's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Politico says it's a remarkable reversal for the former president and the Secretary of State, who last month chose to defy committee-issued subpoenas and risk imprisonment by the Trump Justice Department. But they changed their minds as the House was preparing to vote on Wednesday, that's tomorrow, to call their bluff and hold them both in contempt of Congress. All right, so that's the late night development. Now, that came after a sequence of rapid fire events this weekend. 3 days ago, now January 31st, the Clintons sent a letter to James Comer asking for special treatment in order to give limited testimony. They offered to give depositions, they claimed, under very specific circumstances. And here's the offer that they made. In the letter, lawyers for Bill Clinton proposed a voluntary transcribed interview in New York City, limited to 4 hours, and confined to matters only, quote, related to the investigations and prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein. In other words, they're trying to foreclose on anything related to Bill Clinton's personal relationship with Epstein. So it could only be related to the investigations and prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein. You see how weaselly this is worded? And the way the deposition would be done is half of the time, that would be 2 hours, would be dedicated to Democrat questioning, which is another way of saying Democrats could filibuster 2 full hours of the interview with Bill. And then the other 2, Republicans would have to rush whatever pertinent questions they had to Bill Clinton in the hopes of getting something usable out of it. It was a scam. It's a total scam. And they said for Hillary, the lawyers argued that she had no involvement in the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein investigations. And therefore, they proposed that she just give some written statements in lieu of appearing in person. This is the, quote, offer that the Clintons made this weekend to try to avoid contempt proceedings. James Comer responded and said, up yours. You're trying to dodge contempt. We're not giving you special treatment just because you're a former president of the United States. He said that yesterday, midday, after defying lawful subpoenas, Bill and Hillary Clinton are trying to dodge contempt by requesting special treatment. The Clintons aren't above the law. And then, of course, they sent the letter back to the Clintons telling them that very thing. And then we get that late night statement that was published in Politico. And it came from a spokesman for Bill Clinton called Angel Urena. They negotiated in good faith, he says to the Oversight Committee. You did not. They told you under oath what they know, but you don't care. But the former president and former Secretary of State will be there. They look forward to setting a precedent that applies to everyone. That's what Angel Urena said. Okay. So that's why the media are running wild right now. They say, the Clintons are going to testify. The Clintons are going to testify. We'll see. This whole thing stinks to high heaven. It seems like a Hail Mary play, a last-ditch effort to avoid contempt proceedings. By this point, they've already satisfied all of the things that would be necessary to be held in contempt of Congress. Let's just hold them in contempt. Give them a criminal proceeding. Let them deal with that. They had their chance. Just refer these guys to the Justice Department. Let's get that ball moving. We'll keep our eyes on it, as we do everything. Always great to have you with us. I'll be back with you tomorrow for another exciting episode of Vince. Thank you so much for those of you who are joining me live at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, if you can't join me live, it's totally fine too. If you got friends on the West Coast or aren't aware that we do this on a taped version, just go to rumble.com/Vince. The second we're done, that thing's available forever. You can watch the replay. Watch the replay. You should. It's a great show. Watch it twice. You might learn something. It's a lot of fun. Great to be with you. You're the best audience anywhere. Dan Bongino, of course, coming up at 10 o'clock Eastern Time on his program, rumble.com/Bongino. And then we've got the great Haley Karania coming up on her great program. That's rumble.com/Haley. That's at noon. And I've got the big national radio show today. Go to thevinchshow.com to get your local listings. And then, of course, right as soon as Haley's show ends, 1 o'clock Eastern time. You'll get the rest of my radio show live on Rumble with just so many great options for you to consume this content.
This is my secret to being 76 and still glowing like I'm 30. Drake this golden glow shot.
Nuke the skunk in the garden. Nuke the skunk in the garden. Somebody's spamming the chat with.
After 9/11, we vowed never forget. But have we? In a stunning new investigation, #1 New York Times bestselling author Peter Schweitzer.
How they packed the rolls.
Nearly a year after House passage, the Senate remains the choke point, with Majority Leader John Thune publicly signaling support and stating a vote is coming at some point once an updated version clears committee. Thune must bring the bill or its stronger Save America Act companion out of committee, schedule floor time, and rally the 53 GOP senators plus at least 7 Democrats or nuke the filibuster to hit 60 votes and break through Democratic resistance. It's not optional. Thune either delivers on this core integrity promise or faces the wrath of the growing awareness of the American people.
So the latest voter suppression bill is not a serious thing. Let's just be clear about that. You're asking me a legitimate question, but it's an illegitimate bill. That's dead on arrival. It's going nowhere.
Things could get pretty messy here on the Hill today, as House Republicans may have to advance this package of government spending bills without any help from Democrats whatsoever. Now, the first thing that House Republicans have to do is pass a complicated procedural vote known as a rule. That has to pass in order to get an actual vote on these funding bills on the House floor. Now, that procedural vote is going to be a whole lot easier said than done. Not only will Democrats not vote for it, but Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is threatening to hold the whole process up if the voter ID bill known as the SAVE Act isn't attached to the spending bills. Still, though, Speaker Johnson is confident it'll all get worked out.
Call now. Demand your congressman and senator pass the SAVE Act. 202-224-3121. Add the SAVE Act to the government funding bill. Please call 202-224-3121. John Bowden.
Love knives. I know you love knives. They have finally gotten a whole bunch of the knives that were sold out back in, and they've gotten a bunch of new, really nice flip knives. These bad boys right here. I mean, these are absolutely amazing. Flip really easy. The locks for you. This is Forest Green, murdered out. It's got my little signature on it, so it's a little piece of history. It's a great memento. It's a great gift for your friends and family, and it funds the operation. And they're up to 50% off right now at thealexstore.com. And while you're there, get some ultramethylene blue.
You got there, Angel Life.
What do you got there, Angel Eyes? It's a new Patriot Silver folding knife from thealexstore.com.
Hey, Blondie, look at me. I got all 3.
You're tuned in to the American Journal with your host, Brianna Morello. Watch it live right now at band.video.
Good morning. Welcome to the American Journal. We're excited you're all jumping on with us today. A lot happening over here. That we're going to be diving into today. Exclusive content you're not going to see anywhere else because everyone else is a bunch of cowards. That's what we'll be talking about today, folks. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everyone. All right. We've got an incredible crew joining us later today. Kevin Sorbo is going to be joining the show in the second hour, I should say. We look forward to that. I got a lot to talk to him about in regards to,
He used to play Hercules.
Let's just say those celebrities who are being called out now by Nicki Minaj for participating in sacrificing babies. Yeah. We were once told that was just a conspiracy, but again, more people are coming forward on that front and voicing their concerns. So he'll be joining us on that. Also, Andrew Bonka is going to be joining the show later today. Bronca is going to be joining the show as well. He's an attorney. He is an incredible attorney who's going to be standing off a lot of key issues. As many of you guys maybe saw yesterday, Bill and Hillary Clinton now want to comply, of course. They want to comply in regards to that subpoena that they were served with. So that now they're going to be testifying, of course. I'm going to ask him about the legal ramifications for all of that. Then Liz Harrington joining us as well, because I got a lot to talk to her about, especially when it comes to Fulton County. Now, as many of you guys know, Fulton County was recently raided because, well, as many of us have suspected for quite some time now, their elections are illegitimate. They are fraudulent. They've known about this for quite some time, and all the top officials there, we could probably say, knew about it. But the media is really upset. They're fired up, actually, and they're trying their very best to defend those who are a part of all of this. So we'll keep you in the loop on that. Just so you guys know, we're keeping our eye on a couple of things right now. Right as of right now, actually, in France, just to give you a brief update, Elon Musk, his ex-office in Paris apparently has been raided. Not for what we would assume would be why they'd be interested in going. I mean, I guess they wouldn't be going for it. There's really no reason for it. They're claiming, though, that it is for child abuse images. Again, no word as to if that's really what they're going for. As many of you guys know, can't really trust them. You can't really trust them. Obviously, they're not happy because they're not able to control what's happening on their platform. And that's obviously deeply concerning for them. So we've got our eyes on that. As of right now, their facility has been raided. I want to jump into the Epstein stuff, though, real quick before we dive into my exclusive details on Ed Martin. As many of you guys saw yesterday, Ed Martin is being talked about again. No surprise there. False news report. I'll break down the latest, though. But I want to start it off with the Epstein stuff first. Because yesterday, the Deputy AG, Todd Blanche, said something that was absolutely disgraceful. In clip one, you're going to hear him say that partying with Epstein isn't a crime. Take a listen.
Well, as some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies, is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no. And we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
Yeah, so obviously, many of you probably hear that now. He doesn't deem it as a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, maybe you could ask some follow-up.
Now they're just trying to act like they're doing what Trump was doing. Just partying. Just holding a beauty pageant. Nah, that's not what all you guys were doing. He did that because he's a fucking baller. Epstein couldn't get him. He's about the only one Epstein couldn't get. You feel me now? Get to go full blown.
Questions. Was it just the party? What were you doing? Maybe talk to the victims who were there. See, Todd Blanche is doing something that I kind of figured was going on behind the scenes. They're trying to downplay the names that are popping up. And yes, of course, not every name that's being dropped in these Epstein files is obviously somebody who is sexually assaulting children, but a lot of them knew who Jeffrey Epstein was, and they still decided to hang out with him. So you can't just sit here and brush it off. Partying with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, what did a party with Jeffrey Epstein actually mean? As many of you know, it meant that they were raping children. We're not going to sit here, back down, and pretend like that wasn't happening. It was happening.
Killing them.
I'm really getting tired and fed up with the people in this administration pretending like you're not intelligent enough to understand what actually happened here.
Having the kids chop up babies? What?
Now, to even Laura Ingraham saying, well, I mean, we know what those parties were about. See, this is the problem with the DOJ. This has always been the problem with the DOJ. They don't want to ask the questions.
How many babies has Mom Donnie chopped up? How many white babies has Zoran Mamdani chopped up? Under Epstein's tutelage.
Tough questions, if they're asked properly, would result in something probably they don't want to see. And it's hard for me to understand how they actually don't have any evidence to go after people. Again, over 3.5 million documents dumped. And you're telling me you don't have a single piece of evidence to go after someone else who is also sexually abusing children? That's garbage. You know it. I know it. And I'm fed up with Todd Blanche trying to sell us on this. Now, obviously, and we'll get to it in a little bit, President Trump is also not very talkative when it comes to the Epstein stuff. And I don't even know why they've made this such a big deal. They were the ones who have created this division within the group, within the MAGA movement. They're the ones who did that. Not you or I. We held them accountable. They said that this was going to happen. They said they were going to release the files. That was a campaign promise. And it's becoming really just too much at this point. It's overwhelming. And the DOJ has done just such a lousy, lousy job. In fact, we know that they've done such a lousy job because a lot of the documents that are being dumped online actually include the victim's information. I'm talking like first name, last name, address. Now, this has resulted in the DOJ taking down a bunch of pages because, whoopsies, you know, these documents are heavily redacted. Let me remind you that. They are heavily redacted. So to sit here and to pretend like it's just a mistake to put a victim's information out there while they're pretending that this is a top priority for them, it's infuriating. It's infuriating. And my heart goes out to the victims. We keep forgetting that these people are still alive. These people are trying to get by. These people want justice. I mean, I know you and I don't forget that, but the elites, those now who are in positions of power, they don't really care. That's why they keep trying to brush off and minimize what happened to these women. Again, I read it. I read that Florida grand jury transcript. Jeffrey Epstein waited until one of the children who he had over his home, who was giving him a massage, waited until she said, "Tomorrow's my 18th birthday." You know what that did? That triggered him to rape her. And she detailed just that in front of the grand jury, which resulted in absolutely no justice for her after having to relive that horrific moment in her life. So cut the crap. And I'm so pissed off with these people trying to pretend like we have to blame Congressman Thomas Massey.
Hey, hold on. Get down.
No, actually, we don't. We don't. Come on. Yeah, is it getting political? We'll talk about that in a little bit. Yeah, I think it is. I think a little bit's like now the president keeps going after these people. And so now they're going to keep going after him. And it's going to keep being this way. But this is all about the victims. This always has been about the victims. And while President Trump tries to take jabs over at Thomas Massey and his new wife, which I don't understand why we're even addressing that, how about we leave his wife and his marriage, his personal life out of this? I don't see a reason to do any personal digs. But it doesn't stop there. He keeps doing this. I want to play clip 2 for you because this is one of the victims who spoke out yesterday in regards to the DOJ continuing to fail to do its job, and that is to protect victims. That's supposed to be their job at least. And she had no problem calling it all out in clip 2. Take a listen.
I mean, the fact that only 300 million, right? We're talking about that we've only seen half of the documents.
3 million out of
3 million. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, 3 million. But we've only seen half, and they're saying that the reason that they didn't release the other half was to protect survivors. And yet, I found all of my identifying information out there, and I can't tell you how disheartening it is to look through a 302 and see all of your information. It's not just my name. It's like my birthday, my address at the time, and you move through it, and then all of these Jane Does are being exposed. And so it's just incredibly disheartening that they really failed all of the survivors on this after so many months of saying we're being so meticulous about this and we care so deeply about this. So I think that that's where the slap in the face really hurts.
So yeah, it's a load of crap. They don't truthfully care. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. There's no other way. They're forced now to release these documents, and now they're just pushing them out. But what they're going to do, and this is what I suspected from the very beginning, I just didn't want to say it out loud because I was hoping it wasn't going to be the case, but here we are. What they're going to keep doing is they're going to keep doing that. They're going to keep releasing victims' information so they can pull back the documents, or they cannot release certain documents, because then it gives these elitist predators all the protection they need. And there's no other way to think of this at this point. The fact that the president is still going after people who are just trying to get some answers here tells you what you need to know. Was it really worth what we've seen so far? Was it really worth protecting these people? I don't think so. And we tell you all the time. I mean, the people who are listed in these latest files doesn't mean that they're predators. But if they were still trying to do business meetings with Jeffrey Epstein prior to him being a convicted pedophile, or after, I should say, then guess what? I've got a major issue with them. To me, they're just as bad as the actual abusers. And so to sit here and pretend like nothing to see here, nothing to see here, it's garbage. You and I both know that. But the deflection is real. And who does it help? It helps the creeps like Bill Gates out. You know, we're learning more and more about Bill. And while Bill wants to get the rest of us to participate in medical experiments, he himself might have been. I mean, we're learning, obviously, that according to the emails, again, sent by Jeffrey Epstein, so this comes from Epstein, Mr. Bill, the creepy Bill, apparently caught an STD. And we don't know the specifics. We just know that there was a Russian girl involved in this, according to the email. Now, again, these are just accusations, but a Russian girl, well, if she's just a girl, it's called rape. Called rape, Bill. Now, again, this hasn't been proven in court yet. We hope there one day will be a time when this does happen. But Bill just keeps getting away with all of this. And we sit here and allow him to speak to us like he's a medical expert at some capacity. Lecture the rest of us. While Jeffrey Epstein was one of his good friends. They didn't just meet once or twice for lunch. No, they were hanging out. Yeah. And even his own, at the time, stopped hanging out with him. The guy's a creep. But Bill couldn't help himself. I wonder why he couldn't help himself. I wonder why. Jeffrey Epstein. Now he wants And he would have told, I'm not going anywhere. I reach out to comms teams all the time, and they've got great teams. People who respond pretty quickly. So that's all they had to do if they really wanted to get to the bottom of this, but they didn't. They wanted to run a story to help out. Folks, we have a massive issue right now at the DOJ, and they are trying their very best to push out really important people to this movement, to the accountability tour is what I keep calling it. And we've got to be careful with this. We've got to keep our eyes on this. Again, this is the only, guys, I think DHS is doing a good job. I think every other agency, for the most part, is doing a decent job. But the DOJ, the corruption is so deep right now. And the fact that we're not sitting here, we're not seeing actual reforms, we're not hearing from President Trump, who should be calling on serious reforms, it's pretty disheartening. Again, I was the one that published that email. Sadly, that Rand Paul's office wanted to redact so you, the American people, wouldn't see who sent the email. But I'm not a coward, so I released it unredacted. And it highlights, again, a key issue here. Why are there still people right now, Kenneth Porter being a great example of it, who are still at the DOJ? Kenneth, by the way, Todd Blanche knows who he is. And I know Todd Blanche knows who he is. Kenneth Porter is an evil, evil man. He ran the J6 section, that little persecution that they were leading. Remember that? Where they rounded up people for taking an unauthorized tour of the Capitol. Well, he was the one who was in charge of all of it. And, Kenneth Porter is still at the DOJ. I mean, it's the guy who wanted a woman who wasn't even there that day arrested. Had no evidence, but still wanted her arrested. I asked Kenneth, hey, you got comment on that? Will you be resigning? Because you should probably resign, given the fact that you had no evidence and you called for this woman to be charged. And it's not just that. He's involved in a lot of other high-profile cases. A lot. But for some reason, he's being protected by Mr. Todd Blanche. This is the email that Senator Rand Paul's office was too cowardly to put out there. Instead, they wanted to protect this man. And they did that. Take a look at the redacted one that they put out publicly.
Missed twice.
But screw that. You don't cover for these people. We don't run cover for these people. These people are treasonous pigs. They should be stripped of their law license to be able to practice law. They manipulated the law to go after people that they just disagree with politically, and they're still at the DOJ. Still at the DOJ. You're telling me that that's not enough to toss him out? No, it is enough. Keep in mind, too, Todd Blanche is a former Democrat, 2024, if you want to call that former. I mean, as somebody who is politically stupid for quite some time in my career, I would say that no, you probably should have learned sooner than 2024 that Democratic Party was a group of treasonous pigs. But again, it's not just that, it's also Republicans as well. Every single time, folks, every single time. It's just so infuriating. You, the American people, didn't vote for this. We didn't vote for this. We voted for people to get dragged off and go to prison. And if it doesn't happen, guess what? It's going to happen again. The next Democrat who shuffles their way into the White House, whether it's stolen because nobody's trying to fight for election integrity right now, or whether it's actually, it's going to be stolen. We're screwed, guys. We're screwed. If these changes aren't made, there's nothing to be optimistic about. Again, I hate being a black pill. I don't want to be a black pill. I want to tell you that there are great things going on right now over the DOJ. But I've got nothing for you. I've got nothing for you. There are great people over there who are being pushed and pushed and pushed because they want to do what's right. Let's switch up gears since we're talking about do what's right. Tulsi Gabbard. Overall, just an incredible, incredible person. Over at National Intelligence, by the way, and I don't know if I've detailed this for you. My sources told me that she's been as soon as she got into position, she secluded herself with just people that she knows. No one else on the outside is able to come in. And that's good news because the reality of it is it's infiltrated and you're never going to be able to find people you could actually trust. They're going to give you poor information. They're going to try to go after you. And she sees just that. She is a target. I keep watching the cable news channels and she's constantly being featured on cable news. Nothing controversial, but they're trying to make it seem controversial. Because right now, Tulsi Gabbard has been handed with the task of searching to see who stole 2020 elections. Specifically, what all the key players were. And as many of you guys saw, she was in Fulton County during the raid. Now, again, it's not like completely out of the loop for her as somebody who's obviously the director of national intelligence. National intelligence the elections fall right under their scope. And so while the mainstream media will go after her, will keep bashing her for it. It's important to note that during the raid, it wasn't just her that was present. It was also, by the way, the FBI Deputy Director Andrew Bailey, was present as well. And one of our callers said, "Where's Bailey?" Well, I guess he was there. But according to Gabbard, it looks like President Trump requested that she be present during this raid. Now, according to the reports, about 12 field offices, including Atlanta senior officials, were all involved in this as well. During a visit to the Atlanta field office, the DNI thanked agents for their professionalism in facilitating a brief phone call from the president personally, who also thanked them for their work. But here's the interesting part in all of this. And I want John Solomon, obviously, he's one of the faves over at the FBI. So when he does get a story, it's usually factually true because it comes directly from them. But in clip 4, you're going to hear John Solomon break down specifically the details behind the Fulton County raid. Take a listen.
Now we got some other big news to get to, and that's about that FBI raid on a Georgia warehouse that occurred last Wednesday. About 700 boxes of ballots were collected there by FBI agents. Our reporting here at Just the News has uncovered that the FBI search warrant approving that raid cited a law that prohibits fraud by election workers. The search warrant for the Fulton County election hub near Atlanta, which is the major city in Georgia, was signed by a federal magistrate, and it specifically cited 2 sections of Title 52 of the U.S. Code. Specifically, the sections that were cited ban someone who knowingly and willfully deprives, defrauds, or attempts to deprive or defraud the residents of a state of a fair and impartially conducted election process, either through the procurement or submission of voter registration applications that are known by a person to be material or false, fictitious, or fraudulent under the laws of the state in which the election is held. In other words, the focus of this investigation, the focus of that raid, the reason that a federal judge approved that raid was that they're looking at possible crimes related by election workers and the administration of that election in 2020. That's the one that President Trump for years has raised concern. We're going to have more on this in just a little bit.
So you hear that. The people who are working there, remember Giuliani was sued for talking about this. So we got to be a little sparing on this one. But folks, people have had their lives destroyed. To sit here and have done what they did, man, you can't let up on this one. You can't let up. They're not doing much to save our elections either, by the way. The president keeps posting about it. I don't see Congress doing anything. And again, I don't really hold it against, I mean, I do, but I don't. I mean, President Trump yesterday praising, again, Mike Johnson in post. I'm just over it, folks. I'm just so over it. It's you don't want to be black-pilled, but you have to also remember that there's not a line here. You know, the election night, the rest of us were, I know myself, I was screaming because I was.
Fuck Mike Johnson's traitor ass. The purposely soft bitch serving his role of not letting anything get through. Fuck Mike Johnson and fuck Israel.
So happy. And it's just been a massive disappointment since. Massive. Even if they couldn't do everything, we just asked for like a quarter. Just give us at least a little bit. But we've got nothing for you so far. Tulsi Gabbard also did send over a letter to the Select Committee on Intelligence. Now, specifically in this letter, she is going after Democrats who have been lying about her. And she's fired up, obviously, about it. She's referring to it as blatant lies, and she's had enough of it, calling it slanderous accusations. And she's had enough. I mean, obviously, she's allowed to be there, folks. I don't know why this was so controversial. I guess they just needed a reason to go after Gabbard. And so they are taking it up taking up this fight, but she didn't do anything wrong. She's there. She's present. She's supposed to be there. Folks, fighting for our elections should be a top priority. If we lose our elections, we've got nothing else. We've got nothing else. I want to switch up gears to another story. This one's interesting. Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, coming out. And I thought this would have been a thing. And I want to remind our audience, I know the FBI doesn't do it. And I think that's an absolute disgrace and should be fixed. But Kristi Noem saying effective immediately that they will begin deploying body cams on all of the officers in the field in Minneapolis as funding is available. Funding should be a top priority for this. Now, again, I didn't know DHS doesn't have it. I feel like I've seen some of their agents with it. But then again, remember with Renee Good, remember they had to pull out their iPhones and they were filming themselves. They are filming because they know that they're going to be in the right. Right? I'm referring to that one agent who popped out of the vehicle and is immediately taping Renee Good. It's the video that now vindicates that everything that they did was a clean shoot. But the fact that they don't have body cams is insane. Insane. The budgets are controlled. You tell them. And the worst part too about it is and J6ers were being prosecuted when they were getting their homes raided. And even James O'Keefe spoke with James about this. When they go into your home, they disconnect all the
Could have fooled me. No. Hey, him and old Francis, Beto Francis work. They call him the old Saint Francis of Assisi.
What? Is that right?
The two together.
That
was a reach.
Yeah, it was around.
So, James Tallarico, and we're going to have AG Ken Paxton on here in a little bit.
Maybe.
As of 2024, Texas was seen as a pretty solidly red state across the board. You know, President Trump won by 14. Ted Cruz won by 9. I remember everyone saying, "Oh, this is going to be the year. It's going to be Beto. Look, he kickflipped."
Sick.
But that doesn't mean you can rely on it being red forever, especially when you look at what's going on in the state. In some cases, for example, with H-1Bs, in some cases, the fabric of the state changing quite a bit. And I think that Texas is pretty important because it's certainly not the most conservative state in the union, but it is iconic in that if Texas were to fall, to succumb to the woke virus of the left, if people still use that term, but to leftism, that would be a bad sign for the United States of America.
Yeah, massively bad.
And
it's a target right now, too.
Yes. And so right now, Democrats have pinned their hopes on also kind of those who present to be right-wing, but say, but I'm reasonable, I'm center-left. They have pinned their hopes on this new man who I cannot stand and is wrong about pretty much everything theologically, James Tallarico.
Beto O'Rourke came close, but did not prevail, even when it appeared Democrats in Texas had some kind of momentum. Along comes Presbyterian seminarian and Democratic State Representative James Tallarico. He thinks he has what it takes.
We have the hottest new candidate of 2026, Texas James Tallarico.
James Tallarico, thank you so much for joining the conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Your profile has really risen in the past year, which I can personally attest to because my father-in-law actually picked you.
You went from being a middle school teacher to a 4-term state representative, making a name for yourself with exchanges in the state house that went viral.
James Tallarico is one of the top Democrats running for U.S. Senate this year.
James Tallarico, his faith, his Christian identity is clearly a big part of that. And I think when you
we'll get to
look
that.
at him, not just in Texas, but across the country, I think he's speaking to some of those values and some of those principles maybe more effectively than anyone else in the Democratic Party across the country.
James Tallarico. Thank you for being
They must
with
have
us.
spelled it wrong.
Yeah, they spelled it phonetically. So, former middle school teacher, apparently a Presbyterian seminarian, and he is leading Jasmine Crockett in the Senate Democrat primary. Also, James Tallarico, really wants to be a dentist.
Well, sir, someday I'd like to be a dentist.
It's a good career.
We don't need any Democrat dolls.
That's right.
As of August 2025, Tallarico led the Democrats who fled Texas for Illinois in an attempt to block Texas redistricting. Yeah, he's one of those guys.
Yeah.
And then this summer, look, he's usually right, but he doesn't always get it right. Joe Rogan hinted that Tallarico should run for president, and it could have just been, being polite to a guest.
All I'm pushing back on is that second step of it's always going to be this way.
Right. It doesn't have to be this way.
That is the key step.
Right.
So I'm
That's
not on.
because you need to run for president.
Yeah.
We need someone who's actually a good person.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go with that.
Pushing back on is that second step of it's always going to be this way.
Right. It doesn't have to be.
No, he looks just like J.D. Vance, dark-eyed, too controlled.
But someone who proactively manipulates scripture to use it as a platform and to try and justify a definitively anti-God platform, that is actually worse to me than someone who simply says I'm an atheist. So that brings us to why he went viral this week. Some comments he made regarding theology, religion, on, I believe, the Rogan podcast, as well as a recent New York Times one, because they're in that space now.
For the past 50 years in this country, the religious right, a political movement, convinced a lot of Christians in America that the two most important issues were abortion and homosexuality. Two issues that aren't really discussed in Scripture. Abortion is never mentioned. Consensual same-sex relationships are never mentioned.
What?
It's remarkable to me that you have an entire political movement using Christianity to prioritize two issues that Jesus never talked about.
Pause
So
really
I'm not saying
fast. First off, Gerald, that's wrong. Right? Just because
wrong.
I know that, yeah.
100% wrong.
Second, no one's saying that these are the two most important issues. There's a difference between being the most important issues and being closed-handed issues, meaning they are non-starters. As a Christian, and I will tell you this is not me telling you what to think, but if you claim to be a Christian, for example, if you claim to be a Detroit Red Wing, well, you better play for the Red Wings. You better put on that jersey. You know what that means. If you claim to be a Christian, you cannot be pro-abortion, and certainly not as it exists in today's political spectrum.
Three things we're told to do ad nauseum.
The church does a great job of that, by the way.
Is mind blowing.
Government doesn't.
In terms of the context of abortion, because before God,
listen to this,
comes over Mary, and we have the incarnation. God asks for Mary's consent, which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean,
I will.
The angel comes down and asks Mary if this is something she wants to do. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done.
Wrong.
Let it be. Let it happen. So to me, that is
She had to RSVP this?
one of our most central stories, that creation has to be done with consent. You cannot force someone to create. Creation is one of those sacred acts that
that's the way I do it.
Human beings. That has to be done with consent. It has to be done with freedom.
Bears beds undefiled.
And to me, that is absolutely consistent with the ministry and life and death of Jesus. And so that's how I come down on that side of the issue.
Yeah, well, that's incorrect. Like, he should be a sign unto you, and he should bring tidings. It's not like, so Mary, are you down with this? I don't know. Too late, baby's in you. Ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, I think I want to travel.
Yeah.
There's more time on me.
You want to travel? Oh, hey, hold on a second. Ring, ring. Yeah, all sinners of the world. Sorry, you're all condemned to hell forever because Mary wants to travel. Did I have that right?
The path to heaven is closed because Mary wants to take the road to Damascus.
Yeah, because she wants to eat, pray, love her way across this desert wasteland and find herself. Hope you enjoy the fires of hell. Am I getting that right, Mary?
But I want to see Athens.
Here's the fun part. There was so much consent asked when the angel said, this will happen and you will name him Jesus. She didn't even get to pick the name. You think she got to pick whether this happened or not?
What the hell are you talking about? I was thinking Hunter.
No, his name will be Jesus. I'm an angel flying in the air right now. Do as we say.
Oh, so now you're angel spinning. Nice.
Look, God's been planning this for a very long time.
Yeah.
She specifically says, I am the Lord's servant, which is what you say when you're consenting.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's
whatever you want to do.
Hey, honey, would you like to be my servant tonight in the bedroom?
A separate note, I will just tell you this. This whole thing is centered on this idea of consent as it exists in the leftist paradigm. We wouldn't have this problem if we approach sexuality, sexual practices, the moral way. Obviously, as a Christian, you believe that it's supposed to be within the confines of marriage. If you're in a monogamous, loving relationship, consent is not only not perpetually needed, but I will tell you this, it's kind of gay. And what I mean by that...
See, I wasn't the one that said it.
What I mean by that is no woman who loves you the way that you're attracted to one wants to be like, okay, so sweetheart, is it okay? It used to be once you get married, once you say I do, or you pull the lady in for a kiss and things continue moving, that is seen as consent. Now we've ruined the sexual dynamics of a man pursuing a woman. Women don't like that. Women, you can comment if you think, women like to have a man who takes charge. I'm not talking about abuse. Let's just say what we all know to be true. The idea of consent as it currently exists, which is really designed to put more landmines down in the area of intersexual dynamics, it's kind of a vibe kill. It's kind of gay. And condoms are for losers. Now...
Yeah, you get the last part right.
Yeah.
And cigarettes make you look cool.
There's look.
They do.
Science is in.
They're gross, but they look cool.
So this is what they do. They create an issue, right? My body, my choice. Abortion all the way up until and including birth on demand, taxpayer funded, period. Who changed safe, legal, and rare? Wasn't us. And then they go, why are you making it such a big issue? Well, because there's 10 to 15,000 late-term abortions a year. You say very small numbers. That's significant to me. They'll do this. They'll say, hey, we want to change the entire paradigm, the entire gender spectrum, and put biological males in with women. And if you oppose it, they go, why are you making this an issue? Well, I'll tell you what the biggest issues are to Texas voters. This comes from Emerson. It's the economy. They say threats to democracy and immigration. And if beans should go in chili, which will be decided the Texas way. There you go.
Don't put beans in your Texas chili.
No.
I'm not even from Texas. I know that.
Yes.
True, but I like beans and chili.
You like
you
the
would.
dish. You like the dish with beans in it. It's just not chili.
Yeah, it's not called chili.
Chili, yeah, exactly.
And this isn't a debate. I grew up where I always had beans and chili, but I found out it is an actual state food stuff where it has a very clear definition.
Correct.
And if you want to call it fusion, whatever, and it's not even like pineapple on pizza, that's a whole preference thing. Beans don't go in chili. It's a Texas food, and it does not include it.
Fine, that's fair.
And if you say otherwise.
Who just wants to make themselves fart more and get rid of the more nutrient diverse, the more protein dense and amino acid varying animal meat? Who would replace that with beans? No, I know that a lot of us have. Most of us have eaten beans, chili, but we all know it's better with straight meat.
Say otherwise, they will kill you. So,
but only if you have a midriff as a man.
Yeah, and here's the thing. And this sentiment, it reflects America at large, American voters at large. There have been recent polls that have come where you see deportation support sometimes as high as, I saw a number yesterday, 63%, whereas opposing it, 30-something%. The only group opposing it as a majority were Democrats, meaning independents supported it as a majority. And you'll see fluctuations across the board sometimes if you get down to the method of doing it. But Americans understand the economy is important. Immigration is important. But I repeat myself, the issue is you cannot force an agenda. For example, you can't have drag queen story hour. You cannot put pornography in children's libraries and then say that those requesting it be removed, namely because there was never pornography in public children's libraries, that they're turning it into an issue. The left, they love to use the word gaslighting because they're all pop psychologists. This is that. So we say, yeah, we want to focus on the economy. We want to focus on immigration. Oh, wait a second. You want to make it so all states have to allow abortion? Well, no, we're going to fight against that. It doesn't mean that it's our priority. It means that it's a non-starter. And this sort of brings us to our next issue here. Key issue, immigration. We'll be talking with a Texas AG here in a few moments. Students walking out of school to protest ICE. Here's a montage.
I hate this sound.
We'll never be divided. The people united. We'll never be divided.
You're divided right now.
Poor crutch guy's like, today of all days. Yeah.
No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA. No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA.
Where? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Where are they getting KKK?
I don't know.
That's two different states, by the way. They're saying the same chant. These sheep, these Democrat sheep, their shepherds are telling them to say KKK, fascist USA.
Yeah.
Needed a rhyme.
What?
They needed a rhyme, and they're completely unaware that
they should teach them about the KKK and who was.
It was a wing of the Democrat Party, but it was Strom Thurmond. Shut up. And you also have students, by the way, it's made its way to Texas, which is generally seen as a reliably red state. But, look, kids obviously have the right to make their voices heard as long as we keep in the back of our mind that kids are very often stupid. What happened to United?
Why are they doing that?
Oh.
Why are they doing that?
Wait, how warm is it there that she was in jorts?
Just Chrysler 300 after Chrysler 300.
Yeah.
They're just anti-white.
How much you want to bet that those kids don't know what it is they're protesting? They're looking for any reason to simply walk out of class. And just so you know, the first to change my mind that I ever did, it wasn't on campus. Or either the first or second one. It was just meant to take place. We've done plenty of them on sidewalks. The first one that I did on campus, I remember it's because they were talking about campus protests and the media was covering it. They had it on a loop, like a morphine drip. And so they were holding these people out as inspirations, as authorities in the subject. And I said, well, okay, let's go down and see how much these inspired people know. It wasn't specifically to debate campus students. That's why we've also had an open call out to professors. We'll be having that actually, as I understand it, in the next coming quarter at
a couple of months. Yeah,
is it going to be at UPenn? As I understand,
that's where the talks are right now.
But it does matter because the left constantly uses the youth as pawns, and they're really valuable pawns. Why? Well, they don't have skin in the game. They don't pay taxes. They don't know what that's like. They don't have families. They're very self-focused. They're not thinking about their family. Of their life where they're qualified to do it. And it doesn't mean that young people can't change the world, and it doesn't mean that there aren't some incredibly bright young people. That's not what I was seeing out there. And some of those walkouts, they prompted the AG, Ken Paxton, to launch an investigation into Austin ISD. He put this on X. He said, I'm demanding documents as part of an investigation into Austin ISD for facilitating student protests against lawful immigration enforcement activities. And so we are going to bring AG Ken Paxton right here on the show. Before that, I want you to, we want to make sure you get settled in, as his mug of coffee. Watch this spot from Foundation. You know, most multivitamins are crap. Proprietary blends of stuff you don't need. It's not even what's on the label. That's why we created Foundation Daily. Clinically effective ingredients at their clinically effective doses. Vitamins A through zinc, plus curcumin, turmeric, and garlic to help you with some aches and pains. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Plus, you can get a certificate of analysis on every batch sold. So what's on the label is exactly what you're getting. Go to foundationdaily.com to start your subscription today. Foundation. It's a knockout. Oh, I thought we were going to do this thing. Hit the stinger. Welcome, Ken Paxton. Thank you. Well, now, how should I refer to you? As Mr. General, Mr. Attorney General?
How about just Ken?
And where is it? I'm not going to do that. When is it?
The title, I'll tell you, the title is General, whatever your last name is. So every Attorney General is referred to as like General Paxton, General Marshall, whatever.
Okay, I will go with General Ken. And you are running for U.S. Senate against John Cornyn. The Republican primaries March 3rd, right?
March 3rd, and early voting starts 2 weeks from today on February 17th.
Starts 2 weeks from today. How are you feeling about the race?
I feel really good. I know we're up. John has spent almost $50 million up to now.
Really?
I spent $2,600. The fundraising thing is the biggest scam that most Americans don't know about.
Yeah.
John McCain set up this bill, it was called McCain-Feingold, to get money out of politics. Well, it did, but only on the challenger side, because they have unlimited to $3,500 for the primary from anyone, which is really hard to raise enough money to put a commercial on TV at that level.
Right.
How do you raise $50 million at $3,500 if you're actually following the rules? Their rules are completely different than mine.
Well, the fact that it's even close to this point, let alone you being up, that's a good sign. And people can go and support you at Ken Paxton TX on X, kenpaxton.com. Let me first ask you, I know you were mentioning Tallarico. We'll get to that. The walkouts. Do you think that these are organic, or do you believe they're organized by outside groups? And if so, like, is there any evidence of it? Because I know we've all suspected that, and we've proven it in some past instances. But right now, what do you see?
Mike, I mean, I don't know, but my gut feeling is it's organized. It always is. It seems like in the end, we always find out it was organized by Soros or somebody like him, and it just doesn't seem like organic.
Yeah.
Why would a bunch of high school students walk out in Austin? A very liberal district, of course, but it just seems odd that they would all know to do that. It just seems very odd, unless it's organized.
Right. I do want to. So I want to, because you're Attorney General in Texas, but you're running for U.S. Senate. Let me ask you. This always is something that I'm curious about. What is it that you feel you can do or think you can accomplish there that you can't accomplish as effectively with your current job title? Because some people would say that it seems like you have more sway.
So part of it is that I think people. I'm serving my third term. That's 12 years. We've had 51 attorney generals. Only one other person has served for 3 terms. That's Greg Abbott.
Mm-hmm.
I think that staying in jobs too long, it ends up being not a good thing. And I just felt like I had a mission each time I ran for each term. First time was go after Obama and stop his federal overreach and really trying to ruin the Constitution and the country. Second time, I was going after big tech and big pharma and election integrity. That's why we didn't have the same problems as other states. Otherwise, we would have. And third time was to take on Joe Biden. I assume 107 times in 4 years. I didn't have the same mission, and I felt like we were really missing out. We've had the same senator for 24 years. No one's ever run for 5 terms. Not Sam Houston, not John Tower, not LBJ, not Phil Gramm. And it's so hard to beat these guys because they're so entrenched.
Yeah.
It's not like a regular incumbent like me. They have these fundraising limits that make it so hard. And if you don't have name ID in Texas, I felt like I was the only one that could eliminate a guy that had been wasting our time and voting against us and voting against Trump. And I was the only person who could actually take him on and win.
Well, and I want to ask you, because we just covered the 2 most important issues to Texas, and then it seems to mirror the country at large. Immigration obviously is one, in the economy, and the economy in Texas has done pretty well compared to most states, and the country's doing better. But in Texas, we've all lived here for a while, and not to put you in the hot seat, but the H-1B situation in Texas. What can be done about that, and how much of this is above board? Because in doing some research for an investigative piece, finding out that College Station has more H-1B enrollees per worker than any other municipality. And I know it's primarily two companies like Cognizant and A&M. Some of us live in neighborhoods where we feel like strangers in our own neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. This is a federal program. So, I mean, it's not something that I've had anything to do with,
Right.
other than we are now investigating companies that we think are defrauding people that are not using it appropriately. So we can do that sort of under our consumer protections. Like if you're defrauding our people, it doesn't matter how you're doing it. I have the opportunity to go in. And so we're investigating certain companies, 3 of them right now. And our plan is, as we learn more about companies doing this, but you're right, because it's being sold one way. And I think some of these American jobs that, teachers and science teachers and other jobs could be filled by Americans. It's supposed to be used for very high-level technical people, skilled workers that we can't get, that we need. And I think it's being way expanded. There's a Senator Schmidt from Missouri who's going after these, asking questions about this. And I think, given the opportunity, when I'm elected, this will be something I will be following up on as well at the federal level.
So what do you think can be, so nothing can be done on a state level, even dealing with these companies?
No, I'm pursuing those for fraud, for deceptive practices, but I can't stop the program at this level.
Right.
At the next level, at the Senate level, I can have a say in trying
the program itself.
Well, yeah, start asking questions, potentially change the program, at least start calling out and have an ability to actually do something about it.
Well, because I know, Texas is a red state, and I will tell you the general temperature on Governor Greg Abbott, by the way, is that first off, people are often shocked to find out he's a wheelchair guy. They didn't know it because it's not like FDR where he made it his calling. I remember the day he wheeled out, I was like, I had no idea this whole time. So that surprises people. But also, hey, it's mostly good, but there have been some missteps. I think property taxes are a big one in Texas that people feel are really high. They definitely are very high. And how the H-1B situation has happened this expansively, this rapidly. I mean, if you've been to a Costco anywhere in like the
He said missteps, but a wheelchair guy, that would be misrolls. I'm just fucking around.
The legislature meets within 30 days, has to tell us an estimate for the next 2 years, because we're not allowed to spend. Unlike the federal government, we are confined by that number.
Right.
Well, guess what? The comptroller underestimates, because the last thing you want to do is overestimate the budget, because now you're into a 2-year cycle and you're stuck, right? So on average, the last study I saw, it may have changed a little bit. 11% is what the underestimate is. Well, so what the legislature does is they stick on riders at the end of, well, if we get this money, spend it here. If we get this money, spend it here.
Only the Jewish mafia can print extra money.
What my deal would be is, no, if we get this money, it goes to property tax relief. And over a 14 or 15-year period, you could eliminate school property taxes. And I would throw in a little kicker. Take 5% of that and give teacher pay raises. Because now you've got the teachers who are incentivized to come down and lobby for less spending, because the less we spend, the more money goes to teachers and the more money goes to property tax.
Well, actually, if anything, it would invert the incentive, because they would have an incentive right now to keep property taxes, because they see
that's part of the problem, because they typically the education establishment fights it, because they're like, we're losing on this. Let's get a winning issue for us.
I'm making either coffee or hot chocolate.
And let's put the Democrats in the box of having to vote against property tax cuts and teachers.
Yeah,
that's my idea.
But why hasn't it happened in Texas with a Republican governor, like you said, a legislature? Like I'm sure you hear this from constituents. Like they kind of feel like that's a bit of a scam. Like, yeah, if we get other Republicans, because this has been here for a long time, it shouldn't be.
I am so frustrated with property taxes.
No more property tax, no more car insurance. No more mandatory car insurance, that is. You can still buy it if you want, but you won't be forced to when I'm in charge. When I'm a governor. And by executive order, when I'm president, I'll make sure it applies to all 50 states.
Personally, because it was, when I went down there, it was one of my top 2 or 3 issues. And I kept filing these bills and they wouldn't even get heard. This is a Republican leadership. But remember, we've had trouble in the Texas House, particularly. I was served under Joe Strauss. He was elected by, mostly Democrats, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be funny. Maybe I'll stop talking about that one and then just make sure I do it on day one.
Mostly Democrats, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was 11 Republicans that sided with the Democrats. Well, of course, he doesn't want property tax relief. The Democrats didn't want property tax relief. So I think the legislature has a responsibility to step up and stop giving us little tiny tax cuts that by the time they do the appraisal, they're gone. It's a joke.
Yeah. It's actually the kind of thing I think that actually factors in when people are leaving these blue states. Where do we want to move? Property taxes are what come up a lot. When I have people saying, hey, I'm leaving California or leaving Washington or Oregon, they go, but the property taxes in Texas are rough.
It is very rough. And if you compare us to other Republican states, particularly like Tennessee, they don't have state income tax. And guess what? They have much lower property taxes. Most Republican states have lower property tax than us. Can you imagine what wealth we will create if we can stop? Because if we can lower property taxes, the value of our homes are going up. Because now people have more money to put into their purchase, and we're gonna become wealthier if the government would stop stealing our money.
Well, I think we will. I think that the home prices need to regulate a little bit, and obviously with illegal immigration being dealt with, deportations. I think also people run into problems in Texas with. This brings us back to the H-1B situation. I mean, we've all seen it where you'll have 15 family members living in one house and buying up these houses, and then of course competing with these giant institutional investors. Like there hasn't been enough building, and the market needs to recalibrate. The home values have skyrocketed in a way that's not sustainable, where people in the homes are happy, but you have a generation of people who are not able to buy homes now, even close to some of these major municipalities.
Look, I've got kids in their 20s. I've got a daughter who's a pediatric nurse. She was a pediatric nurse at Stanford. Her husband was a major in the Air Force. They're doing relatively well. Of course, they were living out in California. They could buy a house.
Mm-hmm.
That is insane.
Yeah.
When you've got 2 relatively high wage earners who cannot afford. But that is a function of a couple of things. Joe Biden's inflation, which drove up the cost of everything.
Yeah.
It also drove up interest rates. And so you got two big pieces, higher costs.
By Joe Biden, he means cadaver auto pin China, Venezuela.
Because now houses are more expensive because of inflation to build.
Right.
And you got higher interest
also
rates.
regulations. The
Yeah.
The UK, Barack Obama.
Sorry,
there's no doubt. And that's another thing that happened during the Biden administration that Trump's been better at dealing with. But he can't do it. It's going to take time to address the inflation that was created by Biden because that was spending and those trillions of dollars were spent.
Yeah.
And then the interest rates.
Didn't you know our country's for sale when Democrats are in power? Or when neocons or rhinos, basically when the enemy is in power, sometimes they jump to the other party. But it's time we Americans wake up and keep an eye on them and spot them and spotlight them and shine a lot of light on them. And we all know who they are, no matter where they go. And we know each one that comes in, too. It's time we all actually know who the enemy is.
Are unusually high for the situation we're in. Trump doesn't control those. Jerome Powell does, and he's hopefully going away.
Yeah. Well, we'll say may be going out with a bang, too, the way that it's looking right now.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a whimper. Have you noticed, because you've been obviously in Texas politics for a while, and the Republican Party, the major shift when people talk about how young men are going right, it's that they're unapologetic. It used to be sort of like, well, hey, look, we need to deal with illegal immigration, but I think everyone who wants to come here legally. But now people are going, you know what? That system's been abused, and we need to be very selective. And they lean toward close the books until we figure it out. And a big part of that in Texas, you have young Republicans, young people looking to vote right, saying, hey, I think it's okay to culturally want Texas to feel like Texas, because there are neighborhoods that are unrecognizable and feel like a third world country now. And that's because the systems have been abused. They've forced Americans out of the labor force. And Texas really is one of, if not the worst offender in that with the H-1Bs.
Look, we look at Europe and what happened there and the overrunning of, England and France and Germany, and many of these countries have lost their identity. They're not German anymore. They're not French. They're not going to control. There's going to be a completely different cultural bent from there. And England's not going to be England. So look, there's nothing wrong with people wanting to retain a certain value system and a certain, we're a Judeo-Christian country. That's how we were founded. There's nothing wrong with us wanting to retain that identity instead of saying, just let everybody come in here. We don't care. We don't have to be the same country. It really matters that we reflect the values of our founders, and we are.
Where the fuck do you think Judeo comes in? When did Judeo come into the picture? We are not a Judeo-Christian. We are just a Christian nation. Tired of hearing that fucking bullshit. Jesus was a Jew. That doesn't mean Christianity is Judeo-Christian. That's a small argument to be made, and that's it. Jews didn't find this nation. They didn't find it, they didn't found it, and they didn't build it. Christians did. And that's it. They're the only ones. About tired of hearing all this other bullshit. Wait. Native Americans are the only other one. Native American Indians and Christians. That's it. And it wasn't the Christians that fucking herded the Indians out. It was the foreign enemy invading British billionaires that reconquered us too. We, Americans and the Indians, were fucking conquered. And they don't want to tell you about it. And I'm part Indian, so both of my people were conquered by foreign enemy invading British billionaires. Rockefeller, Rothschild, Carnegie, Schofield. Who the fuck do you think Jeffrey Epstein worked for?
Countries require voter ID.
Is giving them jobs. They're all using the same Social Security. Factories are giving them Social Security numbers. The government turns its back on it. As soon as you have a Social Security number and you go over to motor.
Break through Democratic resistance. It's not optional. Thune either delivers on this core integrity promise or faces the wrath of the group.
Legitimate question, but it's an illegitimate bill. That's dead on arrival. It's going nowhere.
Things could get pretty messy here. The House floor. Now, that procedural vote is going to be a whole lot easier said than done. Not only will Democrats not vote for it, but Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is threatening to hold the whole process up if the voter ID bill known as the SAVE Act isn't attached to the spending bills. Still, though, Speaker Johnson is confident it'll all get worked out.
Call now. Demand your congressman and senator pass the SAVE Act. 202-224-3121. Add the SAVE Act to the government funding.
Was having a lot of like thermo regulation issues, like morning severe chills and cold in the morning. All that.
I want to stop with Garcimos. Because it's a thyroid issue. It's a thyroid issue.
Like it's amazing, but I'm trying to be quick.
It's all right. Hey, when you're plugging, we got all the time in the world.
I love his supplement formulas.
No, she's so
Everything. This is not some political genre. This is a fight for civilization and our very. That's who we honor. That's who we.
Travis Kelce with a Pfizer sticker.
Did you like that? Yeah. So you watch these coaches in games, especially the playoffs, and they're all everybody looks at the coach. That's good. It's how a man's supposed to act. He really cares. He's got the numbers, the facts. He knows the other side. He's on the ball. World like Trump and Elon Musk are. Instead, these evil little nerds who weren't in the cool club and hate everybody, and they love passive-aggressive murder. It thrills them to know they're growing spike protein in everyone and killing everyone and making money off of it while they do it. And we're too stupid to figure it out. And you look at that photo with Fauci like holding Hotez. And Hotez was on TV. There'll be 11 new pandemics. Trump will have it crashing down. He won't stop us. Your children need more shots. You don't think they don't know what it's doing? They did it on purpose. And so you've seen FBI chief counsel in Connecticut go, yeah, we wouldn't start the lawsuits on Jones. You've seen the CIA, FBI undercover videos. They're like, yeah, we couldn't take him out criminally. We investigated him and found out he didn't do anything wrong. And yeah, under national security. So we went and set all this up and ran PR about him and demonized him with stuff he never did so we could then do this. They did that to America. They did that to families. They did that to God. They did that to X and Y chromosome. They're attacking it all because it's in the way of their devilish plan. It's to kill, steal, and destroy.
Alex Jones. Tomorrow's news today.
They know what they're doing. They mean business. They've already conquered most of the world, and they're not going to stop. George Soros stole the pension funds of dozens of countries' old people. The left loves him. He crashes currencies. He puts old people on the street. He helps Adolf Hitler round up Jews. They love that. That's power. That's the pure exercise of will to them because they're such disgusting people. Fake, wicked, manipulating people that have nothing but absolute, total rage towards you and your family. You're a hardworking middle-class black family, they hate you. You're a hardworking middle-class Hispanic family, they hate you. You're a hardworking middle-class white family, they hate you. They hate anything that ever stood up to total power and total control. It's in their textbooks of why the West must be destroyed, so there's no example of anybody else and no hope worldwide. Nothing but darkness and evil rulers that can do whatever they want. And how they convince the West that we're the authors of the evil, that we're the authors of slavery, that we're the authors of darkness and destruction. When despite all our problems, the West has been the great light. And they don't deny that in Japan. They don't deny that as philosophers, even in India. They teach that there still, but not here. You've got to be taught that you are bad. You are evil. So you must bow down and give up your life force, give up your will, give up your survival instinct, and learn to hate yourself because the world's going to end. Because the ice caps all melted, the polar bears all drowned. None of it's true. And you know it's not true. But when AOC and all of them tell you the world ends in 2030, well, under their 2030 agenda, the world as you know it is over. And any free market capitalist system of competition is over. And the
AOC must be in training to try to raise her IQ or something.
Corporations through the governments rule you. And they do it all through class envy. When it is the billionaire globalist class, the BlackRocks, the Larry Finks that are running all of this. So when you hear everybody that wants welfare and everybody that wants a free lunch, everybody that's a criminal, everybody that wants to get away with murder is going to come to New York, and that, boy, that's stupid, that'll destroy the city, that's the plan. And then as that falls, and as they bring in even more foreigners, that They want homelessness. They want homeless camps everywhere. They want rats running. You're a rich, evil white person, and you better do whatever he says. And they're destroying the means of production. The big banks don't want competition. They want to destroy the means of production so they can then issue you credits when you're in debt. They already own 80+% of the assets in the world, but now they've got to get the last 20%, not just because they're greedy like Scrooge McDuck that wants to swim around in gold, but because they want to dictate everything to us. They don't want you to have anything. Not a garden, not your health, not a little farm, not a skill. Not be able to say 2 + 2 = 4. Not be able to fix an engine because all the engines are computerized and won't let you. They want a post-human world with robots delivering. And they admit it. It is deliberate. It is a plan. And you can stop a deliberate plan. Deliberate. Premeditated. I thought it was important. A lot of new people are tuning into the show, obviously, every day on AM, FM stations, cable, local TV, X, Rumble. And, of course, the clips get posted all over the place on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, thanks to all of you. But I thought those are a couple of little promo pieces from the last few months that I think really boil down what we're facing. This is premeditated. All right. The 3 million plus Epstein files got released, as you know, on Friday. And they held back. And I have been very clear, even before Trump got back in, that knowing all the parties and
it passed you, baby.
The Democrats that control the file,
There you go. You got that.
That
This is fine.
Trump would be presented with the fact that it would be almost impossible to bring it all out. Now, that was the thinking. I didn't agree with it. I said that it would backfire on Trump. I said Trump has never been implicated in any abuse, but by extension, he would become a party after the fact if he made that mistake. And I was told that that was the direction he was going. Could you call it a pure cover-up? No, because he wasn't even really in control of all the agencies and files and courts and systems. And you've seen courts, Democrat courts trying to block the release. The Democrat lawyers are back now with victims filing an emergency. It is a tar baby. But regardless, justice be done, may the heavens fall. And so my advice was just release everything, order everything released, find out. More than most so-called experts know. And so I have a real knowledge and grasp of it. And I understood that if Trump
That's not enough for hot chocolate, but not coffee.
on this, but is woken up to the fact they're being lied to. A lot of people even think that I am wanting a cover-up because I've simply pointed out that Trump is not a party to the crimes anywhere, the money laundering, the intelligence agencies, the bizarre medical experiments that are now coming out I told you about, all the secret children Epstein had, that's now being confirmed. That he would then become and it's gone viral. People going, oh my God, Alex Jones is now admitting that Trump is a party after the fact. I've been saying that for over a year. Every time I talk about it, any regular listeners heard me say it hundreds of times the last year alone. And during the election, to either say, don't look at the Epstein stuff because it is a Democrat plan, the way they're spending it to hurt Trump. And sure, they're trying that. Or they are basically focusing on the young women and just the Democrats connected to that. You need to be focused on all of it. You need to hold Trump's feet to the fire, the DOJ's feet to the fire, and in my view, and you also need to look at the young women and look at the victims, all of which have said they never saw Trump, never saw him do anything. One woman, Virginia Dufresne, worked at Mar-a-Lago when she was 14, 15. Epstein scooped her out of there. Trump kicked him out of the club over it, pissed off. He was the guy that dropped the dime. That's in the recordings with Michael Wolff many years ago with writing the book with Epstein. Intelligence agencies are coming to you, Ratcliffe. Plus, the Democrats have had the files. They've only left stuff in there that is recycled bull about you, so it's just best to move on. And then Bongino and Patel got in there and went from saying we're going to release it all to, oh no, there's nothing there. That was a total disaster 10 months ago and wounded grievously the Trump administration. And I jumped up and down at the time and said, you are becoming an accessory after the fact. And I know for a fact the president got pissed off at me about it. That's fine. So this is a very complex, nuanced situation. And you've got to listen to the broadcast in large chunks like you're doing now to actually get what's going on. That said, moving on from that discussion, we have one of the preeminent real researchers on government, elite, pedophilia, Pizzagate, Epstein, you name it, Liz Crokin joining us coming up in the second hour. She'll be with us for an hour and a half. Then Pete Santilli, who really is a great journalist and researcher and former political prisoner, who is, I know from the sources, I have some of the same people I talk to, extremely dialed in with the good guys at the DOJ. He has got the waterfront he's going to cover with us for an hour and a half, starting at 1:30 to 3 p.m. You don't want to miss that. And he was working obviously closely with Ed Martin. Ed Martin is an amazing person. I've known Ed for at least 25 years. Icon of the Liberty Movement. Whenever she would be under the weather or busy, but they wanted to promote what they were doing at the Eagle Forum, who he later became the head of. You talk about the original OGs, that goes back to McCarthy, that goes back to Robert Welsh. I mean, he goes back to the people in the 50s that figured this out. I mean, these are the OGs. And a special trust that was set up to battle the globalists, the communists. Flynn is now the head of that, General Flynn. I mean, these are the original OGs. But my point about all of that is,
wow, that's wild.
Crew called and got the accurate report out first that indeed, no, he'd just been removed out of that task force. Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, that really is the Attorney General that did it. Later in the evening, it came out in the New York Times, and indeed that was the case. And of course, I'm attacked in the article as well. So then I saw the white pill people viciously attack Martin. This is the Republicans saying Martin's terrible. Martin never got anything done. He's a bad guy. And the reason I raise that is it shows how those white pillars, many of them, quote, influencers, I'm not going to name them. This is, you know who they are. If you've seen it. I mean, they snap their fingers right.
Can't believe Todd Blanche or Toad Bleach blocked Ed Martin.
Well, he's bad. They defended Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, and said he never got anything done. Everything he tried to do was blocked by Todd Blanche. Okay? And Martin was very professional when I talked to him. He would only talk about my case. Now, I was persecuted. He'd never get into it. But I talked to other people at the Justice Department, I'll leave it at that, and they said 100%. Blanche, a Democrat lawyer, is absolutely horrible. He's Bill Barr 2.0. And this is a really bad sign that Trump allowed this to happen. And of course, the Republicans blocked him in the Senate confirmation to be the U.S. attorney out of D.C. Instead, they put in Judge Jean Perino. It's a nice lady and everything. But this is just bad. So I can only... We've got Kennedy doing unbelievably good work that would take hours to even list the accomplishments. We have Gabbard, same thing. We have the border shut down 96%. We have big deportations ramping up. We have really good economic policy, no tax on tips. It goes on for hours. Energy, 45, 50% less than it was a year ago.
Made some espresso. That way I can still have a lot of this hot water. Add a little more cold water or cool water. Heat it back up, and we're making some hot chocolate. Making chocolate of hot. Oh, the coffee flavored nicotine pouch. I haven't vaped. Well, it's been about a day since I've used a vape pen. Not easy. Not the easiest thing to do is to quit using a vape pen. Even when you have plenty of nicotine pouches. Similar thing with smoking, I guess. I realized I like the vape better than smoke. Once I logically compared the amount of nicotine delivery, the feeling of the drag in the throat, and the effects of your breathing afterwards.
Against Trump, savage the living hell out of him, and suddenly I'd be back on Instagram, back on YouTube, everywhere. Okay, I've already been offered $50 million a year in an off-record meeting before they all sued me.
He said, "Screw you, globalists."
And I'm not going to give people simple, boiled down platitudes. But even yesterday afternoon, I was sitting back saying, I don't want to just give, it's not the whole audience, but it's half the audience, who I do respect, what they want, because I never give people what they want. I do what I think is right, and I really pray about it and focus. But I was just like, man, I may just come out against Trump. And he is getting us out of the carbon taxes and out of the UN and everything but name only, out of the World Trade Organization. I mean, their whole globalist thing is falling apart, and all the stuff's coming out. And
World Health Organization in name only.
I sit back and I'm looking. I want to think, so I pulled over. This is the entrance to some apartments that I don't even live there. I just pull in, and I just sit back, lean the seat back, and for about 20 minutes, God, what do you want me to do? And then I noticed that Brianna Morello, our morning host, amazing journalist, was texting me, and she's like, Twitter account is accurate. And I was just like, wow, that's like one more straw on the camel's back. And then so I sat there another 30 minutes in that parking lot drinking iced tea and just like just explain this, because there's no, I mean, people have to make their own decisions what's going to happen here. Part of me wants to come completely after. I know, I've done it before with Trump.
Yeah. Every day is a survival scenario. Oh, okay, I'll give you another piece. That's a hell of a catch, isn't it? Oh, are these done? Yeah, it's preheated. The can is preheated. Yeah. I hope that didn't do much. Okay, I don't think let that cool. A little bit, let the heat kind of even out. Cooking with propane. She got her gels ready. Coffee. I walked into the gas station. This kid says, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable because of some things that were said last time." I said, "Whoa, dude, you're weird." And I walked out. I was trying to pay for some gas. He wouldn't accept the money. He refused. He's trying to get back at me. I must have hurt his feelings. Check this out. I mean, he's a young man, right? He's a man. He's a grown man. But he misinformed me, or he and his partner cashier did, whichever one of them said it. I think she actually said it, but he rang me up that these nicotine pouches would be $5 and something, and all of a sudden it said $19 and something, and bloop, it sucked all the money off my card. And I said, "Oh shit, hold on, can you return that money? That's not the price you just said." And so he voided it, and it took 5 days for my money to come back. But anyway, I was hoping it would come back there on the spot, and I was like, "Dang, man, I came in here and got robbed." I told him that I came in there and got robbed. The store robbed the customer, and I was like, "Did you get my Dylan's card on there?" I was like, "I know the screen prompts you before you actually accept the payment. It asks you to have the customer provide their plus card number." He said, "No, it doesn't." I said, "Actually, it does. I worked for Dylan's for 10 years." And I said, "Wow," and I laughed my way out of there. It just did. end on a pretty good note. That was a pretty good note. That was a pretty positive note for me. And then, so I come in there today and he won't serve me because he's offended. Or he said he's uncomfortable. He said he's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable because I told him he robbed me, because he charged me $19 when it was supposed to be $5, and it sucked all of my money off my card. It sucked all of my $11.90. I had $11.95 to my name. I was getting 5 in gas and 5 in nicotine. It was as simple as that. I was getting 5 in gas and 5 in nicotine. And he didn't want to understand the customer's perspective. I literally walked in there and got robbed by them. It took the money off my card and he couldn't give me the nicotine. You know what I mean? So I feel as though he should have honored the agreed upon price. And I'm the one who needs to be uncomfortable around him. He's a fucking idiot. I'm the one uncomfortable around my robber. You fucking idiot. Fucking guy has his machine. He's the cashier. He has the cash register, robbed me of all my money, and then says he's the one who's uncomfortable. What the fuck? You ever heard of anything like that? Oh shit. That's weird. All I did was call it out for what it is. I said I walked in and got robbed. I said it twice, and then I left. All right. Well, I schooled him about the cash register. That, you know, it's like, oh, so the one in here is different than the one inside the store. He's like, no. So I fully called him out on his lie. He said the cash register does not prompt you to ask the customer for their Plus card, when in fact it does. It always asks you for your Plus card. It always asks the cashier to ask you for your Plus card. So he lied, and now he's lying about the fact that he's uncomfortable. That is fucking weird. So I called him weird, and I walked out. Fuck, dude. You gotta be shitting yourself. Wow. You talk about a boring life. You talk about somebody that ain't got nothing better to do. Just another slave trying to persecute a free patriot, man. Just another communist slave trying to persecute a white Christian patriot, male.